your home of football.
ABC News, good afternoon, I'm Yvette Gray. Labor leader Anthony Albanese has labelled the Prime Minister Scott Morrison's pledge to change his leadership style as a desperate statement. Political reporter Stephanie Dalzell reports.
In a major campaign shift, Scott Morrison yesterday pledged to take a different approach to being Prime Minister, saying he could be a bit of a bulldozer when it came to certain issues. This morning he sought to clarify that concession, saying the pandemic had forced him to push through to govern effectively.
I've had to take decisions, not all of which were popular, and not all of which people would agree with, and not on every occasion were right.
Anthony Albanese has seized on the comments.
I don't believe this Prime Minister can change. It's a desperate statement.
Both leaders have spent the morning sandbagging marginal seats with just 1 week of campaigning to go.
Health leaders have welcomed Labor's almost $1 billion election promise to reform Medicare and primary health and are calling on the coalition to match the pledge. Labor's healthcare platform being unveiled today includes a $750 million strengthening Medicare fund and $220 million in grants for GPs to upgrade practices and train staff. A newly created National Healthcare Task Force would prioritise improvements. The president of the Royal Australian College of GPs, Professor Karen Price, says both sides of politics need to commit to a cash injection for the ailing system after repeated Medicare freezes.
This sort of money will really help us manage complex needs patients and those who are finding it hard to access care. So we're really looking to see what those details are, but we really welcome the news. What we don't want is red tape. We just want the healthcare workers to be able to get on with the job of looking after our patients.
Beijing has responded to Defence Minister Peter Dutton's comments regarding a Chinese surveillance ship travelling along the WA coast. Sam Wilkinson reports.
Peter Dutton revealed yesterday that a ship had been tracked along the coastline for the past week. He said the ship's mission was to collect intelligence and described the situation as unprecedented. In response, a Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson says he has no specific information, but says Beijing always abides by international law. He also says Mr. Dutton should see the situation objectively and calmly and not make sensational remarks. Australia's relationship with China has become more strained following the signing of a security pact with Solomon Islands.
The Australian Medical Association is encouraging higher vaccination rates with increased reporting of people being infected with COVID a second time. Dr Chris Moy says vaccinations are bolstering people's immunities against new Omicron subvariants, including the BA4 and BA5 strains. He says people shouldn't rely on having contracted COVID before to protect them against another infection.
So really the thing at the moment is that we really need people vaccinated and not relying just on the fact that they may have had COVID previously.
And Victoria has recorded 22 more COVID-related deaths and another 12,160 new cases. A major search continues to find a 70-year-old Greensborough man missing in the Victorian Alpine region. Police say Christos told his wife he was going on a walk to look for emus just before 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon and was last seen on Big Muster Drive in Dinner Plain near Mount Hawthorn. The officer in charge of the Bright area, Senior Sergeant Doug Inkol, says they're concerned because he's unfamiliar with the area and he wasn't dressed for the cold weather.
Conditions are pretty dismal at the moment, even though it's not particularly cold. It's probably about 8 or 9 degrees. The wind's probably about 20 to 30 kilometres an hour and pretty limited visibility and constant drizzle. Our concern is that he has no wet weather gear, even though he's said to be a fit gentleman.
Uninsured businesses are preparing to be inundated by floodwaters in the southeast of Queensland town of Gympie for a second time in 3 months. Meg Bolton reports.
Roads around Gympie are being cut off as the region prepares for its third flood this year. Sharon Cobbs owns a caravan yard in one of the low-lying areas that continues to be inundated.
Like, we knew it was a flood area when we moved down here, but I mean, you don't expect to sort of get hit 3 times in 1 year.
The river height has reached 15 metres and is rising. The major flood height is 17 metres, which will isolate the town, cutting the Bruce Highway and creating chaos for travellers and truckers delivering supplies to North Queensland.
To the weather, and for Melbourne, a shower or two, a top of 20. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, 21. Monday, partly cloudy, 17. Tuesday, also partly cloudy, 17. Wednesday, a shower or two, 18. It's now 16 degrees. ABC News.
Oh my goodness.
Dear, oh dear.
When they said, ask them anything.
No topic was really off the cards.
What did you do to end up in juvie?
Bang, that's a big one.
We all have a story.
You don't look like you've got dementia.
And we all need to be heard.
You think you've dealt with it all, and then you get asked a question like this, brings it all back.
The brand new season of You Can't Ask That.
You shocked me more than the question.
Yeah, I know.
Starts Wednesday, May 25 on ABC TV or log into stream on ABC iView.
ABC Sport. ABC Sport.
Season 2022, the fans are back. The colour and soundtrack of our great game. Let's go.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
This is The Lead.
And so they jumped into a maybe coach from a proven coach. There's no loyalty in football clubs league.
This is The Lead with Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Cameron Ling.
They need them, otherwise they're no chance. They're just an above-average team without those excitement, creative players. Playing group there is mature enough to look each other in the eye and go, okay, you know what, you need to get better at this. Football is a simple game. Jeremy Cameron's with us. Who's the better fisherman, you or Patrick?
No, well, we haven't had a fish off.
Big moment, sets fly from 50. Good pick. The MCG are up.
This is The Lead.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
The Western Bulldogs record a 48-point win over Collingwood on Friday night footy as the Dogs make their move 4-5, looking to kickstart their season as they deal with injuries and adversity. The Robert Rose medalist Adam Treloar will take us through what the win meant to the Dogs. Collingwood's young kids start to tire after a promising start under new coach Craig McRae. They're conceding just over 100 points in the last 3 games as their defence is being tested through personnel and system. Leon Cameron calls time after nearly a decade at the Giants. His final game as coach will be on Sunday against the Blues. Former captain Phil Davis will join us to discuss his legacy and the future for the Giants. Plus, umpire dissent is back. What will Clarker do next? A week of turmoil for North Melbourne. Can they respond in Tassie as the Tassie side looks to put their push in to play in the AFL? Plus, of course, the Saints take on the Cats from Docklands this afternoon. All that more coming up on The Lead. Great to have your company from the MCG. Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport. Round 9 of the AFL continues. It's Richmond and Hawthorn today on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. Geelong Premiership player Cameron Ling is with us. Lingy, you did the game last night for ABC Radio listeners. What impressed you the most about the Dogs?
Yeah, good afternoon, Clinchy. Good afternoon to everyone. They got back to hunting the footy, Clinchy. They got back to their repeat outnumber, their contested possession, their pressure on the opposition. And their game flows from that. And quite simply, when the Western Bulldogs win contested possessions and smash the opposition, they are a very good team. Plus 40 last night was the contested possessions. Plus 16 in clearances. And what it led to was they were able to get the ball inside their forward 50 22 more times than the opposition. So a few stats there, but breaking that down, that is really, really simple footy for the Dogs, Clinchy. It is when their midfield dominates around the contest and dominates at the outnumber, they're a good football team. It's how they can do that and do that consistently when other teams are trying to match them in that area. That's the challenge for them. But last night, their midfield, the Dogs' midfield, completely destroyed the Magpies' midfield, and that was the game.
Adam Ramanauskas, welcome to you. It sort of felt like a fork in the road sort of game for the Dogs. Yeah. Top 2 side for 19 weeks last year in 2021, featured in the grand final. Could they get enough back to try and resemble what they used to be or what they could potentially be? Or would they be chasing the season from too far back?
Well, yeah, firstly, good afternoon, Clinchy and Lingy and our listeners. It was simply a must-win. They had to find a way to win, the Bulldogs, last night, and they found their best form in, particularly that first quarter and a half of the game. I looked down at the stat sheet, Lee, and it always interests me with the Dogs. They've ended up with 437 possessions for the game, 114 more than the Magpies. But it's the early part of the game when they're actually taking the ball forward with speed. They just hit the scoreboard so much quicker. Then the second half becomes a grind for them again because they start to flick it around more and more and more, and it gets them in trouble. So the blueprint's there for the Dogs if they're willing to follow it. At their very best, they're as good as probably any team bar Melbourne in the competition. So you give Norton a chance. Karmas comes in, kicks a couple of goals. Dunkley drifts forwards, kicks a couple of goals early. So it's simply, for me, with the Dogs, it's simply all about quick ball movement.
You could tell a little bit last night that the enjoyment was back. Yeah. Bailey Smith getting incredible numbers and interacting with the Collingwood fans. Luke Beveridge even found himself caught up with it and mentioned in the post-game that even he found himself engaged with the Collingwood fans.
One of the Collingwood supporters yelled out to me, "Have you been sitting that anger management course?" And I looked at him and I said, "I don't mind that."
So even Bevo smiled at the end, Rammer.
But the problem with that is, Lingy, that's a tale of two Bevos. They win and it's fine. They lose and it's probably a different reaction to it. And it's the new age footballer. You know, Bailey Smith is certainly that league. So with his reaction, so the days of you can't interact anymore, they're probably gone. Guys they're wired differently now. It doesn't throw guys off their games.
Well, we've all got half an eye on the NBA playoffs right now, ourselves, watching there. The players love their American sport. They absolutely love the NBA. They love the NFL when that's on. And they take their cues from a lot of that with their behaviour. So they see NBA players or NFL players interacting. They go absolutely hammer and tongs when it's competitive. But then as soon as the moment's over, they give a hug or a smile or a laugh or a chat or whatever. They leave the court or they leave the field, however it happens. And AFL players see that and they go, well, I will go flat out from siren to siren. But after the game, if I go and give somebody a hug or they crack a joke and I happen to smile, please don't take that as me not giving my absolute all. I know I've got the little old school element of me, and there's fans out there who want to see that disappointment and that devastation after a loss. They maybe don't want to see some of these cheeky little interactions with the crowd, but that's the modern player. They take their cues so much from American sport, and it doesn't mean they're not giving their all. They're heart and soul players still, just in a different sort of way with their interactions with opposition and crowds.
And I think, Lee, just on that, American sport is so much in our face now. You look at social media, all these players have social media. It is just littered with American sport and what happens there and the athletes over there and what they're doing away from the NFL field or the basketball court or even now the baseball's on and how they are interacting and probably creating a bit of a brand. As I hate using that word about a person, but that's the difference, I think, in monetary value over there, how in the States they do create that. I just want to touch back on that, the Bulldogs ball movement. So we spoke about the Bulldogs potentially over-possessing at times and the like, but the first quarter, so they've had 114 possessions, but they still had 22 inside 50s. So nearly one in every five is going in. Yeah, it's nearly one in every five is going inside forward 50.
You are spot on, Rammer. And Clinch, it's not often that Rammer and I perfectly agree here, so this is a little bit hard for me to say. But he's spot on. That's the grand final Western Bulldogs that was in control of the grand final during the third quarter. That brilliant around the contest, a superb midfield, but they went forward with it. Didn't overpossess it. Didn't flick it round so it's 6 or 7 or 8 handballs in a little circle. It was 1-2, bang, quick hand, somebody's out, let's get it forward. That first quarter, Rammer, if that can somehow be replicated second, third, fourth quarters, the Dogs will be back, and they'll be back right at the pointy end.
So I've been sitting thinking to myself over just the last couple of weeks around the zone and how, at the moment, you look at the really good teams, they're taking the ball forward quickly, so they're catching zones out. So thinking back to when I was a youngster and playing basketballs, when opposition teams would play a zone, it was ball movement that would break open a zone quickly. So you want to get the ball moving quickly around the 3-point line to catch the zone out. You look at Collingwood's defence, they're a zone first, man second team. That's how they play. Yep. It's get to position, so you're in your zone, and then you locate where your man is. The Bulldogs last night, they didn't even allow him to get into position in a zone because they just moved. What was it? It was 2-41, I think the scoreboard was at one stage. So that's where now I'm sitting there going, well, maybe all these other coaches need to go and talk to basketball coaches or soccer coaches about, rather than how Alistair Clarkson went and learned how to set up a zone, now the coaches maybe need to go to the soccer and basketball coaches and say, how do we actually break a zone?
And you're right, Rummer, because even the greatest defenders, and you played with some of them in your time, I played with some of them in my teams, they become reactive and they start just searching for a body or looking, the old wrap around the arms of the waist because they get reactive and really panicky when the ball is coming in often and coming in fast, and with that constant movement where they can't get set and they can't catch the eye of a fellow defender to say, oh, good, you've got that angle covered, you've got that one, I've got this. When they're caught and feeling isolated, they panic no matter how good the defenders are. And no matter how good the defenders are. And there were times last night where Darcy Moore's a good defender. Jeremy Howe's a terrific defender. Braden Maynard's a fantastic defender. They were caught in real panicky situations because of the Dogs' ball movement. The challenge for the Dogs, though, as we're saying, is you can't just do that for a quarter. You come back to the field when you mess around with it and don't take the ball forward.
The thoughts of Cameron Ling alongside Adam Ramanauskas. Matt Clinch with you on the lead. Of course, you can join the conversation 0437 774 774 if you'd like to do so on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. But here's a bit of the ABC Sport team called the Bulldogs. 48-point win over the Pies last night.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Scott links up with Richard that keeps on moving, hands it inside 50. Here's Treloar. Remember him, Collingwood. Adam Treloar threads it from the forward pocket. Bailey Smith kicks to the hot spot, off hands and scoots through to Karmas. He got boot to ball as he's run down, and Karmas has kicked 2 in the first 12 minutes.
Bailey Smith inside 50, backing back was Moore. Quick hands by Bontempelli to Norton, who can slide it through. So Norton straight from the bench with a limping right leg, but it doesn't stop him booting goals on his left. West pounces, he fakes one way, tries to get around Conor. He does, and then he delivers to the goal square. He's asking a lot of his teammates down there. Norton comes in late, and little handball. Norton's going to dribble it through. Dunkley directly in front. Raises both arms high. He's got his third.
Bontempelli, the set shot after missing last week, back in the team. Finger up in the air, celebrates accordingly. And this game's well and truly on ice.
West, it spins his way back to Karmas on the left, snaps and goals.
They shopped early, the Bulldogs, and avoided the rush. They kicked 6 goals out of the gates and never looked back. Dogs by 8 goals neat.
So the Western Bulldogs winners by 48 points last night in Friday night footy, 14-15-99 to Collingwood 7-9-51. A man who played a pivotal part in it last night. He was also the Robert Rose medalist from the Western Bulldogs. Adam Treloar can join us on the lead. Adam, welcome. What was the best part about last night, able to get those crucial 4 points?
Thanks for having me, guys. Obviously pleasing to get the 4 points. I think probably the most pleasing thing, obviously apart from the 4 points, is we were able to play, I guess, a sustained brand that we've wanted to play over the course of the game. It's been pretty inconsistent throughout most rounds this year, and there's no one gets more frustrated than us as players, and we know our capabilities, and for us to be able to, I guess, start the way that we did, and then be able to fight through momentum shifts, and obviously the Pies being a strong team, we knew they were going to come, and they definitely did in that second quarter early, and then obviously at the start of the last quarter. So just very pleasing we were able to win in the way that we did, and again, defend really well. I feel like we've been defending really well all year, so just keep them to 51 points and defend really well as a group was very pleasing as well.
Adam, congratulations on last night's performance, and thanks for joining us today.
That's all right.
Contested possession, is that the number one indicator? Is that Luke Beveridge says, we got to get that, the rest we'll look after that?
It's a good question, Lee. I wouldn't say it's the number one indicator. There's clearly other areas of the game where, if we're losing the territory battle, for instance, or if we're getting outmarked around the ground, that tends to lead to us probably not winning the game. But contested ball, source pressure, tackle pressure, it's kind of built in our DNA and lays the foundations of how we want to actually set up our game and play off that. And as you said, most of the time when we win that aspect of the game, we really put ourselves in a position to win. And I think it's the quality of contested ball. So it's not getting the ball, booting it forward, relying heavily on our forwards, which is okay to do, but it's more winning the contested footy and then being able to feed the runners on the outside and feed players to then use the ball and set the game up with their feet. So, to answer your question, I think it is a massive indicator to how we go as a footy club most weeks, but I wouldn't say it's the number one thing that we focus on.
I hear what you're saying. I'm interested that the quality of the contested possessions. And you're spot on with that. The finding that quality. Yourself and Bailey Smith outstanding again last night, and real game breakers in the way that you play. Finding that option, and maybe it might be one or two handballs and someone's out versus the overuse around the contest, which sometimes the midfield can get caught up in. How do you get that balance right as often as you can?
Yeah, another great question, Lee. It's clearly something that when I spoke about inconsistent footy we've played throughout the year, that's probably been, when you look at the games that we win, we tend to, 1-2 handball out, kick, give ourselves an opportunity to go forward versus the games where we've lost, we've overused it. I think it's being able to build that confidence that we know when we're out and we see it, and we watch vision, we watch tape throughout the week, that when we are out and we kick, we tend to, again, play it in our half, but then give ourselves a scoring opportunity. And whether it's the makeup of how the game's going or whatever it may be, you tend to get a feel of the game and the momentum shifts. And early on, you could tell, depending on the pressure that's being perceived on you or whatnot, you can tend to tell, how the game's going to go with that. And the more you can relax into it, the more you can, make that guy who has the ball in particular, give him the confidence to go, and when he does go, to kick and use his legs and not overuse and look for a handball. That then really breaks the game up for us and really sets us up going forward. So trust me, we're still trying to find that balance. It's something that we've been working on enormously. It's something as a midfield group that we work on enormously, because it's something that we don't want to do is overuse the ball and not bring our forwards into the game. And as I said, we're so much more damaging when we do get out with 1 or 2 handballs that, we can use our feet, go forward, score. So it's something, we're still building off that.
Ads, are you noticing the game slightly changing this year with teams now looking to push the ball forward quicker? Like last night, for example, first quarter you kicked 6 goals, 5. You have 114 possessions. You have 22 inside forward 50. So you're going at 50% every time you're going in. But you look now at zones, and particularly last night, Darcy Moore, Jeremy Howe, terrific defenders, but they love to zone. Are you just noticing the slight change in the competition now that teams are trying to push that ball forward quicker?
Yeah, definitely, because you listen to most coaches talk and players talk about a territory game, territory battle. Again, another key indicator for games won and lost tends to be a territory battle and who owns it for most of the game, because not only obviously you're playing in your territory, you're playing in your half of the ground, opportunity to score, but what that does is clearly creates opportunity to then set your defensive layers up off the back of that. And when you have, as you touched on, when you have players to go forward to like Nordy and Buku's really come on really well, creating contests, Dunks and Bonte when they've been up forward as those big players creating contests, it gives us a great opportunity then to get everyone involved and then set ourselves up defensively off that. And again, as I touched on before, depending on, you can get a gauge of how the game's going. We clearly felt, getting the ball forward for us last night was going to be, a massive part of us scoring and then ultimately winning the game, because we felt like we could put the defenders under pressure. We obviously felt like, as you said, obviously Howie and Darce like to zone off a bit. If we could lower our eyes and, going into that contested ball, into getting effectively a free kick going forward, we felt like we'd get opportunities to hit forwards up and really get some uncontested marks inside 50. So you're spot on. I can definitely feel the game, trending in that direction to where it becomes a territory battle more so than anything. Getting the ball forward ends up being a really good opportunity for teams.
At 3-5, was there any panic? Now I know you go to 4-5 now, but were you questioning yourself? Was the team questioning each other about why you're in that situation and how you would get out of that situation?
Yeah, there's always questions. We question every single week, and again, they'll be the same as this week. Going into next week's game, we definitely don't rest on our laurels or rest on anything that we've achieved so far. We want to keep building off that. But yeah, there's obviously questions, and we try and find ways to combat why we're, playing inconsistent footy in the way that we're playing. But one thing that, I definitely noticed each week playing is I felt like we were defending really well most weeks. And I mean defending as a whole, the way we're giving ourselves staying into the game. I feel like our connection going forward was probably what was letting us down the most early on in the season. And then, as the season got going, we kind of found that balance of being able to go forward a lot better than what we were, but then we kind of lost a little bit of our contest. So it's been a whole mix of things, but that's what happens in seasons. And, sometimes it takes a while for you to really build into the season and find what works best for us as a footy group and what works best for players individually as well. So, I said yesterday after one of the doing an interview that hopefully this is, kind of a launch pad into what can be, a big second half of the season for us and get us to playing consistent footy where we're playing the brand that we want to play and playing at a level that we know we can, because, we feel like we're clearly capable of achieving some big things. And with the group that we've got, it's nice, it was nice to get Alex Keefe back yesterday, and Bonsi obviously came back. He's such a big, imposing figure for us, and when he's out there, he obviously plays a vital role for us. So I feel like we're building into the season really well, still trying to find that cohesion as well, but something that we can keep building towards going forward.
The voice of Adam Treloar from the Western Bulldogs has joined us on the lead on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital. Matt Clinch, Cameron Ling and Adam Ramanauskas with you. Adam, we had a text message just come in, and it was fitting because I wanted to ask you about this, that it was refreshing at the footy last night that Collingwood fans didn't boo Adam Treloar, especially since he played so well. So the second time you played against your old club, I'm just fascinated about the experience from your point of view. You obviously had a great game. We were able to have 35 disposals, kick 3 goals, and it felt like you had that balance between the contest and the uncontested side, the run and the dash of your game sort of down pat last night.
Yeah. Well, it was obviously nice not getting any boos, because I think hopefully the fans realise I obviously didn't leave on my own terms. But, the second time coming up against the Collingwood boys, it's something that I reckon I'll, cherish every time, because there's so many people there that I love playing with. And still to this day, I still love playing. I still loved my time spent there and the guys that I met there, and I've got some really close friends there, so I love that part of it. In terms of my own game, I feel like I'm still, building into the season, if you want to call it. Trying to get that balance right, as you said, of winning contested footy, but being able to use my strengths and, use my legs. As you get older, you want to be able to, hone in on your strengths a lot more and let that shine. And I feel like that's something that I can do for our footy club. And, when I'm playing my best footy in that regard, I feel like it helps us enormously. So, still trying to build that, cohesion. My body's feeling really good. I'm playing a lot lighter than what I did when I was playing at Collingwood. And, I feel like I'm moving really well. So, yeah, similar to how the team is going. Hopefully this can be, just the launch pad into what's going to be a big second half for not only my team, but for myself individually as well.
And obviously your midfield is such a weapon. I think I heard in an interview last night, because you bat so deep in the midfield, you almost have partnerships. Is that correct? So Bailey Smith has 41 disposals, 684 metres gained. It feels like there's a sort of a notion from the outside footy world that this guy is about to realise how good he could be. If he can have that explosive pace, the likes of Jordan De Goey or a Dustin Martin, that he can absolutely tear oppositions apart. Do you feel that seeing him week in, week out?
Yeah, definitely. You can definitely tell the confidence is growing with Baz. That's always been, the biggest thing for him. He hasn't really, in a good way, he's never really lacked in the confidence side, because he knows what his capabilities are, and he clearly lets those shine. I think what helps him, as you've just touched on, is the support that he gets from the midfield group around him, the ability for us to lean on each other and let each other's strengths shine. And that's well and truly what we try and do for Baz. He's such a damaging player for us. And as you talk about meters gained, he knows his strengths, which is what you want, because that's clearly going to help him individually going forward, but it's going to help us as a group going forward. And the best thing for him is the best thing that he does as well is, he, even though he's still so young, you can just tell how much he wants to learn. You can tell, that he wants to be a leader in his own right and wants to really help out, his other teammates and bring the best out of them as well. So it's very pleasing seeing that, because, being Bailey Smith, he's probably the most covered AFL player in the game at the moment. He's definitely the most followed and probably the most recognisable one. But for him to stay grounded and keep working and doing the little things that makes him a good footy player, it's pleasing to see and it's nice to see. And it's very refreshing for the group as well because he brings that energy. So it's nice watching this up close. I've had the pleasure to watch, obviously, Scott Pendlebury up close and Marcus Bontempelli now, but seeing Baz, the way that he's going about it, he's well and truly on the trajectory to being, having a really big career and a long career.
Yeah, he was good to watch last night, as were you. Good luck against the Gold Coast Suns in Ballarat next week, and thanks as always for your time on ABC Radio.
I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Adam Treloar joining us from the Western Bulldogs following their 48-point win last night, Lee.
Clinchy, and this isn't a shot at you, Clinchy. So I say this with a few nerves. Could everybody do me a little favour and stop mentioning Jordan De Goey in the same breath of Dustin Martin, Marcus Bontempelli, Christian Petrarca, Clayton Oliver, even Bailey Smith for right now. De Goey just showed last night he's not fit enough to play in the middle of the ground. He got a couple of token touches in the last quarter. He got destroyed last night. So this whole idea that Jordan De Goey belongs in that league and should be paid in that league is simply untrue. He is not, apart from flashes of moments in that team that made a grand final a few years back, he has done nothing to deserve to be in that company. They are genuine stars who influence massive games and have done it week after week after week, year after year. Jordan De Goey has not done that.
He's done it one-offs.
Yeah.
That's what he's done it one-offs, where the players that
year.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at, Lingy. So everybody gets excited. The guys that you're talking about have done it consistently year upon year. And that's where even Petrarca, before last year, he was sort of doing him a little bit more than one-off than
for
that.
For half or maybe for a quarter he'd explode.
But now Petrarca's done it consistently for 18 months. So that's where he's...
Paddy Cripps is another one. I mean, he's done it for years now.
Years.
So show me that before you start putting your hand out for that sort of money and we keep putting him in that category.
It's almost like show it for 12 weeks. Yep. Show you can do it consistently for 12 weeks.
Yep. Sorry, Clinchy, that wasn't you. That's just more than something that bugged me.
A shot. That was a shot at Clinchy. I like it.
That has bugged me. Every off-season, every season, we keep lumping De Goey's name in that group of players. It does not belong there. And he showed last night why he doesn't belong there.
That was Lingy's favourite man, Ray McLean, leading teams type of feedback then.
More than happy with the short ball. Every now and then you need a short ball just to straighten you up. Interestingly, we're getting a fair bit of correspondence from Collingwood fans. G'day, fellas. Surely Craig McRae has realised now Darcy Moore and his fellow defenders learnt something against Richmond last week, a different week, but the same errors. That's from the Terrelgan Tiger and Peter from Kew. There's a lot of Collingwood players like Sidebottom and Hoskin Elliott who are just making up the numbers week after week. Players like Callum Brown should not ever be considered for selection again. All right, Peter, that's going pretty hard. But before I get your thoughts, Lee, here's Craig McRae on last night.
I don't want to make excuses. I don't want to sit here and make excuses for our effort because I thought we were poor. I think anyone watching at home would say the same. Just disappointed in the way we went about it. You've got to give credit to them. They were up and about and at a different level than what we were. But I don't want to take away from that. But I just want to be better than that. I want to put a display on. Friday night lights are bright. And they were shining on us, and we were disappointing.
So I think footy fans, Collingwood fans like that.
Yep. I love that from McRae. I think it's honest, it's to the point. He acknowledges Friday night football. It is a little bit of a brighter shine out there, and his team and his club didn't perform on the night. I think it's refreshing rather than trying to make excuses.
He's been good, hasn't he? Been really good. You can see the way that they're learning to play. They're not quite good enough to sustain it. They've had a couple of poor ones now and got some things wrong, and some key players have got some things wrong, but he's not shying away from that, and he knows where he wants to take this group to. I think he's doing a very good job.
The lead alongside Matt Clinch, Cameron Ling and Adam Ramanauskas with you. The big topic of the week was the decision from Leon Cameron to part ways with the GWS Giants. Phil Davis is going to join us very shortly, so we might just come back to that. But the other one from last night, Lee, was the umpire dissent seems to be back. So arms out is considered umpire dissent. Brad Scott said, I feel like everyone's sort of come to grips with the way in which this is going to be done, but I'm not sure that's completely true if you ask the players from last night.
No, there would have been... there was frustration all around, I think, last night because, you know, the Jordan De Goey example, Clinchy and Rammer, was the idea that De Goey turned to show umpire dissent, and it would have been a clear 50. And his arms did go out, and I know there was emotion and it was heat of the moment stuff. But I actually think that's the example of what we want from our players. They are emotional. They are playing right on the edge, and he turns to go, and then he turns his eyes back to the opposition player away from the umpire, brings his arms back in and controls. Now, to me, that is outstanding by Jordan De Goey because he realised he was about to do the wrong thing and brought it back and brought it under control. I think that little moment of leeway of saying, okay, there's that initial emotional outburst, but he controls it and he brings it back. Isn't that what we want from our players? Isn't that a great example for kids to see, okay, in the heat of a moment and the passion and the emotion, you're about to do something that is wrong and it's going to be penalised, and you bring it back under control and you focus back on the fact you're standing the mark. I almost want that of De Goey's example to be rewarded with, okay, fine, well done, Jordan, thank you, didn't show dissent, marks there, no 50-metre penalty. That's kind of what I would like, but there's not that room to move for an umpire. They're just told anything has got to be 50, clearly.
I said this a couple of weeks ago. Emotion, dissent, abuse. You know, how each three are different to each other is where we need to get to, and the coaches need... It's again, there's common sense decision that umpires need to make in split seconds throughout the entire game, and this is a similar one. If a player abuses you, absolutely, it's 50-metre penalty. The arms out, showing emotion. If you're not necessarily talking to the umpire, but if you're running at the umpire with your arms out, yeah, that's aggression towards an umpire. So I agree. But if you're standing on the mark and you've got your arms out and you go like that, I'm okay with that. And I think an umpire should be okay. And I think supporters are okay with that.
Yeah, the one that sort of struck me, the Buka Khamis one, where he felt like he got pushed in the back by Isaac Quainer, so he has his arms out and says, what about the push in the back? Yeah. If he doesn't have his arms out and he's asking the umpire that question, that's where I feel like the AFL need to provide a bit more clarity as to why they're not being paid push in the backs, and then we'll all understand. And the players won't be arguing in the same fashion, but I think it just puts enormous pressure back on the umpires to try and get individual decisions correct when there's a lot of decisions which, like players, they make mistakes.
Lingy, if that was your closest final, I think one of your I think you played a close prelim final against Collingwood.
Prelim final against Collingwood, yep.
If that Buku Khamis one was paid in that final and that cost you guys the game, you're ropeable. You are devastated.
It doesn't leave you. It would live with you forever.
Yes.
And that's what I don't want a final like that decided. I don't want a game decided like that. Do umpires have the scope to make up their own mind, or I wonder, are they instructed?
That's a good question.
It kind of needs to be.
I think I would love to get an old friend of mine, Dan Richardson, on the program in the next couple of weeks and just have a bit of a conversation with him about it, because Dan is pretty cool, calm and collected type of person, and I'm sure he'll be able to give us an answer or at least some guidelines that we can look for.
That would be great, Rammer, if you would mind calling him and teeing him up at some stage during the week.
I'll text him right now.
Another former teammate of yours, Mark McVeigh, we might be keen to chat to as well as he takes over the Giants for the second half of the season. Just finally, the spray in which David Noble issued after round 3 all of a sudden has got some traction, be it, 6 weeks on since then, and the response from the North Melbourne players that... for most of them, who we've heard from publicly at least, they felt like it was well-deserved after losing by 100 points. There'd be memories of Sheets delivering a spray to you, wouldn't there? And a bomber for you, Lingy? Is there one that burns in the back of your memory?
Oh, there's one that burns. So, 2000 prelim final, we'd just beaten Carlton by, I think, 8 or 9 goals. And I thought I had a pretty good game. I thought, I think I had 25 or something like that. I went okay. I get back in the rooms after the game, and Sheed's just this stone face. And I'm thinking, geez, we're in a grand final next week. Come on, Sheeds, be happy. Gets us all into the coach's room straight away. Goes through player by player. Gets to me. What do you rate your game out of 10? I go, I reckon it was probably 7.5 and 8. I thought I had a pretty good game. 5. See you later. And I'm thinking, geez, am I going to get a game next week in the grand final?
There's too many to name, but I do remember this one time. It wasn't me copying it. It was Dave Johnson. Remember, Rammer? You played with Dave Johnson, Mark Johnson's brother. One of the best football club people that has ever existed, Dave Johnno. Just a superb person. He was playing. He was wearing the old moulded boots when it was perhaps a little wet and a little slippery, and he'd slipped over a number of times. And half-time we're in the rooms. I made the mistake of sitting next to Dave. So Bombers walked over and he said, "What boots are you wearing?" to Dave. And he's shown him the moulded sole. So Bombers picked up the screw-in boots that he had sitting on the floor next to him. And I thought, what's he going to do? Just bang him on the tail and say, put those on or something? He's just carried them with him, Bomber, and he's continued to talk. And talking to a few of the other players, delivering a little bit to them. And then out of nowhere, has just launched one of these screw-in boots at Dave Johnson's head, who had just had the awareness to dodge out of the way. It's hit the wall and made the loudest smack, and I'm sitting right there next to us. We both just looked at each other and thought, if that had hit us, it would have knocked us out. So Bomber didn't need to use words, but geez, he could frighten us.
I think, just quickly, Clinchy, I think when Lee and I were playing, and even before that, the spray was a common occurrence.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
So the problem was, though, they started to lose effect. So Sheeds would load the gun only a couple of times a year in the end, where they had big impact. Now they don't happen because everybody's got to be a teacher. You've got to be a teacher. Okay?
Yeah,
now,
there's a few that take that
trust
teaching.
me, I remember some of my teachers giving me some fearful sprays at school as well. So it's just... the reality is, you lose by 110 points, Lee, you've got to expect something's coming back your way.
Correct. The voice of Adam Romanascus alongside Cameron Lee. Matt Clinch with you on the lead. The big story was Leon Cameron called time during the week on his time at GWS, nearly a decade in charge. His final record incredible, 7 wins, 6 losses. Of course, they made the grand final in 2019. A familiar voice, of course, to our ABC listeners is Phil Davis. He's been good enough to join us to share some of his memories and, of course, the legacy in which Leon leaves. Phil, welcome. Thanks for your time.
Hey, Matt. Hey, guys. How are you?
We're particularly well. Just off the back of that, is there a spray in which you've been on the receiving end from Leon that sticks in the back of your mind?
Oh, no, I don't remember too many, to be honest. He was always relatively calm. I think Amazon probably copped his best one ever. when he went around the room and knocked off about every single player. But by the time he got to me, he'd run out of steam, I reckon. So, no, he wasn't a huge ranter and raver. Most of his yelling would actually be pre-game. He was one of the best at sort of like oscillating his voice pre-game to really get a message across. He was always very, very good at that. But yeah, no, a few sprays here and there. But yeah, I think everyone got to see his most famous one when he just went around and knocked everyone off.
Phil, the announcement a few days back, did it come as a surprise to you?
Oh, yeah, it did. I didn't expect it to happen this week. He called the leaders in and, Wardy, and we sort of were there, and then before you know it, it was like, I'm done, and that caught me by surprise. I guess I've been around footy for long enough to sort of realise that he was under a fair bit of pressure. And I guess from my point of view, like, you sort of read it, you're like, oh, well, is he going to see the year, like, the club moving a different direction? I thought that's where it was going. But, to his last moment, he was incredibly selfless and put the club ahead, and he could have just kept going and going if he'd wanted to, but he, it was like, that's my time, and, it's someone else's time to run with the torch.
Phil, just the personal impact that he had on you before that grand final in, what year was it, 2019?
Yep.
You were obviously under that injury cloud with the injury. We still remember the images of you doing the fitness test basically before the game. How did he treat you that week coming into the game, and what were his instructions to you about, one, how do you lead the team when you're under a cloud, and two, just the words of advice and wisdom that he was giving you then?
Yeah, no, it was an interesting week. I must admit, it was pretty, like, one thing you could never, ever question Leon was his work ethic and, ability to put in time. So we beat Collingwood on the, the twilight game on the Saturday. I had my scan sort of middle of the day Sunday, and he came to me Sunday night, and we just sat down and spoke about the injury and sort of what the plan was for the week. So, because of where the actual injury was, there was always a big chance I could play. And it was a very calm operator for a bloke that was about to coach a grand final. And he just set out the parameters that I'd need to hit to play. And he goes, we'll work through this, Phil. We'll do it day by day. And if you come to me one day where you haven't hit it, then you just won't play and we'll move on. And he's like, Lockie Keefe will play. And it just went like that all week. And then I must admit, he left me alone until sort of Thursday, Friday, and things were tracking pretty well. And then we sort of came together Friday. He goes, you've ticked all the boxes. We'll do this the day before the game from the medical advice. I ticked those boxes. He's like, let's do it, mate. Do your thing. So incredibly supportive, for a situation that would have caused some severe stress and chaos. He was cool as a cucumber and incredibly empowering.
So we see the incredible wins and the like that the Giants have been able to have as a start-up club. I think it's 6 finals appearances under Leon's coaching and just done a terrific job. But behind the closed doors, what's the biggest legacy piece he will leave at GWS as a start-up club into your 11th year now?
Yeah, Rama, it's a good question. It's probably hard to pinpoint something specifically. I think I'd probably summarise it in 3 things. I think first and foremost, he was really big on family, and it sounds like a bit of a strange one, but considering a start-up club, it's a different job to anyone else. I think if you're Damien Hardwick at Richmond, it's a different challenge to being up here in Sydney, for both sides of the fence. But we had so many challenges trying to keep people. Everyone's trying to steal our players. All the narratives in the media were people going to leave, and he made people want to be around each other, which was really important. He always prioritised, that sense of spirit and camaraderie amongst the players, but then also made families feel really special. So it was only the group feeling like a family, but then he actually made it a really big family by including families, which is strange. But when you've got a lot of people that can get homesick, etc., when the families feel really secure that their children are in a good place, that actually helps. So we invested a lot of time there. He was incredibly resilient himself, but also what he preached to his team. I don't think there's been a coach that has had as many of his best 18 not play across his time, and he never whinged or complained. He just thought, next man up, and he sort of preached that. There were periods of time there where I was running out, and how we sort of work at our club is that 1 to 10 were always pretty special numbers. It was a bit of a Kevin Sheedy thing, that, Ramo, is that he liked his sort of best few plays in the low numbers. And I'd be running out to play, and we'd have 3 players between 1 and 10 playing. And Leon just wouldn't care. He'd be like, that's no excuse, let's get to work. I think that's a great trait. And then the third one was just intense work ethic. I think he's one that set the bar in terms of, what you need to do to be a success in the elite world of football. Obviously, coaching is different from playing, but he set the bar in terms of his work rate. He would spend, minimum 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes with every single player on the list every single week. So you're talking about time, that's close to 7.5 hours a week minimum you're putting into your playing group. And then you've got a coach, and then you've got a code and all those things. So I think I always was just in admiration for what he was able to do.
Phil, that meant Rama must have accidentally somehow stolen number 9 while he was investing in there.
Hey, I've been told on very good account, Lee, that Sheeds loved Adam Ramanathan.
What number were you, Liggy?
Different code in Geelong, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. We did it in reverse order, Rama. Phil, for this group, a talented group, to take that next step, what the players that are there, knowing them so well, who do you think who would respond to best with the next coach? An experienced coach who's been there and done it, or a young coach who'd go through the journey with them?
Yeah, it's a great question. I must admit, I probably have put that whole thing into the back of my head probably till Monday. I reckon I'll probably start wasting some energy on that thought because, it's all been about Leon. But I think one thing I like about our group is incredibly adaptive. Like, I think we are able to change and move with whatever gets thrown at us, and I think that's a great trait. Obviously you hear a lot of buzz about the Clarksons and the Buckleys of the world, but then you see what like Justin Longmuir has been able to do over at Fremantle over the last couple of years. So, Sam Mitchell started really quickly at Hawthorn too. So I must admit, I've probably got to put some more thought in it, so sorry about that. But I think whoever we get, the players will be ready to go. But I do know that whoever it is will want to make sure they've got a big, philosophy on investing into their players, in that terms of that time, because that's something that we've sort of been, predisposed to with Leon.
Phil, I know we're going to let you go. What do you think you'll do post-footy? Will you stay involved? Can you lure him to the podcast side of things?
The podcast will just keep chipping away slowly, but I don't think I'll be a senior coach, guys. So I think we can leave that one off. But I haven't worked that out yet. I'll just keep trying to get a kick and see where that ends up.
As always, we appreciate your time, Phil. Good luck with the hamstring. Hopefully we'll see you back on the park soon.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Phil Davis, who was good enough to come on just before training for the Giants, as they've got a big match all of a sudden against the Blues on Sunday, and
they're every chance.
What sort of response are we going to see from the Giants group?
I just think with the outs, Lingy, that Carlton have, it sort of it plays in the GWS's hands a little bit. So lose a couple of defenders, the Blues. Harry Mackay goes out. So yeah, just that'll be a really. I hope they do give Leon the send off he deserves. Nobody here knows and understands how difficult it is as a start-up club. We've seen the troubles that the Gold Coast have had. Even you go all the way back to the Brisbane Bears when they first came in to the competition. Fremantle, the poster childs of expansion is West Coast, and then to a lesser extent probably Port Adelaide with their finals experiences in their first 10 completed seasons.
It goes to show how hard it is, isn't it, Rama? Like they draft picks galore, and then we all said, we were all part of it saying, Leon's getting the keys to the Ferrari. They lose that 2016 prelim, but that's not the end of the world because they'll win 3 out of the next 5 or 6. And there's a team that's just going to dominate. It's just inevitable. And yes, they make it to a grand final, but they don't win that premiership. No matter how much you give these startup clubs, it is still so difficult to win a premiership and create that culture of ongoing success. And he's been a very good coach. I've been critical of the way they've played at times this year and last year. I think with the talent they've got, I think using his words, they do play boring football, which I wanted him to unleash them a little bit. But he has done a terrific job over a long period of time to always keep them in the mix of the most competitive teams in the comp for the last, 6-7 seasons. So well done to him. He'll get a well-deserved break, but I don't think he'll be lost to footy. I think somebody will be going after him pretty hard pretty soon.
The timelining is fascinating. 9 games after they played in a semi-final where they lost to Geelong, they've already made the decision, righto. We don't think he's the guy to go to the next chapter.
But I also think Leon was tired.
He wanted to know once the decision was made.
I think Leon was just, he had enough in himself.
Yeah.
You could see, there was a great still photo of Leon when he first accepted the job, how he looked, to Leon 10 and a half years later, how he looked. Yep. So it takes a toll. But you know what? I was thinking this morning, how good would it be for North Melbourne if Leon Cameron could go there now?
As a senior assistant,
Well, just absolutely. To help out. To give some more help to that football club. They need probably every little bit that they can get at the moment, and he's a very good. Leon's been involved in football, Lingy, for 34 straight years.
Yeah,
hasn't had 1 year off.
It's a long time. So for the Giants, who's the first phone call you'd be making, Rama? As you Mark McVeigh gets a good chunk of it to see if the Giants can play a different style. Can they get on a roll and scrape into finals, or who would be the person you'd start with at the top of your list?
Of phone calls to...
Yes.
Look, I think you've got to spread that net far and wide and get the right person because, look, I think the easy option is to say Alistair Clarkson. But Alistair Clarkson simply might not be right for that group. You don't know. It's such a hard decision. Look, my old mate James Hurd, they've spoken about... Spike might get on a roll. I know. I tell you one thing, Spike won't die wondering with the way he goes and coaches. I think you'll see a bit of a change in the way they go about it. They've become this dour football team, Lingy, but I think Spike wants to add a bit of excitement back into the group.
Well, let's hope so, because that will suit them. I think the other phone call they'll make, Clinchy, is to the bloke we spoke to last week, Adam Uze. He will be definitely getting a phone call as well. But Rama's right. You have to spread it wide, and then you'll start to narrow your focus. Rama, please.
Lingy, just quickly on that, Lingy. you've got to remember you've got in that field as well, you've got Nathan Buckley sitting there. You've got Ross Lyons sitting there. You've got Alistair Clarkson sitting there. Then you go to the assistants, Adam Kingsley, Adam Uzo, who we mentioned, Dean Solomon. There's the field is actually there's a group of coaches that have coached, and then there's the next lot. So it would be fascinating to see how the Giants do. They're the first one in the market.
And Phil Davis mentioned Justin Longmuir. So right now, he's the poster boy of going to find somebody who hasn't coached yet, but has done a terrific job assistant coaching, clearly has a wonderful relationship with his players, and that rebuild feels like it's gone like lightning for the Fremantle Dockers with what he's done. So maybe they do that. Rama, just really quickly, with the way, and I'm not asking for specifics and giving away trade secrets, but management works. Does a club go to a management company of a particular coach before they make a decision on their senior coach and say, hey, just give us a little indication. If we made a move, would we be able to at least have a conversation, 60%, 70%, that type of thing? Do those conversations happen?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's I guess why we exist in a sense, because one, we've got to give that club an honest appraisal as well, because it's our reputation and integrity on the line as well. But we also need to make sure that we're preparing all our coaches as well, that they are ready for it, because some assistant coaches are simply not ready. Yep. And you've got to be honest and upfront with, one, the club, but also the assistant coach, and say you're probably still a couple of years away. You don't want to put your name up into that role yet, but there's a number now, I think, that have got the experience, that are very, very much ready.
For our South Australian and Tasmanian audience, they'll be leaving shortly to take in North Melbourne and Port Adelaide. We all come together for the Cats and the Saints after this game. A fascinating battle. Chris got a chance to equal Reg Hickey on games 1 for Geelong, so a milestone for the Master Cats coach. But yet, for the Saints, off the back of Melbourne last week, Lingy, this is a game where, under the roof of Docklands, I expect some sort of response from St Kilda.
Yeah, it'll be a quick game too. The way that the Saints play, and I think they hope that they'll be able to worry Geelong with that pace on the outside. Terrific test for both of them. I want to see what Geelong has got with backing up what was a really good performance against the Giants last week, and making sure they do it against a quality team in St Kilda. And the Saints to take a scalp. They couldn't take one last week, but that was the best scalp in the comp in Melbourne, so there's no shame in that. But if they can take down a Geelong scalp, then they start getting that confidence of what they can explode into the back half of the season. So it should be a good game. A couple of good ins for the Cats with Selwood and Stanley, and Jack Billings back for the Saints. So some good players coming back into this game. It'll be a beauty.
How do you see it, Rama?
Well, I know St Kilda won't allow Geelong 141 marks like they were able to take last week. That's the first thing. But I think it's more of a test for Geelong, because Geelong want to play this faster, more up-tempo game. The Docklands will provide that arena for them. The Saints, I like where the Saints are going. Albeit last week against Melbourne, they looked a bit gun-shy in that first half. But when they actually got their game flowing through that third quarter, you thought, oh, okay, they can potentially compete. So I'm not worried about Geelong in a sense of a season point of view. But I think this game probably means more for St Kilda to show their credentials.
There'll be some brave, courageous players out there in the field today, Clinchy and Rama, but just know this. The bravest, most courageous person will be in the stands. It will be me, because I'm taking 6 kids between the ages of 5 and 9 to this game of football. I don't know what is going on in my brain to have agreed to that. By myself, solo, with the 6 lunatics.
Wow. Are you up on the train with these kids as well?
Oh, no, I'll be chucking them in the car.
Oh, you got the minibus.
Got the, those back boot seats.
Oh, okay.
Throw a few back there.
Now, hang on. Now, let's just hang on. Let's slow this conversation down. We've got 1 minute.
A minute.
Yeah. But where would these seats be situated in the stadium, Cameron?
Just general admission, up in the top tier. Just we sit anywhere.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not a Geelong home game.
All right.
It's a Saints game.
I'm sure you've knocked on the AFL's door and said, just give me a little chop out here.
Just in the general admission, just cheering the Cats on.
He's got a few other hats he's wearing in the media chair now, so maybe he's getting a few. Lee, thank you. Take your wireless and you can listen to us as you make your way up to Docklands. Chat to you next week.
Thanks, Clinchy. Thanks, Rama.
And Rammer the Full pre-match coming up for our Victorian listeners of Hawthorn and Richmond. So a big game from the MCG. For our South Australian audience, you're about to depart alongside with Tasmania, North Melbourne and Port Adelaide from Bell Revival. So wherever you're listening on your sport across this weekend, keep your radio locked to ABC Sport. Thanks for your company on The Lead. We'll chat to you again next Saturday.
Sarah Hall with ABC News. Prime Minister Scott Morrison has sought to clarify his concession he can be a bit of a bulldozer, saying the pandemic meant he had to push through to effectively govern. Yesterday, Mr Morrison pledged to take a different approach to being Prime Minister, saying he'd change aspects of the way he operates if he were to win next weekend's election. Labor immediately seized on the comments, saying the Prime Minister was trying to fool voters. While campaigning this morning, Mr Morrison has been pressed on how exactly his leadership style would change.
We've been effectively dealing with a global crisis for the last 2 years. And that was a time for me as Prime Minister and my government to be in the gear of pushing through.
Federal Labor has seized on reports the Prime Minister delayed briefing the opposition on negotiations to set up the new AUKUS security pact, suggesting Scott Morrison put politics before national security. Reports in 9 newspapers suggest the US wanted assurances the new pact, which included sharing nuclear submarine technology, would have ongoing support from both the coalition and Labor. But Labor was only briefed on the new pact the day before the deal was announced. Shadow Foreign Affairs Minister Penny Wong says Labor should have been involved earlier.
He's prepared to say no to an American administration because he thinks it's in his political interests. That says something profoundly important about the extent to which he is prepared to put his political interests above national security.
The US and leaders at an ASEAN summit in Washington have committed to raise their relationship to a comprehensive strategic partnership. It's the first time in 45 years the leaders of the 10-country Association of Southeast Asian Nations have been invited to the White House. In a joint statement following the two-day summit, the nations have also reaffirmed their respect for Ukraine's sovereignty, political independence and territorial integrity. WA Health has reported 2 historical COVID-related deaths, both men in their 80s. The state has recorded 13,162 new cases of COVID. Hospital figures have risen, with 292 people in hospital with the virus, including 10 in intensive care. Today's figures bring WA's total number of active cases to 85,633. Uninsured businesses are preparing to be inundated by floodwaters in the southeast Queensland town of Gympie for the second time in 3 months. More from Meg Bolton.
Roads around Gympie are being cut off as the region prepares for its third flood this year. Sharon Cobbs owns a caravan yard in one of the low-lying areas that continues to be inundated.
Like, we knew it was a flood area when we moved down here, but I mean, you don't expect to sort of get hit 3 times in 1 year.
The river height has reached 15 metres and is rising. The major flood height is 17 metres, which will isolate the town, cutting the Bruce Highway and creating chaos for travellers and truckers delivering supplies to North Queensland.
The 23-year-old nephew of an assassinated crime figure has been shot and killed in Sydney's southwest this morning. Specialist forensic teams are examining the scene on Knox Street at Belmore and 2 nearby locations where burnt-out cars were found. Detective Chief Superintendent Darren Bennett says the man didn't have an extensive criminal record.
It's not a person that we've warned about being a target in recent times as we have with others, but he's certainly known to us as being involved in that milieu.
A major search continues to find a 70-year-old Greensboro man missing in the Victorian Alpine region. Police say Christos told his wife he was going on a walk to look for emus just before 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon and was last seen on Big Muster Drive in Dinner Plain near Mount Hotham. An officer in charge of the Bright area, Senior Sergeant Doug Inkle, says they're concerned because he's unfamiliar with the area and he wasn't dressed for cold weather.
Conditions are pretty dismal at the moment, even though it's
not particularly cold. It's probably about 8 or 9 degrees. The wind's probably about 20 to 30 kilometres an hour and pretty limited visibility and constant drizzle. Our concern is that he has no wet weather gear, even though he's said to be a fit gentleman.
And the A-League Men's Soccer Finals Series gets underway tonight with the first of 2 elimination finals. Third-placed Western United will host Wellington Phoenix at Amy Park in Melbourne. The winner progresses to next week's semi-finals, where they'll face either Melbourne City or Melbourne Victory, depending on where the team is ranked. And you're up to date with the latest from ABC News.
Journey to another world as ABC Classic brings you the Classic 100 music for the screen. From Game of Thrones to The Crown, from Mario Brothers to Final Fantasy, from Jaws to Star Wars. Celebrate your favourite music from film, television and gaming with Australia's biggest weekend of classical music. The Classic 100 Music for the Screen. Log in to vote now at abc.net.au/classic.
ABC Sport. AFL.
Oh, you wouldn't believe it! Future is now!
The impossible angle!
Sensational goal!
And that's what brings fans through the gate.
Roll up, it's time for the show. Forget everything that you know. You ain't seen nothing like this. It's impossible to resist.
Hand pass over to Petrarca. Haaland bloke trying to stop from the demons. They're pouring them in now.
You ain't seen nothing like this.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
He's hit that magnificently. Inside 50, massive fly from Isaac Heaney.
Gives it everything he's got. It's going, it's there.
The kid is a star.
How much do you want it? How much do you need it? How much do you want this? We're gonna be kings.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Step back inside. Sensational finish.
AFL.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
The last 2 great dynasties in the competition, Richmond and Hawthorn. The Hawks haven't won a final since their 2015 grand final win, completing a hat-trick of premierships, while questions remain over how far Richmond are removed from their golden era and whether they can exit it more gracefully than their opponents today. It is Richmond and Hawthorn on a wintry Saturday afternoon at the MCG. It's not cold, but it's certainly damp and overcast, a dark afternoon in Melbourne. The Hawks and the Tigers both out there conducting their preliminary warm-ups. There is no late change. Connor McDonald is the Medi sub for Hawthorn, and it's Shane Edwards for Richmond. Corbin Middlemass in commentary alongside Matt Clench. Hello, Clenchy.
Hello, Corby. Good afternoon to everyone. Yeah, the weather's not great in Melbourne, so that might deter a few of the fans, but they can tune in on the radio and we'll keep them occupied. And there's a bit in it for the Tigers, trying to win 3 on the trot for the first time since 2020. Feels like they're getting their band back together with Dustin Martin returning last week and Nick Vlauston and Dion Prestia come in as well this afternoon. Looking forward to seeing Biggie Yuan get his chance to make his debut. There's a lot of hype around him. Big player who plays in defence for the Tigers, so it feels like in their defence they've got an abundance of riches, but he's going to try and slot his way in there. And the Hawks, of course, you go back to the nail-biting draw they played in round 23 last year, the last game in which Alistair Clarkson and Sean Burgoyne played, and Jack Revolt was able to score a behind to tie things up. So even though the Tigers have had a pretty good record, the Hawks will feel like under Sam Mitchell there's an opportunity here with a wet and greasy ball. They've also got their own debutant with a great opportunity to see Sam Butler, the brother, of course, of Dan Butler, former Tiger and now a Saint. So there's a bit in it for both sides in terms of trying to gauge where they're going to feature in 2022.
You mentioned the Tigs getting the band back together, 21 of their 23 today. Premiership players for Richmond, so it's only Biggie Nguyen on debut and Morris Rioli that haven't tasted premiership success. Saturday afternoon, our grandstand AFL experts, premiership players Mark McClure and Adam Rabanaskas. Hello, sellers.
Hey, Corb, how are you going?
I'm well. How are you?
Excellent. We do understand that this is a wet weather game sometimes, and we don't have to have everything perfect in life, and sometimes it brings other teams into the game. And I think if the Hawks scrap as hard as they have against some of the other teams and hang on for 100 minutes, they might push Richmond. But Richmond were really good last week. They destroyed Collingwood and really knocked them around in the midfield. And last night we saw it again. They got flogged in the midfield, Collingwood, and that was the end of that. Flogged in the inside 50s, flogged in everything that actually happened. They lost their way completely. So that's not a bad little dish to dish up here again today. If they can actually do it against the Tigers, they've done a good job, Hawthorn. But I'm thinking the Tigers are a pretty good thing here.
Rama, Gibcus out with the health and safety protocols. We've seen guys like sort of Jack Ross and Collier Dawkins at different times throughout the year, and now all of a sudden the team's 4-4. They're in the top 8. And 21 premiership players fronting up for Richmond today. All of a sudden it looks a lot like the team that we knew from the Golden days.
Yeah, and Prestia and Vlosten come back into this team, which they're two vital players because they're in that middle tier of player for Richmond. They're not coming to the end of their career, those ones. They're almost like, not the next generation, but you've got Rewald, Cochin, Shane Edwards that are probably coming to the end of their career, so they're critical to come back into the team. They looked terrific last week against Collingwood, no doubt, but I'm more of a watch on Hawthorn today. You mentioned those wet and slippery conditions. I don't think that necessarily suits the way Hawthorn are playing. They're playing this really quick style of game at the moment, getting leads, and they've I think in all their games pretty much this season, maybe bar St Kilda, they've had a lead at some stage within the first half. So that's the challenge for Hawthorn. How long can they sustain the rage for? Because if not, I think Richmond, they're just starting to bounce now. I think the Tigers, they're starting to bounce.
We'll go inside the Hawks camp in just a moment, but let's start with Richmond. And the fifth member of our crew this afternoon is Lauren Borden, and she's on the boundary for us. Loz.
Thanks, Colvin. I'm with Adam Kingsley, Richmond assistant coach, down here on the boundary. Obviously, Richmond, you're starting to build into the season, and you've had a few good wins the last couple of weeks. What's your perspective with how the club's heading at the moment?
Oh, look, we're really pleased with particularly our last 2 weeks. We think we've been building across the course of the season. And the last 2 weeks, we've really seen the fruits of that work. Having a couple of players back always helps, and certainly Nick Vlosten, Dylan Grimes and Kane Lambert coming back into the team are all very good, experienced players, which have certainly helped straighten us up a little.
And Boston and Prestia have obviously come back from illness. How are they going at the moment as they get back into the side? Yeah,
they both had a full week of training and no issues from the illness front, so we're expecting good performances from those two quality players today.
And it has been a bit of an issue across all the clubs in Victoria, this illness that's going around. What's the health like of the rest of the players and the staff at Richmond?
Yeah, we're really healthy, actually. We've only got Josh Gippus on the injury list, and as we know, that can change pretty quickly. With the flu that's getting around, both Dion and Nick had that last week. It knocked them around a bit, actually. It was pretty solid for them. So, so far so good with our health. But as I said, that can change really quickly.
And that experience comes back into the side, but you have got a debutant in Biggie Nguyen. You'd have a fair bit to do with him, considering he's going to slot into the back line. Can you tell us a little bit about him?
Yeah, Biggie's a sort of a tall defender, can play on a small, he's very, very athletic. His preparation and his improvement across not only the first part of this season, but also last year was significant. He really prepares well, and his attention to detail is great. He'll play a physical brand. He plays a really good style to watch. And in the conditions, he's a nice user, a really good offensive player too. So he played in the NAB Cup game against the Hawks down in Tassie in the pre-season and did quite well for a quarter and a half that he played. So we're really looking to, pretty excitedly with see how he goes today. I'm expecting a good performance from him.
We'll head up to the box now for some more questions from Adam Ramanaskas, Mark McClure, Matt Clinch and Colvin Middlemass.
Yeah, I've got a couple of Riolis in this team, Adam, and the one that surprises me most is Morris. He's been fantastic. He's got a lot of improvement in him as well.
Yeah, he certainly has. He's played, maybe 5 games in total, a couple last year, a couple this year. His chase pressure, his tackle, his ability to repeat effort, defend in our front half has been really, really strong, and that's the thing that pleases us most. He's shown it at VFL level, but to be able to come into AFL and do it, and I dare say the conditions today might suit him. He's been able to finish his work quite well too, which is really good for him. And the Rioli at the other end is just class. He's a great half-back, defends at the right time, looks to attack and break lines at the right time. So, yeah, both those boys have added really, really great value to our team.
Kingo, you guys look more comfortable with 2 ruckmen within your setup, whereas a lot of other teams go 1 ruckman. Now, I think one of my fellow commentators mentioned with Soldo and Nankervis in the team, is something like 15 and 5 when those two play. Why the 2 ruckmen? Why does it work for the Tigers?
Well, I think both ruckmen are quite different in the way that they play. Soldo's more of a traditional ruckman, plays a little bit behind the ball, really strong overhead, great support to our backs, but really good with his ruck work. And we haven't seen the best of Ivan yet. Remember, he missed 18 months of footy coming off that sort of 2020 knee injury in the last round of the season, the second to last, basically. And because it was a later start to that year, he missed virtually, playing games the whole 2021 season. So he's 7 games back from 18 months off, 8 games back, whatever it is. And he's a great weapon, particularly around the centre bounce. And we know Nank, captain, leader, steps in around the contest, hits bodies, makes great tackles, provides that ground level support that our mids need from ruckman, but also plays behind the ball but can play forward. So we did it in 2019. We certainly did it in 2020 until Ivan got injured. And I think it adds a real different look to our midfield, which makes it a little bit harder to combat.
There's a fine line at the moment between continuing to trust those older guys that you've had so much premiership success with, and then continuing to inject those younger midfielders within the team. Like we saw Collier Dawkins, but then I believe he had issues with COVID and he was a close contact and all sorts of different things. How are you finding that balancing act with giving those particularly those younger guys enough time through the middle of the ground?
Yeah, it certainly is a challenge, as you say, and you've got to try and introduce new talent, new blood, whilst you've got those guys in the team, preferably, and they're still performing at a high level. So it's not just, hey, you're not in and we're just going to play the young guys. We need those guys because they've been really strong for us across the course of the season. So I think the being able to sort of manage their way through the season will be an important process for us, and that'll allow us to introduce new guys through the midfield, and we've been able to do that sort of at the front end and the back end reasonably well. Robbie Tarrant would have been easy to bring in today, but we thought, no, let's give Biggie a chance to see how he goes. And so those discussions are prevalent throughout the course of the week, each week, and then it becomes a matter of, are we satisfying the needs of our group? Are we progressing? Are we still enabling those guys the older guys to perform at the high level that they have done in the past? And you've got to have one eye on the future and one eye on the now, and that sometimes is a really difficult conversation to have with players. It's a difficult decision to make, but I think the strong coaching groups are able to do. You give the best of both worlds, if that makes sense.
Richmond assistant coach Adam Kingsley is with us on ABC Sport. Vanessa Amorosi's just fired up, Adam, so if she drowns you out, just let us know if this is becoming...
I think you'd rather listen to her than me anyway.
Yeah, we would.
I'm sure there's one player who Richmond fans are enjoying watching. That's the work of Tom Lynch. 13 goals over the last 2 weeks. Noel Bolter's gone back to defence.
Yeah.
How much of an impact has been securing your defence with some key players coming back in, but then also realising you've got such a weapon in the one-on-one marking?
Well, I think it's worked brilliantly for us, to be frank. Noel Bolter 7 MOPs last week, which is as good as you'll ever get. And Tommy Lynch has kicked 13 in 2 goals, and he's never done that across the course of his career. So I guess the advantage or the benefit that we have is that we know Noah can play both ends. He certainly strengthens our back line, as does Baker, who we've brought back the last couple of weeks as well. And maybe having that a little bit more isolation has enabled Tom to have a greater impact on the game. It could have been could be the way that we're moving the ball. Who quite ever knows? But we feel like we've found the balance now, and it's working along so far. Hopefully, it continues.
Adam, we know you got the band back together, and they're starting to play really well. More about you. The future of you, and I know you've had a few interviews in the past couple of years or 2 or 3 years, and there's another one coming up. Would you take it if you had a chance?
Oh, look, it's an attractive job, isn't it? That's an incredible list that they're building and have built, and it's an attractive job. But I guess it all stems around what Clarko wants to do, and that's probably a few months away before he makes a decision on that. So
forget about Clarko.
We'll cross that bridge when it comes, I think.
Adam, it was well reported you were down to the last 2 in the Collingwood job, and you've been deep in a number of roles. What have you learned out of that process and going through the interview that you can, I guess, take with you going forward?
Oh, look, there's been several things that have sort of helped me along the way. Being able to identify what is really critical at the pointy end of the interview process certainly helps. Going through the process itself, though, helps you to crystallise what's actually important and what's not, where you think you need to put your focus onto, and what's probably less important than perhaps what you first once thought. So being able to do that has certainly helped me narrow my focus around what's important, what I'll do, the steps I'd take given the opportunity, and I've found that quite valuable. But it's also told me that I'm not quite there too, having not won the job. So I still have work to do. I've still got improvements to make, and so I'm busy getting to work to try and improve myself.
Can you outline a few of those for us as to a couple of the things you've been working on?
Oh, look, I'd rather not go into too many details, but it's just the presentation styles, the way that I present, the language that I use, positive, all that sort of stuff has been really important to sort of get a handle on and try and continue to develop. And that's probably one area that I look at that I can improve, but there's probably a handful too, to be fair.
It's unusual that a club and a coach part ways this early in the season. We're only 8 games in. There's still 13, 14 games to go. So if GWS decide to start that process, how is that going to impact you in your role with Richmond while there's a process going on for a senior coach at another club?
Yeah, no, look, it doesn't impact really much at all. The groundwork for what I need to do has already been done, to be fair. It's just a matter of tinkering and adding and subtracting a little bit. But the reality is, I mean, that I have my job here and I need to do that as well as I possibly can. So that's where my focus lies. And as I said, that's probably quite a few months away before that process will start up. What I will say is that, the decision that Leon made is probably a great reflection on him and his selflessness and his decisiveness, really. I'm not the man for the job, so I'm going to move out of the way and allow you to move forward. And, it's a pretty classy act from Mike.
Adam, good luck today and for the process coming up. I'm sure you'll be a senior coach in the not-too-distant future. Appreciate your time, as always, on Grandstand AFL.
No worries. Thanks for your time, guys.
Well done. Adam Kingsley, Senior Assistant at the Richmond Football Club.
I've chatted to a few guys who have been close to getting those AFL senior roles. It must be exhausting, Rama, because at the end of the day, you put your best qualities forward, you give your presentation. You might be still the best coach there, but your presentation might not be the best presentation that's submitted.
Yeah.
And that can be a hard reality when you then have to go back to clubland, wait for the next opportunity to come up. You don't want to put your hand up too high too quickly. Just such a delicate balance for guys like Adam Kingsley, who is, like Adam Uze, clearly got the capable skills required, but there's only 18 jobs available.
Yeah. Oh, that's right, and that's why it is one of the highest held offices in Australia in terms of being a senior coach of an AFL team. A lot of it has to do with timing as well. And I have no doubt Adam Kingsley could be, and hopefully will be, a great coach of an AFL team. He sees the game as good as anybody. He creates great relationships, but again, sometimes it's just the timing thing. And what I think the point that he made of what a particular club is looking for is sometimes what clubs don't necessarily give up, when I think they should give that up more. So, give a full understanding. Because what that might then do is a candidate might say, you know what, I'm not that. Sellers, I can't help you. I can't help you. You're better off going down that path.
Yeah. I was going to ask him the question about when he first went through one of these processes compared to now. Does he feel like he's sort of much more prepared? And it's amazing. You don't know what you don't know. So I'm sure when he applied for the first job, he probably thought, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to be a senior coach. And now that he's probably been in a couple, he certainly got down to the last 2 recently. I imagine he's thinking before he goes into his next job interview, man, I know a lot more than what I knew previously for this process.
Well, to me, there's a whole lot of factors in this. You've got to look after 40 different people, which is incredible. And then you've got to manage a group of coaches as well. And then you've got to manage up and down. There's a whole lot of stuff that these guys haven't even done. Most of them never had a job. A real job, you know what I mean, where you actually work with people. So
majority of them come straight out of a football career into a coaching career.
Yeah, and they don't actually quite get all the things that you have to do in this business. And then you've got to appease your fans, and then you've got to appease the media. Not appease them, but sometimes work with them and sometimes not. So there's a whole host of stuff in that. And who can actually get that down perfect? Can you tell me?
Yeah.
I can't think of anyone who can actually do that, but you're going to get some ruffles every now and then, and you're going to get some good stuff every now and then. You've got to learn how to handle all that. It's a very difficult position in this landscape.
We're such a copycat league, and it feels like we went through a stage where it was, we want guys that have had senior experience previously, whereas recently it really hasn't been that with the new coaches. So David Noble and Chris Fagan both came through sort of the footy manager role. But then in recent times, you've had Sam Mitchell, long apprenticeship as an assistant coach.
He was in a long apprenticeship.
But certainly one place for a long time, as he was at West Coast and then moved over to Hawthorn, and he's been the senior assistant. It looked like a senior coach in waiting, but did, 5 years as an assistant?
Oh, yeah,
I don't think it was that long.
4, maybe, anyway.
Anyway. Then you've got Craig McRae, deep apprenticeship as an assistant inside Clubland, and Justin Longmuir across different clubs. And then even though he's a first-time senior coach, he has a lot of experience. I wonder if that, with the exception of Michael Voss, who was probably there early and then went back and did the long sort of assistant coach journey to get the role again, maybe it is the wheel turning in favour of guys like Adam Kingsley, that's where we're looking. The game's changed so much that we want these guys that have been assistants in Clubland for a long period.
The Fagan and Noble thing, to me, is actually great, because they've had a life in football and a life of working and understanding what happens in a footy club. The good, the bad, the ugly, the whole lot. And I think that Fagan and Noble worked together up in Brisbane. They were terrific. They got this club picked up. They were in the finals. They're playing finals. I really think that they can probably win it this year. Hopefully they can get a part of that area. But that is a difficult area to get to when you're 25. How old's Kingsley? 35?
No, Kingsley more than 45, 46.
Yeah, has he ever worked?
No, he did, because he came through the system the other way.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
But he needs to.
Yeah.
He needs to get into a business where there's action going on, and there's failure, there's winning, and all those different things. And that's what you need to do.
I think, Sellers, the part that we forget a lot of the time with a coach is if it was simply coaching on a Saturday, that's almost the easiest part of the job for these guys. But you've got so much other stuff that you need to do during the week. One, okay, you're looking after your assistant coaches. Then you're looking after a playing group. Then you're looking after a coterie groups. Then you're looking after sponsors. Then you're answering to boards. Then you're answering to CEOs. It's an all-encompassing role now.
Well, that's what Phil Davis is telling us on the lead, is that Leon Cameron made his legacy 10 minutes with each player. That's 7 hours, and that's just dealing with the players. So then you have to find time for all the other commitments you're talking about, Rammer. It's an all-encompassing job.
Hawthorn and Richmond coming up. There's no late change here at the MCG. Connor McDonald for Hawthorn and Shane Edwards for the Tigers, the two subs. Inside the Hawks camp, I caught up with Robert Harvey a short time ago. Rob, appreciate your time. It's a wet one today.
Yeah, well, we sort of had a look at the forecast yesterday, and it actually looked all right. So we were sort of planning for it to be dry. We thought it might rain, but it is miserable, isn't it? I don't know if there's a lot of rain around, but it's enough already to make it wet. So the ball's going to be on the deck a lot, definitely.
What's your wet weather footy like?
We haven't had a whole lot of exposure to it yet, but I think we'll be okay. I think, no, they'll be okay in it. So it'll be sort of a tough contested game, I imagine, and the team that's probably the cleanest and is able to get it forward the most will win the game, obviously.
Obviously a new football program which you're part of, and Sam Mitchell coming in as the senior coach. He had a hot start to the season. Feels like the Hawks have cooled off just a little bit in the last month or so. How do you look at the first 2 months of the season and the 8 games and assess how the Hawks are going?
Oh, you've got to look at it really objectively. I think there's been some stuff to like, and obviously we've given up a lot of goals in a row at times, which is disappointing, particularly late in games v Sydney, St Kilda, and last week against Essendon. So that's the most probably disappointing part of. We've had some really good last quarters as well, but we've given them up way too many goals at once. But against good teams, we've been in the game. The Sydney game, we're in front most of the day, even though we didn't play overly well. Melbourne, we were right in the game, for most of the game as well. So there's positives to like about what we've been doing against good teams. And I think, Sam's game plan that he's trying to implement along with the other coaches, I think the players are really buying into that. You see a nice brand of footy emerging. We just got to do it for longer.
Tom Mitchell's not playing today, your Brownlow medalist. Is he sick? Was he managed? Is he dropped? Why isn't he out there today for the Hawks?
No, we've been managing a few of our players. We've talked about managing a number of our midfielders. We've had discussions around managing Jager as well. And just Tommy last week was battling a bit of illness right up until the middle of this week. And just felt like his load had been really, really high. As I said, we're talking about that with a lot of our kids, but also a lot of our midfielders as well, just to make sure we really freshen up our guys and make sure we every time we hit the park we got it full energy. And he'll come back next week raring to go, and I know he's going to do that.
There's a new Sam Butler in the competition, not the West Coast Eagles premiership player, but a first-year player who was drafted, obviously, by the Hawks, I think, with your third pick in last year's national draft. He's the younger brother of a Richmond premiership player and now St Kilda forward in Dan Butler. What can you tell us about him? What are we going to see from Sam Butler today?
We're going to see a guy that loves the contest. He's a forward, so he's a smallish forward, very good pressure player, really good tackler. So I think that's grabbed all of the coaches' eyes so far, is his willingness to want to pressure and tackle. So we want to see that today, and he's really unaffected, and he attacks games of footy like he's just playing sort of park footy really, and that's a great attitude to have. He's obviously got to learn a lot of the structure stuff that goes with AFL footy, and he's going to learn to deal with the pressures of it. But he's so free and easy with how he approaches it. So we're just looking for that for him today. We don't expect miracles today, and as long as he brings the contest he's been bringing at VFL level, we're really confident he'll fit in nicely at AFL level.
All the best today.
Thanks, mate. Good on you.
The election. It's easy to get lost amongst the polls, policies and pledges. And time's running out to make more sense of it. Bridget Brennan from ABC News has an election hack. A way to find out where you stand on the political spectrum.
Go online to Vote Compass, answer a few quick questions. You may be surprised how your views stack up with the major parties.
Vote Compass, exclusive to the ABC.
Go to abc.net.au/Australia Votes.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
For the second week in a row, two big Melbourne clubs, both with enormous fan bases, meet Saturday afternoon at the MCG in the game's traditional time slot. And the game's ultimate thoroughbred in Dustin Martin is second up from a spell. The Tigers are back in the 8. They're getting their game going on the back of consecutive victories, while for Hawthorn, they had a hot start to the season under first-year coach Sam Mitchell, but have cooled off into a side in development mode, as many had forecast leading into the season. It's Richmond at 4-4 up against the Hawks at 3-5 on a gloomy Saturday afternoon at the MCG. It is not cold. It's hovering around 16, 17 degrees, but it's certainly been wet all morning. The umpires are predominantly in light blue. They're already out there on the ground. And here come the Tigers. It's their away game at the MCG, so they're in the famous black jumper with the yellow sash and the white shorts on. The first team onto the ground. There is no late change. The Medi subs, Connor McDonald for Hawthorn, and for Richmond, Shane Edwards, who was dropped managed, and now he's going to play game number 290 as the Medi sub. 21 of Richmond's 23 today are premiership players. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clench, Lauren Borden is on the boundary, Adam Ramanauskas and Mark McClure to take you through the afternoon. What are we in for this afternoon, fellas, the Hawks and the Tigers?
Well, the Hawks are 11th in their ladder, and they've had some good wins, and but they're a growing bunch, if you want it. They're young, their youth is around the place and all those sorts of things. And when you start to have a look at their defence, there's Frost in the back half and Sicily in the back half and Hardwick, and the rest are young. Scrimshaw and Day, and Impey's probably been around a long time as well. So that area is okay. Their midfield, I really like Newcomb. Newcomb in the midfield, he's a beauty. I love the way he goes about it. They've got some really good players in that area. And up forward with Lewis, big Lewis up in the front half, and they've still got a couple of Gunston as well, and a couple of others around there, Brewston, those sorts of guys who are really good. But there's a bunch of youth around the place that are growing. They've been in a lot of games. They just haven't been able to finish them off at many times. But they're playing against a side now who's back in town. The Tigers last week took on Collingwood. They actually flogged them in every area almost, in a sense. Their midfield was powerful again. Nankervis in the middle of the ground with Cochin. And I really like Short's game in the middle of the ground as well. Got a stack of possessions. He's actually a very good runner, a good ball user in that area. You got Pickett as well. You got McIntosh on a wing, underrated I would think, McIntosh. He's a hard runner up, back and forth. They got bolted down back and Broad and Grimes and they've also got Vlossen to come back in as well into that area. So they're very solid in that area. But their forward line is absolutely fantastic with Martin, Rewalt, Lynch, and a young man called gee whiz, I apologise.
Nank.
Oh, was that? No.
Nankervis? No.
Rioli.
Oh.
Morris. Young Morris Rioli. I couldn't think of his first name. He is just lightning. I love the way he plays. He's on the ground. He's in and under, and he works hard. And he's only played a few games. And I love the way he goes. I think he'd be very dangerous today. the Tigers are, and you put Martin in there as well. He's a beauty. So the whole thing is that all their teams back together. The gang's back together. They're working hard. We'll just see if they can push away the Hawks in this game to set themselves up to push up the ladder a bit further.
I think what the Tigers have been able to do over the last couple of weeks is more around their, again, and I sound like a broken record saying this, but their ball movement now is different. They're still surging the ball, but they're actually surging the ball in a cleaner manner now, whereas the ball's actually hitting target. Whereas in the past, we're so used to seeing Richmond surge the ball and it would just go anywhere. It'd be along the ground, it would be just high, it'd be anywhere. But now you look at, I think the way, now the West Coast game, okay, right? West Coast, they're no good. They're no good, but still to see how they were able to use the ball.
You sure about that?
I know I'm stating the obvious there, but But even in that game, the way they were able to use precise disposal, taking the ball forward, that allows Lynch so many opportunities. Last week again, albeit at times Lynch was probably playing against witches' hats, it was still good ball movement. The ball was out in front of Lynch. He was able to take marks. He was able to lead into space. So that's, I think, a small difference in the Tigers. Rioli and Short now off a half-back line is speed. But that's another change in plan. So in the past, it was Short off a half-back flank, and that was it. Now they're going both because, again, to beat a zone, you need to go quick ball movement. So Richmond, I think now have identified that early in the season. We're not going quick enough, boys. Okay, let's take more chances. I love Noah Bolton now settling back into a defensive, a key defender. He's a great intercept mark. He knows where to position himself. His only challenge is when he gets on the real big boys, the Tom Hawkins and that type, where he's probably had a few issues in the past. Today he'll probably get Kaczynski or the type I would have thought, or Lewis. So it's right in his weight class, right in his experience class as well.
Since they went over to Perth and they absolutely belted West Coast, they've actually, their confidence actually grew, and then they take on Collingwood and give it to them again. This would be another one for them to test them for them, because it's a wet day, it's a slippery day, and we know the Hawks will be hard at it, but they could do this again, and all of a sudden they're back in the business.
Tom Lynch gave Collingwood defenders an absolute nightmare last week. I mean, Hawthorn have had their problems with key forwards as well. Peter Wright kicked 6 last week. Ben Brown kicked 4 when they played the Demons. Franklin, Hawkins, Cameron back to round 5 and King and Membry in round 4. So one of Sam Mitchell's obviously elements under his coaching reign is he wants his backman to defend. So Denver, Graham, Barras, they've got Sam Frost, who's a natural, probably light-for-light sort of opponent. But how do you think they'll go about combating that, especially if Richmond get on top in the middle?
So a lot of Hawthorn's most talented players play in their backline. So Sicily, Will Day, Scrimshaw, Jarman Impey.
Yep.
But they're offensive attacking type of players. So again, that sort of plays into opposition teams' plans. Hawthorn at the moment want to move the ball. Sam Mitchell wants to score 120, 130 points a week. That's how he wants to play the game at the moment. If the opposition score 129, we'll score 130 and beat it. But when you've got a more offensive attacking half-back line, as Hawthorn do, that exposes you if you turn the ball over. And that's where Hawthorn are having real trouble at the moment. When the ball turns over, so they get out to a 25-point lead last week against Essendon, they're cruising. You know, Gunston's missed a couple. It could have been a little bit more in that game. But soon as they started to turn the ball over more frequently, Essendon pounced. Ball starts moving forward quicker. How Essendon were able to expose Hawthorn is when Essendon took the ball into the front half, into their front half of the ground, there was space. And like Nick Martin's getting on the end of balls. Archie Perkins is getting on the end of balls. So I think just a subtle adjustment that Sam needs to make is that T-zone that the Hawthorn defenders are playing with. Just get a little bit closer today. If not, Lynch will have a field day. Jack Rewalt will just hit up at the ball all day. He'll just hit up and hit up and hit up. So it could be a tough afternoon. The saving grace is Sellers. It's a little bit slippery. The rain has stopped now. I think that the MCG is a brilliant service, so that would have soaked through now. But if it does rain again, that might just help Hawthorn slightly.
Well, Hawthorn are in 11th spot. Now, I think Sam Mitchell will want to start to think about, we've got to be hard to play against. We've got to be really difficult to play against. And I'm not certain that's his mode of operation, okay? But That's what he should be thinking about. Stop their scoring. But I don't think you can with the Tigers. They're in really good form. They're moving the ball well. They've got good players on all lines. They're back to somewhere where I see them as they move the ball well. And that's the difference between them.
I've just got 4 players I want to highlight before we start. So first one's Tom Mitchell, who's not there today.
Mm-hmm.
I asked Robert Harvey about it moments ago, scoffed at the suggestion that he'd been dropped from this team. It was a very unusual absence. So he was ill last week against the Bombers, only had 10 disposals, clearly wasn't himself. And then he's left out this week as a result of it. He spoke about how we want to manage our midfielders. This is a guy who's been incredibly durable, played a lot of footy, and now all of a sudden he's having a spell 8 weeks into the season, 9 weeks into the season when there's a bye around the corner too for Hawthorn. It just felt like an unusual week to leave him out.
What was he ill from?
So I think he had the virus, essentially, the flu that's going around the same. Like the Bombers had, 5 come out late last week. So
it may knock him around a bit, and it may have to have a rest in this area because he may not have been able to train during that week, and all of a sudden you leave him out. I don't think they've dropped him. If you've dropped him, seriously, he'd probably want to leave. That would be a case.
But the broader question is around Hawthorn's midfielders.
No,
they really want to make some changes there.
No. They're asking Tom to play a different role.
Mm-hmm.
So Tom is a high possession, see ball, get ball, hunt ball. That's what he's done. Now they're asking him to play this different role where, again, they want to take the ball forward with speed. And it's sort of, I think Tom's adjusting to that at the moment. He's had some really good games this year, but then he's had some low possession games. Like last week, again against Essendon, I think he only had 18 possessions for the game. Cool. That would be his lowest total in years.
Yeah. Are you surprised he needs a rest, though?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean,
he's right in the prime of his career. Now, we don't know if he's carrying an injury or not. We've got to know the illness, what it takes out of you. But he strikes me as the type of person that wouldn't want to miss games if he doesn't need to.
Yeah, it feels like maybe there's no fire, but there seems like there's a lot of smoke certainly around that one with Mitchell going out. The other 3 players, first of all, Chad Wingard. Came across from Port Adelaide. He had an opportunity to leave last year. GWS were interested in him, decided to stay, and so across 2 clubs reaches the 200-game milestone, Sellers, which is a big one in the game for him to get to. He's been a fan favourite, I think, through the majority of his career. He's
got a few knockers as well.
He does, but he's an interesting character, and at his best, we obviously know what he's capable of. He can be a match winner.
He is, and he's quick, and he's clever, and he's played some really good games of football. I think he played in the grand final, didn't he, once? In one or preliminary final.
Played in the prelim.
Prelim a couple of times, and look, he's a handy player. Sometimes he gets a bit ahead of the ball, and sometimes he doesn't get to the right spots and all those sorts of things. But you know what? He's handy. He's a handy player, and 200 games is not an easy feat. I don't care who you are or what you've done. It's not an easy feat to get there, and I'm really proud of he did.
I think at Chad's best, he's one of the most special players in the competition.
Oh, absolutely.
But you've got to play him to his strengths. I think when he was playing his very best football at Port Adelaide, he played on a half-forward flank, and he was able just to create and show his tricks. So I understand teams want to play players in a structure, but what you've got to allow then, if a player's playing in the structure, you've still got to allow the natural flair. So I think that goes from Chad's game sometimes, which is unfortunate because he is an absolute X-factor player.
He certainly is, but is he a chaser and tackler? Is he a chaser and tackler? This is one of the problems today. The forward half have to do things that they didn't want to do in the past. They got to chase, tackle, harass. That's not his go.
He kicked 53 goals back in 2015. So at his best at Port Adelaide, he was a guy who could seriously impact the game.
Yeah.
The tribute from his coach, Sam Mitchell, was that he's one of the most competitive guys in this Hawthorn team, that put him one-on-one against anyone. He wants to beat them, but he also wants to drive standards as well. And I think that's your point, Sellers, is that the leadership on field, we probably don't see as much for him because he's playing that hybrid dual role, but it's still a role for him to play amongst these Hawthorn small forwards because that's the part they're still trying to master.
It's about setting the example because he's in a senior player now, 200-game player, and he should set the example for the youth.
Yeah.
This is what you do. I'm chasing and tackling, so should you.
How often did Wayne Johnston tackle?
All the time, forever, never stopped.
The last 2 players I wanted to highlight are the 2 men on debut. Rama, you have a lot to do with the pathway system and obviously the young fresh faces in the system. So we got another Sam Butler, who of course namesake as a premiership player with the West Coast Eagles in 2006. His brother is Dan Butler, a 2017 premiership player with Richmond. But Sam Butler was picked 23 last year for the Hawks. Comes in after kicking 3 in the VFL against Essendon last week. The 19-year-old in jumper number 30 for the Hawks. And Biggie Nguyen in jumper number 47 for Richmond. He was drafted back in 2019. Delisted, re-rookied, 197 centimetres, intercepting defender. really to play the role that Gibcus leaves behind in the Richmond team.
Well, that's start with Biggie first. That's the role that they want him to play, and he's very capable of doing that. Sam Butler, don't expect the same as his brother. He's not that type of player. He is different. He'll play. You'll see him up through the midfield and probably a little bit across half forward, but he's not that sort of goal sneak like his brother is. He's harder than that.
Lauren Borden is the fifth member of our team. She's on the boundary this afternoon. The good news, Loz, I think it stopped raining for the time being.
It has stopped raining. It was good timing about 20 minutes before the match for it to stop raining, so we've all wiped a bit of water off our seats and ready to go. It is a little bit slippery underfoot. You could see Richmond doing a lot of ground ball work in the warm-up, but it's all dry now. Lights are on and we should be ready to go. James Sicily won the toss for the Hawks, so they'll be kicking towards the punt road end to start this first term.
Thanks, Lauren. The Hawks in the brown shorts with their traditional jumper in the brown and gold. The umpires are in blue. Richmond are in their black jumper with the yellow sash and the white shorts. The floodlights are on. You can't see any blue sky at all, so heavy overcast conditions and extremely dark, and it's rained all morning. Before we start, quick tip, sellers.
I think the Tigers will be too good for them, but I'm looking forward to watching their youth of Hawthorn improve.
Brad?
Tigers easily today.
Ooh. Clinchy?
Yeah, Tigers as well for me. Hawthorn got within 10 points of Melbourne, so their best is competitive.
Well, this could be a disaster if we're all going the wrong way.
The two teams with the last great dynasties in the game. Richmond a little closer to their prime up against the Hawks on Saturday afternoon footy. You're with Nat Clinch.
Nat Curvis crashes into Lynch but wins down the opening tap. But it's Newcomb for the Hawks who gets the clearance. Kicks to half forward. Rioli runs onto it for the Tigers. Kicks up to the wing. Charging out Impey. Dragged down by Lambert. Richmond take it back. Pickett with a hand pass to Dusty, so didn't have to wait long to get on the board here. He blazes towards 50. Sicily dropped the chest mark. Little toe poke from Lambert to short for Richmond inside 50. Lynch underneath it. Couldn't claim the chest mark. Pickett tries to bust his way through in the right forward pocket. He's locked up by Harry Morrison and a throw up deep in attack for the Tigers. 30 seconds gone.
Nankervis and Lynch to do the ruck work as they will for most of the day. Nankervis knocks it down. Cochin put his head over it, slips out of his grasp. Now it's Scrimshaw. Tackle taken to ground. Umpire eventually calls for a ball up. 45 out from the Richmond goal. Red Sharon about to be thrown up again in the forward 50 for the Tigers. They both get a piece on it, the rucks. Spills down underneath Nash and he's taken high by Nankervis. So free kick to Connor Nash. Hand pass away to Scrimshaw. Was caught wrong-footed. Kicks hurriedly into the middle of the ground. Newen a spoil. Sits up for Bruce, though, with the Hawks. Hand pass away to Moore. He gives it to Newcomb, who hurriedly moves it on.
Got it to Tom Lynch, who gives the hand pass to O'Meara. The hand pass to Moore, running through the middle of the 50. Eyes the goals and finishes. No, just missed. Might have just clipped the left goalpost on the way through. First score the way of the Hawks. Through 90 seconds, they're one behind.
Probably the best first half player in the competition at the moment, Dylan Moore.
Absolutely. We've seen him light some games up in the early goings as Vlosten back in the team. Sends it down to half forward now for the Tigers. So quickly from end to end, but the Hawks well set up. Frost on the back flank to Hardwick by hand, away to Sicily. Surge kick out of the defensive arc. Baker chops it off for Richmond. He's tackled by Moore. Dispossessed. Lynch comes up with it. Centre half back for the Hawks. Hand pass to Bruce. Sends his kick to half forward. Skids past all of them. Grimes had it. Lost it in the tackle. Gets another go. Newen to Bolter to Grimes. All by hand. And now on to Prestia on the wing.
Kicks up towards Dustin Martin, who takes the mark on the second grab at right half forward. Revolts in the pocket. He tries to kick in that direction. In fact, Castagna worked his way through. Great pick-up in the greasy conditions. Got it to Cochin. Standing start from 45 metres out. He misses to the right. So behind a piece through 2.5 minutes, opening term on ABC Sport.
Connor McDonald, the teenager for the Hawks, and Shane Edwards, the veteran for the Tigers, the two Medi subs. No late change. Sicily goes on a stroll from the kick out and ships it to Nash. He marks on the back flank. Missed last week with a quad injury. Hits up Newcomb. It's a real smoky for the rising star this year.
That handball.
As Newcomb decides to kick it out to Wingard, and he's 200 in the long sleeves. He's bowled over, pushed off it by Grimes, and now wrong-footed by the Richmond defender. He kicks down to half forward, and Pickett takes the mark. 60 out on the boundary line at right half forward.
He's a good player, Grimes. Smart, clever, strong.
Well, he's played on Chad Wingard.
Pickett long kick inside 50. Tom Lynch against 3. Spoiled down to the front. Lambert onto it. Gathers hard against the boundary. Underground hand pass to Revolt. He kicks across the face of goal. Looking once more for Big Tom. He flies in the pack. Can't take the mark. Hawthorn, cleaning up Jaden Short.
Free kick.
A tackle.
I think so.
And Sam Butler, welcome to the AFL.
So just that one there, Newcomb took the mark, dead smack centre half back, and Impey is flying past through the middle of the ground. It's a simple handball, so Newcomb doesn't give that. He kicks it to the boundary on the wing, and Richmond win the ball through a turnover.
There's a 50-metre penalty.
Hawks short kicking game. They worked it up to the wing, but there's a downfield free kick, and it's going to go Hawthorn's way. Gunston's going to take it. In fact, the two umpires are just getting together to work out what it was for and what's happening. And I think you're right, Sellers, it was a 50. So
yep.
I think they thought it was a downfield free kick, but instead,
it's a 50.
Gunston's going to be moved.
I tell you, it's a hell of a 50. It's
Absolutely.
about 65.
It's gone from the defensive
inside.
Yeah,
circle to almost the circle the other end.
So here's Nash, who's going to take it 70 out half forward, kicks into the pocket. Newen goes to the spoil, inadvertently socked to the boundary line by Vlosten.
He kept
Hand
it in.
passes into Lewis. Lewis keeps it alive, goes back to Gunston, shakes one tackle, coughs it up. And Baker can just dump a kick out of the defensive 50 for Richmond.
Impey almost took it back at half back. He was tackled when not in possession, so Hawthorn with another chance at right half forward. 4 minutes gone, and behind a piece. Squaring ball, looking for more. Couldn't get to him. Now Baker's tackled and dumped. Ball spills clear. Still a chance for the Hawks. Dylan Moore with a hand pass out. Little fumble from Day. Beats the hand pass wide to Impey. He brushes one tackle and then hurries a kick inside 50 as he was bumped as he got his kick away. Gloston couldn't take the mark. Nankervis tries to hand pass straight to the boundary. Umpire says insufficient intent. He didn't disguise it all that well, it must be said. Big Nank straight to the boundary line, and the umpire saw it. Hook, line and sinker. And Luke Bruce will have the shot on goal against the signage in the right forward pocket. Couple of steps out and try and snap across his body. Bruce, 2 steps, snaps out. The charges come at him and he overhooks it. He misses to the near side. And the Hawks have 2 behinds to Richmond's 1. 5 minutes gone, opening term, ABC Sport.
There's not one player in the back half or the forward half of the Richmond side.
Bolter out of the goal square, kicks long to the wing. Scrimshaw up strong, takes the intercept mark for Hawthorn. Goes back inside the centre square to Hardwick. And Hardwick will go all the way back to Sicily. They try up the southern side. Short kick to Impey. Took a step. Told to play on. Gives it back to Sicily. Hurried kick from the logo inside 50. Lewis up to meet it. Can't complete the mark, but he'll get the free. The contact came in the other direction from Baker running back towards the big key forward. And Mitch Lewis will be able to have a set shot here. Centre half forward for the Hawks.
Yeah, see, I don't mind that from Sicily. So the handball, it's a quick handball to Sicily right on centre wing. And then he was under a little bit of pressure. So rather than trying to kick the perfect drop punt, he just kicked the torpedo. It was a mongrel punt in the end, but it works out.
We haven't seen him since Easter Monday. He is a goal kicker, but on this occasion he's also a behind kicker as he slams it into the goalpost halfway up. A minor score. What a start he had. 15 goals through the first 5 rounds. Mitch Lewis back from a hamstring injury. Hawks have 3 behinds. Richmond have 1. With 7 minutes in. Hawks by a couple.
You built it nicely. Just let you down, Mitch Lewis. Flosson with the kicking duties to the Tigers. Long towards half back. Revolt and Lynch there. Clears them. Scrimshaw's kick is partially smothered. It ricochets out to Revolt of the Tigers. Kicks up towards Dusty at half forward. Frost read it better. Great pickup for the Hawks. Hand pass to Newcomb. Cuts around Lambert and takes a bounce in the middle of the MCG. Looks out to half forward. Moore's on a long lead. Bounces in front of him and Baker. Baker aggressively attacks the man. The ball's stuck underneath. Now the reinforcements arrive. Bolter over the top of Moore. Had to knock it out. Eventually did. And Short sockers it in the middle of the ground. Lambert will soccer it again. Greasy conditions up to the southern wing. Sicily puts his head over the foot. He can't pick it up. Coming in from the other direction, McIntosh. He taps it over the boundary line. And the umpire says throw it in. Under the Shane Warne stand, Hawthorn 3 behind, Sir Richmond 1 behind. 7 minutes gone, opening term on ABC Sport.
Both teams have led more times at quarter time than they've trailed, so 5 and 3, both of them in their opening quarters this year. As Nankervis wins it down, Koch and Clever taps it between his legs. Richmond from the stoppage, Koch and away towards Prestia. Kicks deep inside 50, Rewalt caught in a tangle, wanted to draw free. He gets one. He locked up with his direct opponent in Granger Barras,
Yes.
and in the end, the umpire says that's a free kick for Richmond, and Rewald will get it 30 out directly in front.
No, he just pushed him out of the way. He actually had him held in front of him, pushed him back, trying to shepherd that area. It was a free kick.
Who made contact there, Ram?
No, it's but I'll see if he kicks it. I'll tell you what I think.
Jack Rewald moves in from straight in front, and the Richmond veteran pokes through the first of the day. On the back of a free kick, Rewald pops it through. 9 minutes in, the Tigers on the board first. They're 1-1-7. Hawthorn 3 behinds. First lead change, ticks by 4.
So you look at the 50-metre penalties last night against DeGoey and Karmas. Is that reverse descent there? So Rewald puts his arms out, complaining to the umpire.
But he ran into him with not looking at the ball. And if you run into someone when you're not even looking at the ball, that is a complete shepherd.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's a free kick.
All I'm saying is, is Jack actually allowed to do that call?
Well, I think you're allowed to appeal for the free, but once the umpire's made a decision, you're not allowed to.
Right.
Well, so it wasn't descent with your arms out.
You could argue if he doesn't blow the whistle, that's a decision.
Is that it?
That's a non-call is a decision. I agree with what you're saying.
Toss back up in the middle of the ground. Soldo one down the tap against Lynch. Dusty Martin's into the middle. He wins down the clearance. Hand pass to Short. Feeds it back to Prestia. Back into the centre square. Straight down the middle. Rewald, big fly up into the shoulders of Lynch. Gets to the back. Lynch is onto it. He hits the post as he fires on goal. Slamming almost halfway up to the right goalpost. And he seems certain to kick his first. Tigers by 5 points. 10 minutes gone opening turn.
He started the way he did last week. He should have kicked 9 last week.
Hardwick, long ball out towards half-back for Hawthorn. Skids through to Baker, though. Tigers trap it in their front half. Hand pass to McIntosh. Kicks inside 50 over Bolton's head. And Hardwick takes the intercept mark. Hand pass to Granger Barras. Through centre half-back. Kicks long to half-forward. Lewis climbs along with Kaczynski. Spills down to ground level. Richmond with the numbers back first. And Broad scoops it up. The hand pass away to Bolter.
Takes a bounce and then kicks towards half-forward. Rewalt the target in from the side. Frost timed his run perfectly. Got it down to Sicily. Controlled it through the middle of the ground with a kick to Warple. Hand pass didn't work. Pinched by Baker. Stole it away from Nash. Can kick Richmond into attack. Hand pass to Graham. Goes for Lynch one-on-one. Spoiled away by Sicily. Shea Bolton's looming. He wraps up Finn McGuinness and locks up a stoppage in the right forward pocket for the Tigers. They're 1-2-8 to Hawthorn 3 behinds. 11 minutes gone opening turn.
It's rained all morning in Melbourne, but not raining at the moment. And gee, the umpire's waiting for Max Lynch, who's coming from 50 metres away to make the ball up here, half forward for the Tigers. Lynch grabs it out of the ruck. That's Richmond's Lynch. Tom down, hand pass over his shoulder, picked up though by Nash. Hand pass to Scrimshaw under pressure, tried to give it to Warple. He's lost it. Now Nash, a second go, tackled, taken to ground. Ball up 60 out from the Richmond goal.
And that's a slight problem called there. So he waited for Tom Lynch. Would have been 7 or 8 seconds. Sellers, in your day, or was just throw the ball straight up?
Yeah.
Get on with it.
We're not in our day, though.
Soldo wins down the tap to Prestia. Kicks inside the 50. Rewalt used his hands, got rid of his opponent. Shea Bolton squares it up, finds Tom Lynch. This time with a couple of metres separation. And the Tigers able to use the ball better and find their free option inside 50.
But all I'm saying, if you want the game to speed up, throw that ball straight up.
I totally agree with you.
Get
They
on with
should have
it.
done so.
Get on with
they
it.
wait for someone to come along
Then
because it's a bit slow.
But that's how teams zone up.
I agree. But there's plenty of space now.
He thought about blazing away Bolton, realised there was a better option in Tom Lynch. 13 goals in the last 2 weeks. He is an imposing figure, and he just squeezes this one in. The goal umpire with a couple of steps to the left. Have a good look, but the Tigers have their second. They're 2-2-14 to the Hawks 3 behinds. 12 minutes gone, opening term, a goal to Rewalt and a goal to Tom Lynch.
Well, Tommy Lynch got a goal there because they tackled and chased and harassed in the forward half. The Smalls kept it in there. They had a boundary throw in. All of a sudden, after 3 or 4 or 5 tackles from all their players, they keep it in that forward half and force a boundary throw. And then they get a little chip kick, and there's Lynch on his own, 10 metres out, dead in front. He didn't miss. Last week he should have kicked 9. This week he started off with 1 this time. He should have got 2, but it doesn't really matter. They just keep pounding it forward. But the work was done by the Smalls in the forward half to keep it in.
Richmond 10 inside 50s in 12 minutes. 13 minutes now in this game. Patterns start to emerge here with Hawthorn.
Back in the middle, Soldo doing the ruck work with Kaczynski. Soldo wins it down, but first possession for Warple. Hand pass under pressure, misses Day. Richmond back on it through short. Zigging, zagging, getting onto his left boot. Sends a kick inside 50. Re-rolled against the boundary line. A little nudge, getting rid of Granger Barras and leaping back and marking underneath the high ball. Left half forward for the Tigers, 40 out.
It's a really good mark.
Great mark.
Very good mark. Powerful.
18th all-time now on the goal kickers list. He's 2 past Wayne Carey.
He's going to have a ping from 40.
With a snap.
729 goals. He won't add to it here. Goes short, away towards Pickett. It wasn't 15. Gives it back to Rewald, who snaps goalward but misses. Near side of behind. Ticks a 2-3. Hawthorn 3 behinds. 14 minutes in. Richmond by 2 goals.
He only gave it to him for a lend so he could get it back.
The old one too.
If you just flicked on the radio, Connor McDonald for the Hawks and Shane Edwards for the Tigers, the medical subs. They work it to half-back. Hawthorn and Jarman Empey has it. Nice side step around McIntosh. Kicks up towards Mitch Lewis and Jago O'Meara. O'Meara gave away the free kick, got rid of his opponent as Lewis took the mark and was about to kick inside 50. So not a big contingent of Hawthorn fans below us, but those that were there could see what was unfolding. Frustrated that the free kick was given away, given they had the mark. Broad, short around the boundary line to Marlon Pickett. He was originally out of the side last week. Came in as an inclusion when Vlauston and Prestia went out and then kept his spot in the side. Very high kick towards Tom Lynch. Wrestles out Sicily, can't take the mark. Gathered by Day of the Hawks. Hand pass to Impey. Around the boundary to half-back. Morrison, dead end. Bramble now works it back to Impey. He's tackled and taken over the boundary line. Good pressure from the Tigers and Morris Rioli Jr.
Yeah, that's definitely something. But that's created by Marlon Pickett there. He came in at 1,000,000 miles per hour just to lay that tackle, apply the pressure. Then Morris Rioli's able to lay another tackle to take opponent over the line.
For the boundary throw in, Soldo wins it down, but Kaczynski first disposal, sends his kick down the wing. Dan Rioli leaps up, slips through his hands, goes back, collects. Hand pass to Noah Bolter. Hooks a kick across the body, high bomb down the wing. They all miss it. Bounces through to Denver Granger Barras. And the Hawks sends a hand pass away to Newcomb. Newcomb, surge kick down to half forward. O'Meara at the drop, hugs it to his chest. They're all streaming back towards goal. Pops it to the top of the goal square. It may bounce through. O'Meara with the long range goal. Just kicked it deep to the top of the goal square. And off the wet surface at the G, it skids through from 12 metres out. And the Hawks have their first of the game. 16 minutes in, Hawthorn 1-3-9, Richmond 2-3-15. Tigers by a goal, Adam Ramanauskas and Mark McClure.
Well, firstly, it's a good mark with O'Meara. That's what you've got to do with Rioli. Put him into a lot of one-on-one contests. O'Meara just smart with the mark. But I love that for him. It just rolls off. Just straight away marks it on true half-forward flank. Takes a mark straight away on his right side, rolls off and skids it through. We see a lot of players these days take a mark, go back, get a photo taken. But O'Meara on that occasion, just so quick. Yep, he had options inside forward 50, but the ball's skidding because the surface is still a little bit wet. Leon Baker tried his hardest there, but was no match for the ball.
They're just not getting enough inside 50s.
No, they've only had 5.
Yeah, 50 inside 50. The Tigers have had 11. Back in the middle, Jaden Short just hacks it off the ground. Kicks it inside 50. Sicily over around the footy. Tom Lynch couldn't pick it up cleanly either. Allowed Jarman Impey for the Hawks. Hand pass to Warple. Works it through the hands of Hardwick and now to Newcomb. Off the outside of the boot. Kicks out towards O'Meara on the southern wing. One-on-one with Rioli. Tries to fend him off. That's Dan Rioli. Works it to the advantage of McGuinness. And now the reinforcements arrive. Bramble tried to take on Dan Rioli. Got past it in the hand pass to McGuinness. Back to Newcomb at right half back. Kicks around the wing. O'Meara takes them up between wing and half forward.
O'Meara goes short with the kick to Gunston. One of only 2 premiership players in this side for Hawthorn today. The other one, Luke Bruce, with Liam Shields again in emergency. Gunston hooks his kick to the hot spot. They all climb. Kaczynski marks in front, and it's going to be paid. Mitch Lewis went to ground after contact behind all of that. And Kaczynski will shoot for the Hawks here at centre half forward, 35 out.
It's almost an unreal attempt, in a sense, if you watched it on TV, but I suppose the umpire didn't pick that up.
All the big trees were down there, and Nankervis really never got a play at the ball, as you mentioned, Sellers, with Mitch Lewis flying over the top. And his partner in crime, the other big key forward up front, Jacob Kazitsky. He's 9 straight for the season. So you know exactly what's going to happen with this kick. He hits the post.
I knew that was going to happen, you idiot.
I'm running set plays now, aren't I? It's 1 goal for Hawthorn. They've had 2 posters in all of that. Richmond are 2-3-15. Tigers by 5 points.
You can't believe the poster that thick, can you?
19 minutes into the opening quarter.
You're now starting to think you're mozzing the kicks. Broad brings the Tigers back into play. Kicks towards Revolt. Worked out of it by Lynch illegally, said the umpire. So, in fact, it's going the other way. Lynch was shoved out of it. That's Max Lynch in the eyes of the umpire. Second go. Seeing it the same way Ray was. Max Lynch inside 50 for the Hawks. They're all there. Jay Gromira. Kozicki spoils it down. Bruce stuffed in a tackle by Floston. Locks the footy up 30 metres out from the Tigers, the Hawks goal. Richmond by 5 points.
Our man Chad Wingard hasn't had a disposal as yet in game number 200. Ball up, 30 out from the Hawks goal. A pack forms right at the feet of the ruckman. Short and Max Lynch. Now Nankervis picks it up, shoots a hand pass out to Bruce. Pack forms around him and the ball up again. Same spot. A couple of guys on debut as well, and Biggie Newen and also Sam Butler for the restart. Cochin tracking the footy. Morrison jumps on top of it. Cochin got it out somehow. Hand pass over his shoulder, but Gunston picks it up for the Hawks. Bangs it back deep inside 50. Just pitches inside the boundary line. And out it goes. Forward pocket for Hawthorn. Kicking to the punt road end of the opening term.
This is much better from Hawthorn. Some pressure inside their forward 50. Lock the ball in. A couple of repeat inside forward 50 entries now.
Adam Ramanauskas with you on ABC Sport. Nankervis works it down to the front for the Tigers. To Pickett, it clears the defensive kick 50 with a long kick to the wing. Lynch and Revolt both wrestling. Comes down to the front. Scrimshaw for the Hawks. Hand pass to Morrison. A retreat back to Newcomb. Had to sit underneath it a long time, then dropped it on the third bite. Has enough time to get it back to Impey, who can kick back to Frost, who marks on the back edge of the centre square. Players free in the middle of the ground. Bramble is one of them. Takes the mark. Wraps the footy under his arms and charges forward. Kicks long inside the 50. Kajitsi the target. Biggie Newen spoils it down. Brought it down to the front. Still a chance for the Hawks. McInnes to Max Lynch. Got it to Nash. Right on 50. Long to the goal mouth. Baker 2-on-1. Gunston takes the mark. Top of the goal square for the Hawks.
Well, they've been under pressure for 2 or 3 minutes here at the Hawthorn, the Tigers' defence. It just kept coming out, pushing it out, comes straight back in. They just couldn't keep it, get it out of there and get it into their forward line. They kept peppering, and they deserved this.
Jack Gunston just read the flight better from directly in front. Comes in and kicks the Hawks second. And after the Tigers kicked the opening 2 goals of the match, now all of a sudden the Hawks have kicked the last 2 and they're back in front by a point. 2-4-16 to the Tigers 2-3-15. Rammer?
So Sellers, Jack Gunston's direct opponent for the first 20 minutes of this game has been Biggie Newen. Now, athletically, Biggie is as good as anybody you'll see, but what Gunston's one of the smartest forwards that you'll find in our last decade of football. So Gunston has now had 4 possessions. He's had a couple of inside forward 50s and a goal. But just watching the way Gunston's taking him around that 0 to 80 Sellers, Gunston's finding space. So it's a great lesson for the young man.
It's about taking him where he doesn't want to go.
Correct.
That's exactly what it's about.
Hawks by 1. Second lead change of this opening quarter. So back in the middle, Prestia paddles the footy out in front of him, then gains possession. Hand pass out to Pickett on the wing. To whacks it forward, back to Prestia's advantage, but Newcomb gets there first. He's tackled by Prestia. Taken to ground and a ball up half forward for Richmond. Wet morning in Melbourne, but no rain as yet in this opening quarter. Floodlights on. You can't see any blue sky at all. From the ball up, and it's back out of play. No one gaining clean possession. There was no late change either, so Connor McDonald for Hawthorn and Shane Edwards for Richmond, the 2 subs.
Match in Tassie about to get underway in a couple of minutes' time. There is a late change there. Jai Simpkin is out for the North Melbourne side. Kyron Hayden comes in. Charlie Lazaro and Horatio Fantasia, the subs. Dan Curvis gets the clearance for the Tigers. Long kick inside 50 over the head of his fellow ruckman Soldo. Lynch scraps forward. Tom Lynch gathers. Now he needs to finish in the left forward pocket. Puts it to boot and kicks his second. Tigers so dangerous when the ball hit the ground. And Tom Lynch showing his versatility not only in the air but at ground level as well. Richmond immediately take back the lead. They lead by 5 points. 3-3-21 to the Hawks. 2-4-16. 23 minutes gone, first term.
That's good work by Lynch. He's 6'6" or 6'7", if you want to call it that. Big man. He picks up the ball when there's 4 or 5 around him, gets through a bit of traffic, and then finishes it off. With Rewald up there as tall as well. I mean, they were terrific in that area there. They just keep pushing it in there, pushing it in. They are an interesting pair, Lynch and Rewald.
As Clinch mentioned it, the Baker's dozen in the 2 weeks leading in and 2 already in the opening quarter. It's up to 29 for the season. It's the Coleman medal leader after 8 rounds, 2 clear of Charlie Curnow. Third lead change of the opening quarter. Tigers by 5, back in the middle. Hit out there for Max Lynch, but Richmond first disposal. Prestia to Graham. Hand pass away to Dan Rioli off the back of the square. Kicks for guess who? Tom Lynch. The Dukes up overhead. Clunks up left half forward in front of Sicily for the Tigers.
You remember that purple patch that Justin Kaczynski had all those years ago? He had a month of football where I reckon he had 12 Brownlow votes. It's just what it feels like with Tom Lynch at the moment. He's into the 3rd week of it now.
Do you reckon Richmond's just worked it out? Just kick it to him.
Just kick it to Tom.
Play like Wayne Carey.
Yeah.
He's extremely confident.
Yeah, no doubt.
Now to finish here on the set shot. You give him 30 for the year already. Tom Lynch. Set shot fades badly. Misses everything all the way out to the right. So no score. Score remains the same. Richmond by 5 points, approaching quarter time at the G.
He's definitely still got some room for improvement, though, doesn't he? He's set shots on goal. He's leaving a few out there.
That was a 50-metre kick.
There's no perfect footballer, Clinchy.
Will Day brings the Hawks out of defence, up to Max Lynch, who's sliding down low on his knees, takes the mark.
Sellers and I were close, but just not quite perfect.
I was never perfect, and I'll never be.
I'm sure we could ask your better half, and they would give us different stories. A long kick from Lynch. That's Max Lynch up to the wing. Mitch Lewis competes, can't take it. Jack Graham, great pick-up for the Tigers. Retreats back to Rioli. Equally a good pick-up. They're giving out ground, though. Back to Graham, and now Nash got him. Gets the hand pass away. Gunston spins out of the tackle on 50. Chips it in for Bruce. Takes the mark and caught McIntosh as he was able to claim the mark to his chest. And a few Hawthorn players are coming in to remonstrate as well.
Graham should have gone towards the boundary, not towards the middle of the ground as he tried to do. And that's your friend.
I think it's time now to put either Broad or Grimes on Gunston. I know, okay, Gunston's only kicked the goal, but he's just looking very dangerous around his forward 50. He's lost at the moment.
A goal in every game for Luke Bruce so far in 2022. And he returns the Hawks back into the front. A shootout in the opening term here at the MCG. 3-4-22, the Hawks to Richmond 3-3-21. 26 minutes gone, opening term on ABC Sport.
Yeah, and I don't say that with any disrespect because Jack Gunston has led many players on a merry dance throughout his career, but it's just looking all. So Gunston involved there, and Biggie's nowhere near him. So it was a terrific kick inside forward 50 to Bruce there, but Gunston's a confidence player. That's how he's always played his football, Sellers.
They put him on a very experienced player, this Biggie guy.
So they've changed it.
They've changed it now.
Oh,
exactly.
No, they're going back. Broad. I thought Broad was going there.
Lewis, he's gone to Lewis. As you know, no, he's on Gunston. And Gunston's actually running amok.
Yeah.
It's a steep learning curve for the 20-year-old in Biggie Newen. Centre break here for Richmond as a clearing kick comes from Nankervis, but it's a turnover. Day takes the intercept mark, back edge of the square for Hawthorn, gives it to Newcombe. Dangerous kick towards the outer wing, forces the turnover as Baker picks it up for Richmond, kicks out wide, wanted Shea Bolton, missed him. And
no, it's free kick.
Skids
out of play, and the umpire says, chuck it in.
Skill error.
Between wing and half forward here for the Tigers.
Do they allow for that?
Port have kicked the first goal in Hobart. They are 1 straight 6, North Melbourne yet to score.
Toss back in, Nankervis and Max Lynch tangle. Lynch knocked it to the front for Jager O'Meara, who can't keep it alive as it goes out of play, and a boundary throw in. So Hawthorn by a point after the Tigers kick the opening 2 goals of the match. The Hawks have reasserted themselves with the next 3 and the next 4 goals. And all of a sudden, we've had 4 lead changes in the opening term and a pretty good contest. Nankervis wins down the tap. Straight towards Nash of the Hawks. Got it to O'Meara. Feeds the hand pass to Newcombe at half back. Can retreat back by hand to Morrison and then back to Newcomb. Hard against the boundary, drew an opponent, got it to Morrison, some space. Kicks towards half forward. Mitch Lewis crashes the pack, Moore gathers for the Hawks, got it to Wingard. Kicks towards Krzyzewski down low. Did he have it? No. Play on's the call. Over the top now, Noah Bolter and Grimes as they lock the footy in. Just 35 metres out from the Hawks' goal.
Oh, no, dropped it.
Hawks by 1. Again, we wait for the arrival of the ruckman as Max Lynch and Toby Nankervis, the last two at the stoppage. And they both get a piece of it on the way down. Nankervis follows up for Richmond. Hand pass to McIntosh. Away to Prestia. Kicks off the back flank. Wanted Martin. Newcomb spills off his fingertips. Now Dusty's got it. Hand pass to Graham. Tumbles a kick for Richmond through the middle of the G. But Day chops it off for Hawthorn. Long kick to half forward. Lewis climbs up. Grimes goes to spoil. Down Rioli. Neat hands away towards Pickett off the back flank.
Up towards Tom Lynch, wrestling with Sicily. Sicily brought it down to ground. Lynch tries to keep it alive around the boundary line. It's seen out. And a throw in front of the members stand here at the MCG. Hawthorn leading by a point. Now, Ray Chamberlain's issuing some warnings here. Or is it a free kick? I think it's a free kick. He's pointing to Tom Lynch, so I can assume it's only for what he might have said as he ran past.
Why?
Well, because we're trying to stamp out umpire dissent.
Oh.
So
Should mic them all up then. Yeah. See how they go.
Newcomb went short, scrim short. Takes it left half back. He's going to switch back inside the defensive 50. Hardwick sees it out to Denver. Granger Barras. He can drive it up towards Dylan Moore at right half forward, and the Hawks are away.
So Moore can kick inside the forward 50 at the drop. Bruce. Fair bit of closing speed. Got there in the end, just in front of the traffic coming from the other direction. And Luke Bruce can shoot at centre half forward. 35 out for the Hawks.
Not one Tiger picked up anybody around that wing, and all of a sudden an easy kick inside. Bruce was on his own, 10 metres clear. Easy mark.
4 lead changes already in this opening quarter. The Tigers did lead by as many as 12 points after kicking the first 2 of the game. Luke Bruce, the sharp shooter, pokes it through. And Hawthorn had their biggest lead of the afternoon. Hawks by 7. Half-hour mark opening quarter. Hawthorn 4-4-28. Richmond 3-3-21. Hawks have kicked 4 of the last 5 goals in the game.
Well, we're seeing something that they can do well. They're starting to play well as a team. They're finding space. They move. They actually take their players to where they don't want to go. Sometimes they spread them wide. And all of a sudden there was so many players without an opponent. Richmond sort of have lost their way. They think they're going to beat these guys easy. Well, this is not going to be an easy game for you. They've hit the front. They've moved the ball well. They've scored well up and forward. They've got some really good players. Gunston and Bruce are really experienced in the forward line. They know how to organise, and they've done it really well. It's a good lead and a really good start by the Hawks.
What was the inside 50s at one stage? 11-4 or something?
11-4.
Yeah. Now all of a sudden Hawthorn have levelled that up. 13-14.
Yeah.
Hawthorn by 7 points. Max Lynch follows up his ruck work. Hacks it inside 50. Gunston comes charging out. The siren sounds just as Dylan Moore cromed it.
Jack Gunston.
And Gunston is a little bit proppy on his right ankle.
That's not what you want, Hawthorn fans.
So he's still down on all fours. There's plenty of teammates come around him. And the trainers are eventually rushing out to him now. So Jack Gunston with a goal so far in that first quarter. 2 to Luke Bruce and Jaguar O'Meara, the other goal scorer for the Hawks. Meanwhile, for the Tigers, 2 goals to Tom Lynch and Jack Revolt, the other goal scorer. And Jack Gunston is still there with a trainer either side. The doctor has now made his way out as well. Sore. And this is a sour note for the Hawks to end a promising opening term.
God, it's missed so much footy. Barely played at all in 2021. And he's just limping with the trainers. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll get Lauren Borden downstairs to keep an eye on him as well. So Jack Gunston limping here at quarter time. It's the Hawks by 7 points. Hawthorn 4-4-28. Richmond 3-3-21. Meanwhile in Hobart, we're 5 minutes in. Port Adelaide by a point. 1-1 over North Melbourne. 1 straight. On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital, this is Grandstand AFL.
Can art and creativity heal invisible wounds?
It takes a lot to come out and talk about mental health.
Now, a unique social experiment hosted by Natalie Bassingthwaite harnesses the healing quality of art.
All will be revealed.
To find out if art can build a brighter future for our mental health.
I think you found your thing. You've nailed it.
Space 22 starts Tuesday night on ABC TV or log in to stream on ABC iView.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL. On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
10 for Granger Barras. And the Hawks sends a hand pass away to Newcomb. Newcomb, surge kick down to half forward. O'Meara at the drop, hugs him to his chest. They're all streaming back towards goal. Pops it to the top of the goal square. It may bounce through. O'Meara with the long-range goal.
It's long inside the 50. Kajitsi the target. Biggie Newen spoils it down. Brought it down to the front. Still a chance for the Hawks. McInnes to Max Lynch. Got it to Nash. Right on 50. Long to the goal mouth. Baker 2-on-1. Gunston takes the mark. Top of the goal square for the Hawks. Jack Gunston just read the flight better from directly in front. Comes in and kicks the Hawks second. Curvis gets the clearance for the Tigers. Long kick inside 50 over the head of his fellow ruckman Soldo. Lynch scraps forward. Tom Lynch gathers. Now he needs to finish in the left forward pocket. Puts it to boot and kicks his second.
Two more can kick inside the forward 50 at the drop. Bruce. Fair bit of closing speed, got there in the end, just in front of the traffic coming from the other direction. Luke Bruce, the sharpshooter, pokes it through.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
So Hawthorn with 4 of the last 5 in the game. They lead it by 7 points at quarter time over Richmond. Saturday afternoon footy. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clench, Adam Ramanauskas, Mark McClure and Lauren Borden on the boundary. Lauren, concerns over Jack Gunston.
Yes, certainly. It took him about 3 minutes just to get from where he went down with that right ankle injury to the huddle. All the doctors and physios came around him, and one doctor has just walked him straight down into the rooms. He doesn't look good at all, so we'll get properly checked out in the rooms, but not looking good at the moment for Gunston.
Thanks, Lauren. Adam Ramanauskas, Mark McClure.
He was playing really well, Gunston. So the matchup just wasn't right, as we discussed throughout that first quarter with Biggie Newen. So the siren had unfortunately went when Gunston went into that contest, but he was already committed to it. So it's nobody's fault. It's just really unlucky. Hopefully, Sellers, they can.
He had a hand in 3 goals.
Oh, he did. He was terrific in that first quarter. Hopefully, they can strap it up really, really tight. We spoke in that first quarter, Clinchy. You mentioned it. Inside 50s were 11 to 4. Sorry, at one stage. Now they're 14 apiece in that to finish that quarter, and that's what Hawthorn will do. They'll give you the chance because of their ball movement. If their ball movement is precise, they score. If it's just a little bit off, they turn it over, and because they've committed so many numbers forward, it goes back the other way, and it's quite easy to score against Hawthorn. Tom Lynch, again, is too big for Sicily.
Too big for everyone.
Sicily's a brilliant player. Oh. There's no denying that, but Tom Lynch is too big for him. So there's a couple of high balls there where Sicily just simply couldn't get a fist in there. So Lynch is in terrific form. So how Richmond continue to isolate him through this quarter, but how obviously Hawthorn now try to defend him, I think, throughout this game becomes really, really interesting. Do you swap the matchup? Do you put Frost on Lynch, who is more of a shoulder-to-shoulder defender and has got the height, or do you remain with Sicily?
It's an interesting call because Sicily's a powerful kick. And
but he's more of a layoff.
Yeah, and he's better off as an intercept marker. Correct. And all those sorts of things. So Frost on him. Would Frost actually... He might kick more.
Yeah, maybe.
But they've picked their side. They know what they're doing. And let me tell you, they're leading the game at this stage. And I love the way they battled away in this game because, to me, they didn't look like they were ever going to get anywhere for a while there. And Lynch has had a couple, and Jack's got one. And, and all of a sudden, they go bang, bang, bang with Bruce and Gunston, who are the two, and Amira. They're all experienced players, and that's the ones you want to do. But the rest of the team just keep following in. They're not... Richmond aren't giving them any respect, I can tell you now. They're not actually picking up any opponents at any stage. They just think they're going to roll over the top of them because they beat Collingwood last week quite comfortably. And they had a pretty good start to the game. It's different. They're fighting. They're having a go. And I love the way that they work. I love the way that they've got through. Newcomb's the one for me. I love the way he works in the middle of the ground. He's tough, he's strong. There's a bunch of kids in the middle of that ground against a very experienced side, and they've done extremely well in the clearance area. It's Richmond 11-6, okay, but that's in the clearance area. But around the ground, they're pushing and shoving, and they're back into it right now.
So 11-6 those clearances, Rama, 6-2 in the centre bounce clearances. So Richmond are winning at the contest.
Yeah.
Hawthorn are trying to expose them on the outside.
Uncontested football, Hawthorn are playing.
Hawks by 7 points. Second quarter underway. Soldo wins the hit out in the middle. O'Meara puts his head over it, got it out to Max Lynch, but the Hawks retreating. Lynch hand pass, high ball for O'Meara, tries to paddle it down and does well to Nash. Lays the Shepherd in the block on Prestia. The kick from Nash towards the southern wing. Grimes bowled over. Oh, head-on contact. Bruce put his head over it, and Pickett recklessly came sliding in. Got him high, and Luke Bruce with a couple in that opening term can send the Hawks inside 50 again. Wingard works his way to the front and marks overhead. And Chad Wingard, who's had just one kick in the game so far, in his milestone match, marks at left half forward for the Hawks.
He just didn't have a direct opponent going into that contest, Wingard, so he was able just to fly for the ball. I'm looking. Dylan Grimes has been his matchup. I don't know. Oh, there he is. There he's standing on the point post.
Chad Wingard in the long sleeves for the Hawks in game number 200. He's got a goal to celebrate. Pumps his fist, and he's mobbed by everyone in brown and gold on the playing arena. Hawthorn all of a sudden taking over. They've kicked 5 of the last 6. We're 70 seconds into the second term. Hawthorn 5-4-34. Richmond 3-3-21.
That was an uncontested mark.
Yeah, it was in the end.
There was a little pack there. He just jumped in front of him, took an easy one, went back and finished it off. And that's the best part about it. They've kicked multiple goals in a row now, Hawthorn. I think they've kicked the last 3, haven't they?
5 of the last 6,
5 of the last 6. And they're on a run, and they're moving the ball well. I think the Tigers better take a bit of a notice of what's going on here and start to sharpen up a bit and stop thinking that they're an opportunity to win another premiership, because they're just not at the moment.
And the last 3 in the match, the way of the Hawks. Mark McClure with you on ABC Sport. Hawthorn stretch it to a 13-point lead. Back in the middle, Max Lynch wins down the tap against Soldo. Socket off the ground by Nash, gets it to half forward. Baker used his body to get rid of his opponent in Moore. A chance still for the Tigers through Dusty Martin. He sockers it out to the members wing. McIntosh flicked it up for Richmond to Cotchin. Loose ball in dispute. Max Lynch couldn't pick it up. Dusty just knocks it on. O'Meara puts his head over the footy for the Hawks. Got the hand pass to Hardwick. Now to Will Day on the members wing. Drives a high ball towards 50. Mitch Lewis, it's over his head. Grimes couldn't take the mark. Broad gets the hand pass away to Baker. And now the Tigers with a bit more space. Not a great kick though. Hacks it up to the wing. Soldo got a hand onto it. Denver, Granger, in fact it's Frost who breaks away. Great agility. Works it to Bramble and back to Hardwick.
Hardwick wants to give it back to Frost, and he marks at full stretch just forward of the wing. Sam Frost now 34th consecutive game for the Hawks. It's the longest streak of any Hawthorn player. Just for a guy at his third club, who's a fringe player in the past, holding it down in this Hawthorn team. Kicks to half forward. Vloster knocks it back to the boundary line, and it's out of play. 55 out from the Hawks goal. Meanwhile in Hobart, only 15 and a half minutes into the opening term. Port Adelaide by 8 points. And Power 2-2-14. North 1 straight 6. Taking plenty of time to spin this ball in here. Half forward for Hawthorn. Hawthorn.
Shallow throw in. Soldo from behind. Ran it down. Here's Chad Wingard on 50. Long towards the goal mouth. Kajitsky in a wrestle with Biggie Newen. And in the end, the cavalry arrived. And Dylan Grimes takes the mark for the Tigers. Stepped off his lines. A call to play on. Butler charges at him. Has enough time to chip it to the right back pocket where Nick Flostone takes the mark. Can link it over the top to Noah Bolter. We heard from Adam Kingsley in the lead-up how important he's been to Richmond's defence. That's a poor kick. Kicked it straight to Finn McGuinness, and the Hawks take it back at left half forward.
McGuinness can pump it back inside 50. High ball, trying to work his way to the front. Kosicki had to run an arc, but got to the drop of the ball first and takes it overhead. He'll shoot from 40 out straight in front.
Showing no respect.
Yeah, well, you're probably right. Yeah, so what happens there is Kosicki has no body contact going into that contest, and finally Broad finds him. It's too late. He's just too tall for him.
So he's 9 goals and 1 poster for the year. Jacob Kosicki from straight in front. He's got his kicking boots on. Make it 10-1 on the year. And Hawthorn are off and running. They've kicked the last 4. 4.5 minutes into this second term. Hawks now by 19 points over Richmond, who kicked the first 2 of the game. Hawthorn 6-4, Richmond 3-3. ABC Radio and Sport Digital, Mark McClure and Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, it's been a terrific start to this quarter. 4 inside 50s to 0, and the clearances, which was starting to become a little bit of an issue for Hawthorn. They're 3-0 to start this quarter, so they've really worked out that area of the game. 17 disposals to 9, and some reward on the scoreboard with those 2 goals. But I really like that mark and finish. But I like where the kick goes, Sellers.
Top of the square.
A lot of the time now we see the kick go to that sort of forward pocket. It's more a kick to safety. So that kick goes into a dangerous spot. Kaczynski's able to take the mark.
Adam Ramanauskas with you on ABC Sport. Soldo one down the tap in the middle. Cochin sockers it off the ground to half forward. Lambert gathers, feeds it back to Cochin in the middle of the ground. Now to Jack Graham, who kicks inside 50. Tom Lynch the target. Massive shove on Sicily.
That's not in the back.
Justice Lynch. I think he knew the whistle was coming, so he tried to kick it quickly forward to Jack Revolt. It allows the Tigers to get players back as James Sicily has to go and retreat his own footy.
Is that rule back in now?
Well, I think if that one wasn't
Push it
paid,
back.
we might have had 22 players giving the umpire
It's only
consent.
been in for 150 years. No one ever sees it.
Sicily, the acting captain in the absence of McAvoy, goes long to Kaczynski, who leaps up. Newen with the spoil. Back inside the centre square. Sharp hand pass from O'Meara. And there's a free kick again here. It's going to go Hawthorn's way, and the advantage is applied. So Day gives it to Warple, kicks to half forward. Lewis up strong, can't complete the mark. Got it out anyway to McGuinness, 60 from home, kicks for Kaczynski. Leaps up, no mark, he's getting a free. There was a high tackle, and it's going to go Kaczynski's way. He's 20 metres out, just left of centre, and he can kick 2 in a minute.
They certainly put some heat on the Tigers, haven't they?
Well, the quick ball movement is what's catching Richmond out at the moment. So they're going inside their forward 50, the Hawks, particularly this quarter, and late in that first quarter, getting a lot of one-on-one contests.
Hawks lost Gunston at quarter time, and they still look threatening going forward. He's out with an ankle complaint, and Kaczynski starting to take over. He bangs another one through. Hawks are in rhythm, and the Tigers are on the ropes. 7-4-46, Richmond 3-3-21, 7 minutes into the second term. And remembering the Tigers kicked the first 2 of the game, so from that point on, Hawthorn have kicked 7 of the last 8. Staggering turnaround. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Jack Gunston has just emerged from the rooms. He's doing a bit of zigzag running on the boundary line to test out his ankle. Connor McDonald was warming up a little bit, so I think he'll still have a try going back on the field, but we'll see how he goes.
Oh, they're just dominating this quarter, absolutely dominating every area in this game, and anyone who discounts them have another think about it, because up forward they've got some big boys who can mark. They've had Kaczynski's taken a couple of ripping marks up there. Wingard took a mark and kicked a goal. They've continued to pepper the right area, put it to the right spots, make it dangerous for the opposition.
They've had 24 disposals of 13, and they kicked 3 goals, so they've been very efficient in the middle of the ground. Cochin gets a clearance. Hand pass to Shea Bolton. Sends Richmond deep into attack. Sicily comes from the side. Big punch. Spoils it down. McIntosh gathers 50 out from the Tigers' goal. Screws it back over his shoulder. Rewald has to compete. It comes to Granger Barras. Hand pass into the path of Rioli. Socket off the ground by Graham. That'll work. He's able to steer it through the major opening. And the Tigers will take it any way it came. Whether there was a deflection on the way through, they might have a double check, but it seemed like he was able to get it through the hands and through the major opening.
We like those ones from outside the 18-yard box.
Yep.
It's a battle though, isn't it? Whew. It's a battle to get it there.
Importantly, it'll be the Tigers' first goal since the 23-minute mark of the opening term. It comes almost at the 9-minute mark of the second. Hawthorn 7-4-46 to the Tigers 4-3-27.
No, it's an easy goal. Just kicked it off the ground. Graham was there. It was explained beautifully by the boys, but it's a battle for them. Everything's a battle for the Tigers at the moment. It's tough. It's hard. There's numbers around, and you can see more numbers of the Hawthorn jumper than anyone else. So that's why it's difficult.
9 minutes into this second quarter, so Hawthorn by 19. Meanwhile, in Hobart, Port Adelaide already by 22 points. 4-4 over North Melbourne, 1 straight. So that's time on first quarter action there in Hobart. Back in the middle, Bolton soccers it forward for Richmond. Day picks it up, takes on the tackler. Short's got him. Ball and all tackle. Umpire says holding the ball.
Took him a while.
Free kick for Jaden Short. Day picked it up as if he was planning to burst straight through Short's tackle.
Can he kick this?
He's a long kick of the footy. He decides just to lay it up to the top of the goal square. Lynch down there, beats them all, skids out of play. Forward pocket for Richmond. Jack Gunston hurting his ankle, limping off at quarter time. As Lauren said, he's back running up and down the boundary line, and looks like he's not too far away from coming back out, which is good news for Hawthorn, who already lead it by 19.
Toss back into play. Nankervis got it down to Tom Lynch, tackled immediately by Frost. Umpire says he has no opportunity to get rid of it. He'll throw it up. Had Tom Lynch and Darcy Moore last week. Looking forward to Tom Lynch and James Sicily this afternoon. Great battle between the two. Taken out of the ruck by Nankervis. Swinging shot on goal as he was tackled. How's that from Nat the Tank? Doing his best work himself. Don't worry about the Rovers. I'll just take it out of the ruck and finish the job myself. A captain's moment from Toby Nankervis. All of a sudden, the Tigers are able to put two on a row in 2 minutes. And the margin is back to 13 points, Hawthorn's way. 7-4-46 the Hawks to the Tigers, 5-3-33. That was something special from Toby Nankervis.
Toby Nankervis could do that 100 times again, and he would not kick the goal.
How do you know?
Because I know.
He's a ruckman.
You said for many, many years, Sellers, with me about ruckman. But it was terrific. It was a show of strength, I think, with Max Lynch. And Nankervis was able to win that battle, which you love. I love seeing the ruckman go down inside his forward 50 and be a real influence.
He's a left footer too, so the non-preferred, it's all happening for Nank as Prestia alongside the centre circles. Drives it deep inside 50 again for Richmond, but Sicily's back and beats Tom Lynch here in the one-on-one. Kicks out wide. Moore should get there first, and he does. Closed down by Baker. Hand pass along the boundary line. Moore was cleaned up. The hip and shoulder from Pickett, who didn't miss him. And Moore picks himself up, but boy, that was a big hit. Tigers win the footy. And Baker to Prestia, and now a short kick to Jaden Short between wing and half forward, long to the top of the goal square. Lynch has a run at it. They all fall down. Jack still going in the goal square and pops it through for his second. And Richmond have turned momentum here at the G. 3 in a row for the Tigers, and Hawthorn's lead cut to 7 points. The Hawks are 7-4-46, Richmond to 6-3-39, 12 minutes into the second term. I feel like I'm still feeling the hit that Dylan Moore copped up here.
It was a beauty. It was cleaned him up. It knocked the wind out of him. He got himself up, though. He trotted away, and well done to him. But Jack Rewald comes on the end of that one. Sometimes it just falls in your hands, and Jack was just running past. He didn't know if he was going to get it or not, but gee whiz, he did. And it gives them a chance. They're back in the game again. They're now only 7 points behind at this stage. So they were well down, nearly in the 20s, weren't they?
Yeah, it's a luxury when Tom Lynch is so dominant.
Yeah,
everyone's going to go to him,
absolutely.
aren't they? 2 or 3 opponents there, and Jack Rebolt was able to capitalise his second goal. And after all of a sudden, the Hawks got out by 25 points. It's back to 7. Shea Bolton gets the clearance for the Tigers. Hurries a kick inside 50. Scrimshaw couldn't take the mark. Little toe poke from Lambert, sliding through with Shea Bolton once more. He might still get on the end of it. Brushes a tackle. Hand pass to Pickett. Taylor's the tackle was that high. Umpire says no, and he'll pull it up. 35 metres out from the Tigers' goal. That was great intensity from both sides. Day one direction, Pickett the other. In the end, I think the umpire made the right call.
Hawks are getting bullied around the ball at the moment. A ball up here inside the forward 50 for Richmond. Head over at Lambert. Pack forms around him. Comes out the back door. Now Granger Barras and Dustin Martin both sit on it. And the umpire eventually says, I'll have it. They've kicked 3 goals in really 4 minutes. Richmond to go from 25 down to now 7 down. 13 and a half played second term. Momentum with the Tigs. Max Lynch swats it down and then follows it up. Tries to get a kick away. It's smothered. Ricochets to Dusty. Bullet-like pass trying to hit up Rewald. Can't get it to him. And the Hawks can mop up through Impey. Pokes a pass wide to Max Lynch. And the ruckman marks on the back flank for the Hawks. Swings a hand pass out to Morrison. And Morrison kicks down the wing in the Gunston direction, who's back out there.
Well, that'll test him.
He's not too good either.
And he's trying.
Skids out of play, but he wasn't moving too freely. He's got Biggie Newen for company, as he has done all day. Hawks by 7.
Jack Gunston's gains based on his agility. So there's going to be a great test of this ankle.
Thrown back in. Nankervis one down the tap against Max Lynch. Got it to Prestia. Hand pass to Lambert for the Tigers. Kicks towards Tom Lynch. Spoiled away by Sicily. Graham hit it with speed. Tapped by Sicily. Great tackle. Umpire circles and he'll pull it up. Sicily showing he's going to lead with the same aggression that he's played most of his career. That was a great tackle on Jack Graham.
Port by 28 points, closing in on quarter time. That game in Hobart against North. We'll keep you updated there, and we have a ball up in the same spot here. Still half forward for Richmond.
Where Richmond are doing some real damage in this game is centre bounce clearances. It's 11-4 in their favour. So that territory that Richmond are gaining through that's got them back into this.
Lynch wins it down, but Lambert hands it to Prestia. Floats a kick inside 50. Rewalt can't mark and then dumps Morrison in the tackle. Ball spits out. Shea Bolton takes the advantage. Kicks the goal.
Oh, no.
No, the free's going the other
50.
way. So it's a dump tackle against Rewalt. So free kick for Morrison, and because Bolton kicked the goal, as you said, Sellers, it's now 50 back the other way, and the Hawks will take it up to halfway.
Footy's got to retrieve from the crowd as well.
I'm not... free
That's
kick,
a show
Sellers?
of dissent, is it?
Free
Kick and a
kick?
goal.
No.
It's actually a very good game, this, at the moment.
It is indeed. Harry Morrison for the Hawks, inside 50. Grimes flies uncontested. And the co-captain takes the mark.
You can't have that. You
Round
can't
into
do that.
Wingard, had to give the hand pass to Blawson. He just got around Nash. Hand pass to Baker, still inside the defensive 50. Short to Dan Rioli.
Yeah,
He can
there
get
they
the
go.
hand pass to Butler. Here's the Tigers movement. Thought about the hand pass now. Kicks towards Lynch at half forward. Tom Lynch pulls it in with one hand. Hand pass out to Mark Dussy on 50. Little fumble. Will Day tries to scrap with him. The ball spills clear. Scrimshaw, footy locked up. Jack Revolt, great tackle. Hawks given the benefit of the doubt. And Newcomb with a clearing kick out to left half back. He finds Mitch Lewis. Possession number 12 for Jay Newcomb.
Surely in the mix as a rising star.
Absolutely.
Possible winner this year with Nick Dacos in what is going to be another rich class. The kick from Lewis finds Sam Butler. Man on debut, the brother of St Kilda's Dan. And number 30 for Hawthorn goes short to Impey. No one stands the mark and off he trots. Impey can just kick a high bomb to centre half forward for Hawthorn. Grimes and Kaczynski, they all fly. Slips out the back though to Bolter for Richmond. Sweeping Polyfarmer, hand pass away to Lambert. Takes a bounce off the back flank for Richmond. Looks up ahead to Rewalt. The kick's too wide for him. There with Frost, close to the boundary line. Frost should get there first. Paddles it to his own advantage. Collects, pushes off Rewalt, but he's out of play. And a boundary throw in half forward for Richmond, and not a bad result in the end for the Tigers. 7-point lead for Hawthorn, 17 played second term.
3 goals apiece so far in this second quarter. Hawthorn by 7. As the umpire set to throw it back in. Tigers in attack. Floodlights on here at the MCG on a rather cloudy day. We're expecting a bit of rain throughout the afternoon. From the throw-in, Scrimshaw got it to Max Lynch, who cleverly hacked it forward. It might work up to the wing. Although good tackle laid by McIntosh on O'Meara. Ball spills clear. Dan Rioli gathers for the Tigers. Looks towards half forward. Shea Bolton marks on his chest. He's still 60 out from home. Thought he had one a few moments ago, only to find out the free kick had been paid. Shea Bolton called to play on. So from right half forward, kicks a high ball to the top of the goal square of Arnsoldo's gone down there off hands. It's through for a minor score. A 6-point lead, Hawthorn's way, 18 minutes gone, second term.
So Lynch is off the ground.
Tom Lynch.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't think there's much wrong with him, just sitting on the pine for the time being, but you got Lauren to keep an eye on him. Sicily with the long kick to the wing. Lewis had a hand on it. Spills down to Biggie Newen for Richmond. Hand pass inside the middle of the ground for Lambert. Kicks inside forward 50. Rewalt the target. Climbs, can't take the mark. Spills down underneath McGuinness. He went without it. Shea Bolton collects. Hand pass to Dan Rioli. On the run from half forward. Rioli bangs it through from behind. Over the big wind-up. He was always looking for home and a minor score. Now 7-4 to... What is it? 6-5. Hawthorn by 5 points. 19 played in the second term. Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Not good news for Hawthorn. Jack Gunston's just made his way to the back of the bench, about to put his jacket on. Connor McDonald ready to go on, so he'll be subbed out. And Jack Gunston out with a right ankle injury.
Oh, thanks, Lauren. Sicily straight down the middle. A chance for the Tigers, though. Sam Butler's there. Gathered by Baker. Hand pass inside the 50. Shea Bolton gathers. Kicks off the outside of the boot to Dusty. Left forward pocket. Puts the foot to the pedal. Opens the angle. And Dusty kicks his first. The Richmond fans at the Punt Road end explode. as all of a sudden the Tigers have kicked the last 4 of the match, and it's back to Richmond in front by a point. What a great arm wrestle we have at the MCG. The Tigers 7-5-47 to Hawthorn 7-4-46. We saw him kick a couple against the Pies last week, Dusty Martin. We know he has an impact when he's back in Richmond colours.
And Shea Bolt's having a big impact in this quarter. He's up to 7 possessions now. He's had 3 score involvements, but it's his work in the front half of the ground. He's not in the middle at the moment. He's playing as a true sort of half forward, small forward at the moment. He's just getting his hands on the ball consistently around that 50-metre arc and making great decisions. He is.
At 7 possessions this quarter alone. Big impact.
Round the grounds, Corb.
Quarter time in Hobart, Port Adelaide by 32 points. So the Power 6-5, North 1-3, and that's just quarter time. Port by 32.
Not good.
Tigers by 1 here, and they're going forward again as Pressia running inside 50, but it's coming back. Free kick for a hold. Pickett just tugging the jumper of Harry Morrison. Free kick for the Hawks. They're getting belted in the centre bounce. Hawthorn, particularly in this second term, as the Tigers have found another gear. Morrison across the back flank, and that'll go out of bounds too. So force another neutral ball as Castagna chases down Scrimshaw out of play. Half forward for the Tigers.
Hawthorn have led a few first quarters, haven't they? They've won a few of those.
Now they won 5 of their 8.
5 of the 8.
Or now, what, 6 of their 9.
And then drama appears.
Thrown back in. Soldo was able to flick it over the back for the Tigers. Jarman Impey runs onto it though for Hawthorn. Drives the kick up to Connor McDonald, the sub into the action. He takes the mark in front of Dan Rioli. Gets the hand pass away to Bramble. Runs to the edge of the centre square. Long kick for Mitch Lewis. Got it with the right hand. Did the body work and was able to pull in the mark.
That's good forward work. Push the player away so he can't get a hand on it. Just with some power, and then just get the ball into your space. Really good stuff.
Despite the class of the Tigers having Bolter and Grimes both there, Mitch Lewis knew exactly where he wanted it. And a chance to add to his tally as Mitch Lewis comes in and steers through the answer for the Hawks. So his first goal of the afternoon after missing the last 3 through hamstring and illness. He's up to 16 goals of the season, and the Hawks are back in front by 5 points. 8-4-52 to the Tigers, 7-5-47. 22 minutes gone, second term, ABC Sport.
So if you win the clearance in the centre bounce, that's what happens to you if you get it up there quickly, because there's not many players in the back half. There's 6 on 6 is what we all talk about. Lewis did an enormous job there. Just pushed his opponent out of the way. Not out, pushed him out of the way. Just nudged him out of the way. Kept his arm free and caught a one-hander on his chest. Really good work, but a good clearance work in the middle of the ground by the Hawks as well. They're still peppering away, still punching on, which is good.
Last player onto the ground is Max Lynch. And the umpire now ready to restart play. Hawthorn back in front by 5. 6 lead changes in the game, 2 in this quarter. There's a free kick for a push, the umpire saying, in the middle against Max Lynch. Soldo will take it for Richmond. Hand pass to Shea Bolton. Kicks inside 50. They come from all directions. Spills down though to Graham. Hand pass out to McIntosh at half forward. Bullet-like hand pass for Morris. And just bounces through his hands and out of play. So a throw in half forward for the Tigers. Quarter time, as I mentioned, in Hobart, Port by 32. So no Dixon, but 4 between Georgiades and Marshall in the opening quarter. So the key forwards kicking 4 of Port's 6.
Toss back in, Soldo and Max Lynch. Lynch taps it down to Impey, who's locked up. Now Sean in Sydney is peppering you on the SMS. Corby, wanting Gunston's injury. Does that mean he'll play next week?
It means he's not ruled out, though, given what we've seen so far throughout the year.
I don't mind where you're coming from, Sean. I think he's less likely than some of the others who've seen subbed out, though.
20% of all players that have been subbed out have played the next week, so 16 of a possible 77 up until round 8.
The passionate portfolio to one member of our team. Connor Nash can't break clear. The umpire will throw it up once more.
Thinking about writing a thesis about it.
You can recover in 7 days.
Normally not from significant injuries or concussion.
Concussion.
Different kettle of fish. Will Day tries to fight for it. Can't bust his way clear.
Didn't realise the sub was a portfolio now.
It is for Corby.
Got some data for you if you want it throughout the day.
We'll let you know.
If it gets boring, we might as well start with it.
So from the boundary throw in, Nash gets a kick down the wing for Hawthorn. Baker pushes it out to McIntosh. Hand pass to Broad of the Tigers, and he's out of play too. So Boundary throwing between wing and half forward for Richmond. Yeah, one of these weeks I'm just going to give up sort of manually keeping what happens with the sub. I'm not sure
it's a good idea.
Anybody cares as much as I do about who plays next week and what it looks like from the boundary.
Go and find a hobby, Corey.
Get a dog.
For the boundary throwing, Lynch wins it down towards Nash. Hooks a kick to half forward. Bolter's in front. Nice work, Lewis. Forced to spoil. Bruce chases out after it. Sockers it inside 50, but it's out of play. And a throw in 40 metres out from the Hawks' goal at the City end. Hawthorn by 5 points. 2 lead changes. The lead swinging on the last 2 goals of this second quarter. Hawks back in front by 5.
I got a little bit obsessed with basketball when I was a youngster, so Mum and Dad made me do ceramics. True story.
Wow.
I won some awards.
There you go. We're going to be touching on that.
Oh,
Finn
my God.
McGuinness gets the clearance, kicks towards the goal mouth. He misses to the left-hand side, a minor score. So the Hawks lead by 6 points, 25 minutes gone. 6 lead changes, is that right, Corby, in the first half?
6 for the game, 2 for the quarter. So Newen out of the defensive 50, kicks to centre half back.
Ceramics?
For Richmond. How old were you at the time?
12 or 13.
I can't imagine the under 13s, under 14s men's ceramics would have been a competitive field.
I won.
But well done on the award.
I won first place at the Royal Adelaide Show.
There you go.
There you go.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
As the ball's out of play
What did you make?
on the wing.
It was a dog. A beautiful.
There you go.
It was
You
beautiful.
should have given it to him.
My parents have still got it.
I was about to say, have you still
Absolutely,
got
my parents have still got it.
Did you do any more ceramics nowadays later in life?
I did a Buddha, I did a vase, I did a wombat. I did a number of things.
That'll do us.
It's quite relaxing.
I've just got that image of Rambo. Anyway, doing the ceramics. What's the movie? Anyway, back to the footy. Here's O'Meara. Yeah, Ghost takes it on half back, kicks up towards Sam Butler. Great mark, sliding down low. Nick Vlauston takes the mark. You might have noticed the tempo has dropped away a little bit. Both sides kicked 4 goals apiece. As
I
Vlauston
think it's
comes
now
inboard.
about getting to half time with
Yes.
not too much damage for both teams.
Martin inboard to Broad, received it back. With the famous number 4 on his back, kicks inside the 50. Shea Bolton 2-on-1. Granger Barras brought it to the front, and Bolton laid the tackle. Great bone-jarring tackle as he locks the footy up. 40 metres out from the Tigers' goal.
Good work by Shea Bolton. He's a small man in that area. He contested the mark and then backed up with the tackle, kept it inside their 50.
6 points, Hawthorn's lead. 27 played in the second term. Ball up centre half forward for Richmond. No clean pick up from the restart. Sicily throws his head back as he's clipped high by Nankervis.
He got up pretty quick for being...
It was a dramatic response, but
unbelievable.
After the free kick, he was straight on his feet, swings it out wide.
Is there a penalty for acting?
To Hardwick. Well, there is. It's under Michael Christian's... Well, really, it's at his discretion whether he wants to enforce a fine or not. Hardwick off the back flank, long kick down the southern wing. Bolter reels it in.
Royce Hart, number 4, Sellers. Royce Hart was number 4.
Royce Hart was number 4.
Interesting question to Neil Barn one day. If you had to pick one, who would you take? Dustin Martin or Royce Hart?
Bolter to Prestia,
here he
to Broad,
is.
short kick to Dusty right on cue. The famous number 4 on his back.
Royce Hart was pretty good in his day.
He
This
was
bloke's
a
very good in
superstar.
this day, I can tell you. Both of them.
Dusty kicks in the Tom Lynch direction. Scrimshaw up strong, takes the intercept mark. Back for Hawthorn.
He's going to switch play to the right back pocket. Morrison has it. Has Sicily running alongside him, so feeds the hand pass boundary side after drawing an opponent. Long kick up to the wing. Kajitsky, Biggie Newen, both there. They tangle in each other. Baker at the back gathers, run down by Warple. Just got the hand pass away to pick it in time. Almost brought down by Sam Butler. Baker gathers.
Give it to someone else.
Hand
That's
pass to
it.
Grimes. Newen links up with Baker off the outside of the boot. It's an ugly kick to half forward. Shea Bolton did well there to compete against Hardwick. Knocked it down. McGuinness over the footy. Morris Rioli toe pokes it towards the goal mouth. Sicily dragged down by Shea Bolton. Morris Rioli still trying to link up with Shea Bolton. Got it to him. Tackled,
Get it out of
dispossessed.
there.
Scrimshaw bounces the ball towards the defensive 50. Graham gets it to pick it for the Tigers. To Dusty. He kicks towards the goal mouth.
I dropped it.
Granger Barras dropped the mark. In fact, it was Frost. Shea Bolton gathers, kicks around his body, and eventually the Tigers do get the goal. Just persistence, and more persistence. Asking the question of the Hawthorn defence as they failed to clear. And Shea Bolton, who is a class of his own, was able to gather and do the rest and scores a level at 8-5-53 apiece through 29 minutes in the second quarter.
So within our game of football now, all coaches talk about forward pressure. That is some of the greatest examples you'll see of forward pressure this year by the Tigers. There was multiple players were involved, particularly Shea Bolton and Morris Rioli Jr. there.
Yeah.
They just continue to harass and tackle. And it's fantastic that Bolton got the goal in the end because he deserved it with his work rate just inside that forward 50 there. Terrific by Richmond, particularly Morris Rioli Jr. and Bolton. Yeah, 5 tackles now for Shea Bolton.
Tigers kick 5 of the last 6 after falling behind by 25 points earlier in the quarter. Back in the middle, Nash runs out after it for Hawthorn, collects, hand pass to McGuinness, hooks a kick to centre half forward for Hawthorn, unkind bounce for Kazitsky. Butler goes over, Broad knocks it on, but straight to Kazitsky. He's tackled, lost it. Butler has a second go at it, put his head down, caught, holding the ball. And the debutant on the other debutant.
Is this his first kick?
And a free kick for Biggie Newen as he locks up Sam Butler. And kicks across the ground.
Well done.
Finds Lambert, Floston rather, hand pass away to Bolter, and he sends his kick down the wing to Broad, logo members side.
Looks towards Dustin Martin, not the best kick towards him. It was able to be spoiled down by Frost. Morris Rioli ran into a dead end as Newcomb tackles him and threw him to the turf. You will not pass me. For as skillful as you are. Oh, that was a statement.
I tell you what, it was a great pickup to get the ball in the first place.
I guarantee you, if Tassie get a team, there's going to be a few phone calls to Puwong to see if there's any other players like Jay Newcomb. Dusty can't get the clearance, stripped, holding the footy. And Hawthorn will take it back through Luke Bramble at centre half back. Scores level at 53 apiece.
He's another guy with an unconventional way onto a list, a pre-season pickup last year in Isaac Smith's old number. As he sends the kick out towards the southern wing, turns it over. Bolton the intercept mark, long to Lynch, one-on-one, trying to reel it in one-handed against Scrimshaw. Gathers the footy off the ground, hooks it to Soldo, who marks on the goal line and pops it through. Richmond are in front. Tom Lynch with all the work in the forward pocket, and Ivan Soldo cashes in from the goal line. Richmond have now kicked 6 of the last 7. They were behind by 25. They're now in front by a goal. 7th lead change of the game. 9-5 to 8-5. Mark McClure, Adam Romanascus.
And then Shea Bolton was in that again. An incredible quarter he's had. But I love the work of Lynch. The kick forward long. He's had 12 possessions in this quarter. Or this to half-time?
Half-time.
To half-time, he's had 12 possessions in this time. But that little kick down to Lynch, and then he just puts it over the top. A little chip to the top of the square. An easy one for Soldo. That's the teamwork you want to see. That's what you want to see from him. But Shea Bolton has been spectacular.
Update in Hobart. Port by 26. 7 minutes into the second term. 6 goals to 2. Make it 7 goals to 2 and make it 32 points Port's way.
Thrown up in the middle now. Curvis doing the ruck work against Kajitsky. Got it down to short. Hand pass to Shea Bolton. Hand pass just a bit too wide for Cochin. And running onto it, Bramble runs through the middle of the ground. Kick partially smothered. A bounce in front of Baker. Couldn't take it. Socket forward by Moore. Into the right forward pocket. Chasing after it, Sam Butler, but worked off it by Biggie Newen. Cleared a path for Broad, who picks it up for the Tigers and kicks to Vlostone, who marks it right half back.
They're looking more settled now, aren't they, the Tigers?
Comfortable. One of their 21 premiership players out there. Vloston to Cochin. Links up with Short. Clever kick out to half forward. Rewalt chasing out after it. No mark. Spills to Short. Hand pass over his to Lambert. Shoots a hand pass over his shoulder to Martin. Trickles towards the boundary line. Dusty keeps it alive. Gives it to McIntosh, to Graham. He's mowed down. Warple with the chase down tackle. And Hawthorn off the back flank as McGuinness finds Kazitsky in the middle.
Hand pass to Wingard, who had to found away past Nankervis. He was dragged down. Ball spills clear. And Nank lays a second tackle, locking the ball up as McGuinness has it stuck to his chest.
Someone's on a shoulder here.
Yeah, it's Scrimshaw. He's with the 2 trainers walking over towards the bench.
Another player who's had a horrible run with injuries.
You want to stay out there. There's 22 seconds remaining in this quarter. They don't want to play one short.
Someone's told him that, so he's still rubbing it, but he's going to stay out there for the minute.
What you got to do is take him down forward there.
Yeah, get him deep.
Get him deep, yeah.
A lot of numbers around this stoppage.
Be smart.
Kajitsky won it down for the Hawks. Cochin couldn't knock it clear.
Throw.
Clever little tap on. Could have been a throw from O'Meara. Warple can't get a disposal away. Down low, Pickett. He can't break clear as Nash is there and O'Meara as well. The umpire throws it up. Still in the middle of the MCG. Richmond leading by 6 points.
Amazing. He's still there, Scrimshaw, trying to work on the shoulder himself while trying to play a defensive role on Morris Rioli from the restart. And they've run out of time.
Great quarter.
Excellent quarter of footy. Great half of footy. Richmond kicked the first 2 goals of the game, and then Hawthorn In a purple patch, were able to rattle off 7 of the next 8. They led it by 25 points at the 9-minute mark of that second quarter. And then it was Richmond's turn. They've kicked 6 of the last 7. And now at halftime, the Tigers lead it by a goal. Had 7 lead changes in the game. 4 in the first quarter, 3 in the second. And a tremendous afternoon of footy so far here at the G. Richmond 9-5-59, Hawthorn 8-5-53. Tigers by 6 points. The goal kickers, first of all for Richmond, 2 each for Rewalt and Lynch, the two-headed monster up front, and then singles for Dusty, Soldo, Nankervis, Bolton and Graham. Meanwhile for Hawthorn, 2 each for Bruce and Kaczynski, and then singles for Lewis, O'Meara, Wingard and Jack Gunston, who was subbed out of the game in that second quarter. Hurt his ankle right on the stroke of quarter time. He came back on, did his best, did a couple of run-throughs, went back out onto the ground. Clearly wasn't right. A couple of minutes later, subbed out of the game. So Connor McDonald's in, while for Richmond their Medi sub is unused. That's Shane Edwards, the Richmond veteran, in game number 290. The two teams making their way off. We're watching Jack Gunston just limp along the boundary line. He's got his boot and sock off on his right foot, so he's had some ice applied to that in the latter stages of the second quarter. Port by 26 points in Hobart, 11 minutes into the second quarter over North. Halftime here, Adam Ramanauskas, Mark McClure on ABC Radio.
Well, that was a 6-goal quarter, the Tigers. 6 goals to 4 in that quarter. So they've actually outscored them in that quarter. They got themselves back into the game. They looked a lot more comfortable. But it came from hard work. The hard work in the middle of the ground was their tackle count 39 to 25. They've actually started to put some work in them. Their clearance work has been stronger as well. The clearance work is where are the clearance? Clearance here is 22 to 16 to 19. So they came from behind in that area and got back in front in that area. And the centre bounce clearance has been strong. And that's been done by Shea Bolton most of the time. And Short and Martin, who's been really dangerous around the ground. He's a clever player. He's a very, very clever player. They are taking control at this moment. They've pushed and shoved. Their forwards are powerful in that area. But they won't go away, the Hawks. They look like they won't go away at this stage. It's half-time in this game. There's not a lot in it. There's only 6 points or something like that in this game. This has been a ripper game. I'm loving every second of it, Rama. Up and down the ground. The contest is always on. It's been well umpired. It's been well looked after. It's been a great game. So looking forward to the second half.
From halfway through the first quarter, the 16-minute mark to the 7-minute mark of the second quarter, Hawthorn kicked 7 of 8 goals. So they had a period of dominance there, and that was through ball movement. That was the only way they'll score, and Jack Gunston was involved in a lot now. He's been subbed out with the ankle injury, unfortunately. So they're missing that goal up forward. Bruce wasn't involved much in that quarter at all for the Hawks. So it looks to me the only way Hawthorn are going to catch Richmond in this game, or catch him out. It's only a goal of difference, I understand that. But it's through ball movement. Going to be quick ball movement. They're going to try to be precise. Mitch Lewis, Kaczynski, try to give them as many opportunities as possible. Richmond, on the other hand, are doing it in all different ways at the moment. Centre bounce dominance at the moment for the Tigers, 14-5. Tackles, harder than Hawthorn at the moment, 39-25. Shea Bolton forward to centre has been absolutely dynamic particularly in that second quarter. He was involved in everything, whether it was delivering the ball inside forward 50 to his teammates or applying pressure with Morris Rioli Jr. He was probably the difference in why Richmond have that 1-goal lead. It got out there to 19 points, and you sort of was scratching your head going, ooh, but then Richmond turned up the heat in the tackle pressure, and they were able just to reel off those, six of the last 7 goals.
Yep.
Yeah, from the 8-minute mark to the end of that quarter. So, and the ball really lived in Richmond's forward half of the ground. So I think for Hawthorn now in this second half, this is where the interesting part is. They've lacked that intensity in second halves. I just wonder if they can crank up the pressure, keep this game close. Teams have dominated Hawthorn through the second halves all this season. Last week, 25-point lead. Essendon run them down quite easily. Richmond now, they're only a goal ahead. Hawthorn just crank up the pressure. Try stay in the game. Try be there at three-quarter time to really make a game of it. The Tigers now, they just got to push. They're going to push and push and push. They understand with Hawthorn what they've been in second halves. So can they now capitalise on that?
Actually, Hawks had 30 more possessions in the first quarter, and then the second quarter they're now behind, 182 to 176. So they actually picked that up and took it away from them.
Thoughts there of Adam Ramanauskas and Mark McClure. The tackle count's an interesting one. So 38-26, as you mentioned, that they're tracking to be above the season average. So the season average this year, competition-wise, is 54.
Yeah,
so
but that's low, isn't it, when you think about
54.
it?
54. I think they're judging tackles differently again. You've actually got to tackle them rather than just putting a hand on them.
So the average tackle count, Sellers, is down 9 on the 2020 season.
Yeah, I know it's dropped and dropped because it's a chip pass game almost.
But yeah, that's. I mean, if the competition averaged 54 and they played 38 and a half, they're
done well.
They're well above it.
The other player who's been pretty good for Richmond has been Liam Baker, who all of a sudden he was averaging sort of 20 disposals last year. He dropped to sort of under 16. Had a really good second quarter there, so he finishes with 14 for the half. So including 9 intercept possessions. So
good quarter.
Yeah, sort of back to his half-back role rather than they were trying to use him as a defensive small forward.
I think I caught a Connor Rosie goal going through that was a behind, so it's still 6-2. Port Adelaide 6-7, North Melbourne 2-5. 26-point lead for Port Adelaide, 16 played in the second quarter. The update there in Hobart. Half-time here at the G, Tigs by 6 points at half-time. Second half action is a few moments away, but first let's see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
Good afternoon, Sarah Hall with the ABC News. Labor leader Anthony Albanese has labelled the Prime Minister Scott Morrison's pledge to change his leadership style as a desperate statement. Here's political reporter Stephanie Dalzell with the story.
In a major campaign shift, Scott Morrison yesterday pledged to take a different approach to being Prime Minister, saying he could be a bit of a bulldozer when it came to certain issues. This morning he sought to clarify that concession, saying the pandemic had forced him to push through to govern effectively.
I've had to take decisions, not all of which were popular, and not all of which people would agree with, and not on every occasion were right.
Anthony Albanese has seized on the comments.
I don't believe this Prime Minister can change. It's a desperate statement.
Both leaders have spent the morning sandbagging marginal seats with just 1 week of campaigning to go.
The Coalition has dismissed a Labor election pledge of almost $1 billion in primary health spending as a train wreck slush fund. Labor's promising to invest $970 million over 3 years, aiming to improve patient access to GPs, decrease pressure on hospitals and better manage complex and chronic conditions. If Anthony Albanese wins the election, he's also promising to create a Medicare task force chaired by the Health Minister and including peak health groups. The pledge has been welcomed by doctors, but Health Minister Greg Hunt argues it lacks detail.
We've seen another day, another train wreck from Mr Albanese. It's ever more clear that he's just not up to it. Today, we've seen $1 billion slush fund.
Authorities say the worst of the rain and flooding in southeast and central Queensland has passed. Light showers are expected today. Major flood warnings remain for areas in Warwick and the Lockyer Valley, but waters are receding. A moderate flood warning is current for Gympie and some inundation is expected in the CBD this afternoon. Queensland's Emergency Services Minister Mark Ryan is urging people to remain vigilant.
Just because the rain is easing though, and this is a really important message for everyone, doesn't mean that the risk has now dissipated. And there is some significant risk still around those river catchments and also in coastal areas.
A 23-year-old man who is the nephew of assassinated crime figure Mahmoud Brownie Ahmad has been shot dead in Belmore in Sydney's southwest this morning. Police were called to Knox Street about 4 a.m. and found a man had been shot in the torso. He died at the scene. 2 cars were found on fire nearby a short time later. Detective Superintendent Darren Bennett says police are determined to stamp out underworld activity.
Clearly got a war of sorts in southwestern Sydney around drug supply and organised crime. That crosses over with inter-family relationships and the like.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says talks are continuing regarding the evacuation of medics and heavily wounded fighters from the Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol. He says mediators are working to ensure safe passage for those still inside the steelworks, which is the last bastion of Ukrainian resistance in the southern port city. Mr Zelensky says there's also been an increase of areas that the Ukrainian forces have deoccupied since the Russian invasion.
As of
Today, we have already deoccupied 1,015 settlements, including 6 in the past 24 hours. We are restoring electricity, water supply, communication, transport and social services there.
There are signs the COVID outbreak in North Korea is worsening, with state media reporting another 21 deaths in the past day. More from the BBC's Jean McKenzie.
At an emergency meeting this morning, Kim Jong-un said this outbreak was the greatest disaster ever to hit the country. More than 500,000 people are now reported to have shown symptoms. North Korea has no vaccines and one of the worst healthcare systems in the world, meaning the spread of COVID could have devastating consequences. Yesterday, South Korea's new president offered to help provide vaccines and medical assistance. Whether the North will accept is a different matter.
And New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern has tested positive for COVID-19. In a statement, her office says she has moderate symptoms after testing positive on a rapid antigen test this morning. Ms Ardern has been in isolation since May 8th, when her partner Clark Gayford tested positive to the virus. Her office has confirmed that she will be required to isolate until May 21st and will undertake what duties she can remotely this week. I'm Sarah Hall and you're up to date with the latest ABC News.
Australia votes.
For the latest on the federal election, go to ABC News Digital.
Policy announcements and how they impact you.
Profiles of every electorate, including yours.
Anthony Green's guide to the key seats.
You Ask, We Answer is back, and you can see what other Australians are asking.
There's our new Get Ready to Vote checklist, plus live blogs and notifications so you won't miss a thing.
For election news that matters to you, go to abc.net.au/Australia Votes or download the ABC News app.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Luke Bruce with a couple in that opening term can send the Hawks inside 50 again. Wingard works his way to the front and marks overhead. Chad Wingard in the long sleeves for the Hawks in game number 200. He's got a goal to celebrate.
McIntosh gathers 50 out from the Tigers goal, screws it back over his shoulder. Rewald has to compete. It comes to Granger Barras, hand pass into the path of Rioli, socket off the ground by Graham, that'll work. He's able to steer it through the major opening. Taken out of the ruck by Nankervis. Swinging shot on goal as he was tackled. How's that? From Nat the Tank. Doing his best work himself. Sicily straight down the middle. A chance for the Tigers though. Sam Butler's there. Gathered by Baker. Hand pass inside the 50. Shea Bolton gathers. Kicks off the outside of the boot to Tusty. Left forward pocket. Puts the foot to the pedal. Opens the angle. And Tusty kicks his first.
Bolt to the intercept mark, long to Lynch, one-on-one, trying to reel it in one-handed against Grimshaw, gathers the 40 off the ground, hooks it to Soldo, who marks on the goal line and pops it through. Richmond are in front.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Half-time at the MCG, Richmond by 6 points. Tremendous game of footy so far. Hawthorn did lead it by as many as 25 points, but we've had 7 lead changes in total. The Tigers by a goal at half-time. 9-5-59, Hawthorn 8-5-53. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Lauren Borden on the boundary, and our grandstand AFL experts, Mark McClure and Adam Rabanaskis. Off the SMS, the number is 0437 774 774. Peter says, what a sensational seesawing game of footy. M from Melbourne. Hi guys, I'm enjoying the call. I'm a Pies supporter. I was upset when Gunston went off with the injury though. Go the Hawks. What else have we got? This is Anthony, man after my own heart from Wild Dog Valley. I care, Corby, I care. Talking about the subs, of course, which we've been discussing. You mentioned Sean in Sydney asking about whether Gunston was going to play the next week, so we've ticked that one off. Peter in South Richmond. Sorry, ABC team, I missed who Richmond's sub is. If you're able to oblige, Shane Edwards is their sub today in game number 290. 0437 774 774.
The real revelation of that half was that Rama did ceramics as a young child.
Yeah, and
I was good at it.
if I do say so myself.
How good is Craig Davis?
You know what?
Hang on, Bruce in the pudding.
Award
winner, Royal Adelaide show, and I won at the Royal Melbourne show as well.
Well, that didn't come to light during the quarter, so home and away, white shorts and black shorts.
Correct.
I like it.
And you know what? You should work on Triple M because they all talk about themselves.
The other game being played is down in Hobart. Still Port by 26. time on in the second term. So Port Adelaide 7:8.50, North Melbourne a 3:6.24. I wanted to do this before the game, but we didn't get a chance. The article in today's paper, the Herald Sun, showing the first images of the vision for the new Southern Stand at the MCG, with plans for a 5-star hotel, new bars and restaurants to be part of the package. There's going to be new lighting for the stadium built into the rooftops, similar to other stadiums such as what we see in Perth. The existing light towers are still going to be there, but they won't be needed to illuminate night matches. Now, the reason the light towers would stay is that they will be integrated into part of the design due to their heritage value. Now, I love a lot of things about the Melbourne Cricket Ground, but I didn't think there was heritage value in the light towers. Are we sad to see them go if they were no longer part of the MCG's look?
Are you a decorator or anything?
I'm not an architecture. I'm nothing like that. I found that staggering that was part of it.
That's with your medical subs. I'm not as
I think
concerned
you've got some issues, Corb.
No,
I think you've got some issues.
I'm saying, why would they possibly need to keep the light towers?
They're long and they're tall. And
the elite player facilities are incorporated. It's underneath the new stand, so as a result,
how much would it cost to take them down?
I'm not sure.
There you go.
Players basically wouldn't have to go offside, so there'll be those elite sports teams' facilities available underneath the new Southern Stand. Sellers, you'll like this. There's going to be barbecue facilities.
A barbecue.
Which would be included as part of the upgraded park-facing decks. So not only could you have a barbecue outside the ground, you can actually enter the ground, take your cold meat and whatever else upstairs, put it on the barbecue and overlook the entire precinct from, say, level 3 of the new Great Southern Stand and have a barbecue upstairs.
That's ridiculous. No, seriously. Why would you have a barbecue inside a ground?
That's what's going to be there. A capacity will be lifted to 105,000.
We've had more than that here before.
It's also...
Up to 113, 116.
I think the OH&S rules weren't as clear as what they are now.
There was no OH&S.
So we're renovating that stand.
Yes.
For 5,000 more people.
Yep. But it's
at what cost?
What cost? Yeah.
Steep.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Tell me.
I haven't got that.
That's not in that?
Doesn't include
all
the
well,
numbers.
I wouldn't imagine, because that's how people will look at it and go, for 5,000 more seats.
This is the other...
okay, it is a little bit tired, but there's a simple refurbishment. Oh, great.
This is the other kicker too.
And how long?
Yeah. It is unlikely the revamp would take place until after the Commonwealth Games and potentially the Rugby World Cup final, which would depend on which needs the entire stadium to be at full capacity for that. It would mean that the refurbishment would be pushed out as late as until 2027.
Yeah.
So we're talking about something that's still another 5 years away from even happening.
You know what that is? That's just a test to see what everyone says.
Yeah, reaction.
It's a reaction test. Yeah.
But think about how much stadiums change and what's considered now state-of-the-art in a 5-year span. We're making plans now for something that they're not even going to start working on for another 5 years.
But yeah, the Melbourne Cricket Club are actually going to work out a plan to go over the top of the railway line and have restaurants. I like that.
That's right.
I think that's a really good idea.
The railway's an eyesore.
Restaurants, they do that well at the Adelaide Oval. There's a couple of cricket grounds in the UK.
Put a pub in there, whatever you want to do.
So there will be that. There will be a restaurant and a hotel as well in the new Great Southern Stand.
Yeah, but what's wrong with putting it out over the train line? What's wrong with this place?
Hotel for the visiting cricket teams. They can stay there.
Yeah.
No, they'll stay at the Hilton.
So that's a little something to keep your eye on when the Great Southern Stand changes here at the MCG. It's half-time.
Thanks for that, Corb.
No worries.
Good.
I thought I was keen to get your input, Sellers. I knew it was something that would trigger you one way or the other, so I was looking for your input. Tigs by 6 points at half-time. 9-5-59, Hawthorn 8-5-53. What are you looking for here, Sellers? We've had a good game of footy so far. 7 lead changes. What are you looking for in the early stages of the third?
Well, I'm looking for it to continue. That's more the point. You know what I mean? I mean, Hawthorn have been in this game a long way in it. At some stage, led at some stages of the game. But it looks like to me that the Tigers have steadied. They've got themselves back into the contest through their smalls and their midfield takeaway from the middle of the ground, and Lambert and those sort of guys who are coming through and getting some clearances, and Bolton and a few others, and Baker and a couple of other blokes around the joint. So, but you know what? Things change. Half a game doesn't mean that you win it. They're not that far in front. They're only in front by a goal, I think, at this stage, round figures, and that's not a healthy lead, but they do look comfortable, the Tigers.
Well, it's just the contrasting styles at the moment. I think, like I said just before the break, Hawthorn are about ball movement, Richmond are about pressure at the moment. They created 3 or 4 goals that quarter, Richmond late, just through forward pressure. So It's a challenge for the Hawks, as we've seen in second halves this year.
Mark in Canberra off the SMS. The whole renovation is mad. Build a new hospital somewhere. That's from,
Good idea.
From Mark.
And schools.
0437 774 774, the SMS number. Second half upon us. A little bit of blue sky starting to break through. It's the Tigers by 6 points.
Max Lynch and Toby Nankervis to continue their battle. Lynch one down the tap. Walker couldn't take it. Lynch sharks it. Cochin sharks it forward to McIntosh. Kicks inside 50. Revolt and Granger Denver Granger Barras in a good battle. It spills out now. Bramble from the back pocket. Kicks up towards Harry Morrison. Almost juggled the mark. Works the 1-2 with Connor McDonald. Then Newcomb kicks up towards half forward. And Moore's caught behind. And Baker takes the intercepting mark for the Tigers.
Baker goes short to Prestia. Marks on the logo of the southern wing. A bit of a slow play down with just about every player on the ground in Richmond's front half. So Prestia just kicks it high to half forward. Rewald's got a go and in the end almost takes a chest mark. It's going to be paid.
Can't believe no one else got to that contest.
There's a heap of players around the footy. None of them got there. And now Rewald has it 70 metres out in that launch pad. High half forward for Richmond. Again crowded forward 50. So just sets it up to the hot spot. Day flies and marks. The only one up for Hawthorn. Swings the kick across the goal mouth and in the back pocket. Morrison's got it and Day keeps moving for him. He'll chip it back to Will Day on the back flank.
Had a run in the midfield in the second quarter, Will Day. He's had some challenges with injuries over the last year or so. Has it here on the defensive 50. Kicks a high ball towards Mitch Lewis. Kajitsky's there as well. Nankervis spoiled it down. Then tries to follow up with a little toe poke forward to Cochin. Back to Bolter, tackle but got a hand pass clear. Out to McIntosh, he gathers it left half forward. Kicks into the left forward pocket. Revolt behind, spoiled it down. Castagna trying to get it back to Revolt. In the middle, O'Meara locked up by Nankervis. And the umpire will throw it up.
Been good, Nankervis.
He's just aggressive.
He is, he's very good.
I think you love that. I know Damien Harvey, he's always loved aggressive players. So Soldo and both Nankervis, both aggressive ruckmen.
Nate grabs it out of the right, gives it to Koch and Newcomb locks him up. Well, the ball up again. 30 metres out from the Tigers' goal at the city end.
They're dominating hit-outs, Richmond, 38-12.
And Nankervis had 4 tackles to go with it.
Yeah. He wins another one here. There's a free kick, though, off the footy as Bolton's hanging on to Hardwick. And free kick for Hardwick and the Hawks. From one back flank to the other, and Sicily takes the mark. Pokes his kick down the boundary line. At the drop, Bruce kicked a couple in the first half, marks for Hawthorn. Short kick to John Newcomb, who's going it alone again. And now arriving late to stand the mark, Liam Baker, and he'll have to trot back with the umpire 50 metres. And Newcomb will be marched all the way down to half forward for Hawthorn. Man on the mark stands just inside the 50.
Has he got this distance? He looks confident. He'll have to kick it all of 52, 53 metres, Corp.
Only kicked 3 goals in his 16-game career so far, John Newcomb.
He's going to kick it from 55.
Well, they get that close to the mark now because the person on the mark can't move.
He can't jump.
Ridiculous.
He can jump, can't he?
Yeah, but he can't move sideways.
No.
So they step sideways at the last moment.
Newcomb loads up from about 53 metres out. He doesn't have the trip. They're all down there, top of the goal square for the Hawks. Ball stays alive. Pickett trying to get a hand pass out of there straight to Morrison. Kicks a high up and under. Still not dead. Grimes leaps over the top, punches it through for a rush behind. And a minor score after all that for Hawthorn. They're 8-6, Richmond a 9-5. 5-point lead for the Tigers, 4 minutes into the third. Meanwhile, it's half-time in Hobart. And it's Port Adelaide by 31 points over North Melbourne.
One down the middle.
Yeah, Boston spotted it straight down the middle to Broad, who takes the mark. Back edge of the centre square, can poke it over the top to Short. Has it now adjacent to the centre circles. Has Revolt deep. Tom Lynch as well. Instead decides to cut back inboard to Prestia. Gives the hand pass to Vlosten. Good build up from the Tigers. Kicks towards Castagna, who marks on his chest. Just held some space in front of him, moved in front. And there wasn't too much Jarman Impey could do.
Well, very quiet first half for Castagna. He only had the 2 handballs. So really unsighted.
Love the kick out, straight down the middle.
Yeah, beautiful.
To Broad, who took a mark, kept it moving.
Just makes the game so much more simple.
And Hawks didn't cover it at all.
So 8 goals, 7 so far this season for Jason Castagna. Career best 27 back in 2019. Looking to strike early for the Tigers here in the second half. From right on 50. It's a good-looking kick, but it just fades late, and Lynch marks on the behind line. Oh, that's some poor defence from the Hawks. The kick held up, just didn't quite have the journey, and Tom Lynch was able to clunk it on the behind line. Now he just has to negotiate the angle.
There's a force up there, isn't he?
One step out, snaps on his left, and he's able to cut it through. Tom Lynch with his third. Does what Newcombe couldn't do at the other end, which is make sure it converted into goal. And the Tigers extend their lead out to 11 points. 10-5-65 to the Hawks, 8-6-54.
That was just so poor by the Hawthorn defenders.
But it was so smart by Tom Lynch, because what he did, he used the actual goalpost to protect him.
Yeah.
So he had Sicily with him, but he ran shoulder to shoulder with the goalpost, so Sicily then couldn't come in to affect the spoil. So it was actually really smart play by Tom Lynch.
So tell me why they all go back behind the line instead of staying in front of the line and following where the ball goes. Because I don't get it.
Lauren Borden on the boundary.
Jack Scrimshaw's just run onto the field. He had his left shoulder heavily strapped at half-time after he pushed himself to stay on in the last minute of the second quarter.
Thanks, Lauren. Earlier today, Jack Gunston subbed out of the game in the second quarter with an ankle injury. So their sub already in the game in Connor McDonald.
Again.
Dustin Martin with a centre break. Kicks to the hot spot. Lynch the target. Spoil comes to the back. Bolton slips one tackle, then coughs it up. Bramble off the back flank. Kicks to the wing, but Baker marks for Richmond. So they win the territory battle here. Keep it in the front half, and a short kick to Broad, who marks, man, all alone at half forward. The kick's going in that direction. Castagna into the pocket for Rewald. His direct opponent slipped over in Sicily. And so now Rewald marks, pressed up against the boundary line, right half forward. He'll have to kick it from about 40 out.
Pretty good ball control there by the Tigers. They've hung onto the ball well.
He's up to second on the game's record, Jack Rewalt, in the long history of the Richmond Football Club. So game number 312 today. He equals Captain Blood, the great Jack Dyer. Only Kevin Bartlett has played more for Richmond. Rewalt, the drop punt from out wide, hits the post. Gee, it was a good kick. Backed himself in and just faded late into the left-hand goalpost.
And he went down on one knee when it hit it.
Richmond's equal biggest lead of the game. They're up by 12 points, 7.5 minutes into the third.
Great kick, really.
The Hawks bring it back into play. Hardwick straight down the middle, short to Sicily. He turns and can work it to Frost, still inside the defensive 50 in the left back pocket. Richmond by 12 points, back to Hardwick, still in the centre of the defensive 50, takes a bounce as he looks out to the southern wing, then rakes a long kick out into the path of Connor McDonald or Harry Morrison. And Morrison takes the mark. He's able to get rid of his opponent and take the mark on his chest in Dion Prestia. Rolls the dice with a kick looking for Wingard. It just landed in his lap in front of Lambert. He still has a defensive side of the centre circle, straight down the middle as he pulls his kick. It won't get to Nash, and the intercepting mark taken by Nick Vlosten for the Tigers. Looks out to the members' wing. Shea Bolton's on. Frost tries to make up the ground. Got a hand to it. Did well, and then knocks the ball towards the boundary line. Great closing speed from Sam Frost as he sees the ball out of play in front of Shea Bolton for a boundary throw-in.
Repeating half-time in Hobart. Port Adelaide by 31 points over North. 8-8 to 3-7 there at the half. Bolton tying his bootlace right alongside the boundary ump, who spins it in. Max Lynch wins a hit out here. Down towards Marlon Pickett, though, the Tigers. 1-2 hand pass with Nankervis. Runs at arc on the members' wing. Kicks a left footer down to half forward. Good mark, Scrimshaw. Touched on his shoulder complaint on the stroke of half-time, but he marks there.
Good test.
Short kick to Bramble.
You can tell he's sore, but he had to go for that ball there, Scrimshaw.
Hawks off the back flank to Day in the centre square.
Over the top to O'Meara. Blossom is coming. Got it to Nash. If one doesn't get you, the other does. Look out, the freight train, which is Dylan Grimes. Lays the tackle. No whistle as the ball spills clear. More for the Hawks. Back to Nash.
Again.
He's this time locked up by Jack Graham. The Tigers ferocious as they force a stoppage on the outer wing. Richmond fans felt there should have been a whistle somewhere in there. There wasn't to be. The Tigers by 12 points.
And the tackle count mounts.
Again, the umpire is waiting for Max Lynch.
Tigers trailed this game by as many as 25. From that point on, they've kicked 7 of the next 8 in the game. to lead it by 12 points from the ball up. Will Day out of the stoppage, kicks down the boundary line and finds Connor McDonald.
So Soldo's at the contest waiting, and Max Lynch is 50 metres away. The umpire waits for him.
The teenager McDonald to half forward. Broad and Butler in a tangle, and a free kick for Broad. Had a fair piece of it in front of the first gamer in Sam Butler. And Broad for Richmond off half back. Retreats to Noah Bolter. Back pocket for Richmond. Hands it back. The three-time premiership winner in Nathan Broad. Kicks out to half back. Trying to reel in the one hand of Vlosten. Draws the defender. Hand pass to Castagna along the boundary line member side. Kicks
Good
down
stuff,
to
yeah.
Rewalt.
Handball.
Good stuff. He won't do that.
And Rewalt's going to get 50. Denver
Wow.
Granger Barras overstepping on the mark. And the umpire calls him inside the forward 50. And now Rewalt trying to
That's a harsh
draw
penalty.
the double 50 running into the line of Denver.
But that's a harsh penalty, isn't it? What did he do? He actually moved? I didn't see.
He shifted after the umpire said stand.
Okay.
Bring back the 25-metre rule. Like 50 metres, it's too harsh of a penalty.
Yeah, but they're not going to go back on that.
So from halfway in front of the interchange, now Jack Rewalt is shooting from about 45 out, just right of centre to the city end of the ground. Rewalt moves in, he's drop punts out to the left and stays there. They all compete on the behind line. The ball stays alive, and Hawthorn through Bramble can run it out of defence.
Hacks a kick to half-back. Pickett's waiting for it for the Tigers. Runs away from Bruce. Kicks inside the 50. Dusty, not 15. Plays on. Dodges around Bramble. Off the outside of the boot. Only Dusty, no. Misses to the left. He just couldn't quite curl it on the right boot. Trying the banana. Almost a signature Dustin Martin moment. The Tigers lead by 13.
It's pretty special.
Gee, Lockie Bramble's pretty happy he missed that after selling everything that bought everything that Dustin sold him. A long kick out of the defensive half from the Hawks, but again it's chopped off, so they keep it in their front half again. Baker, hand pass to Dan Rioli, kicks wide to McIntosh. He marks at left half forward, 60 out. 12 minutes into the third. Tigers by 13, their biggest lead of the game. McIntosh into the pocket, in front, Tom Lynch. Towering contested mark. The leader in the AFL in that area. And he'll shoot here in the forward pocket to try and kick goal number 4. What a stretch he's having. 7 against the Eagles a fortnight ago. 6 last week against the Pies.
Gone back further than Benny Brown. That's impossible.
The Coleman medal leader, Tom Lynch. 45-degree angle. Pops through. Goal number 4. And Lynch on his way to another bag. He's now got 17 in the last 3 weeks. Richmond 11-7-73. Hawthorn 8-6-54. 13 played in the third. And the alarm bell's going off in Sam Mitchell's coach's box. All of a sudden, the Tigers have kicked 8 of the last 9 in the game.
Inside 50, 41-26 in this game now. 41-26. That is a flogging in a sense. So you're giving Jack Rewalt and Tom Lynch an absolute handful up there to their defence. The defence can't handle it at this stage. And Tommy Lynch is a star, actually. He's really good. He's in great form. It's a beautiful kick and a super mark.
9-1 in this quarter.
I know, it's extraordinary. Massive.
Adam Romanaskas and Mark McClure with you on ABC Sport. Tigers back out by 19 points. Kajitsky into the ruck for the Hawks, up against Soldo. Cozzy one down the tap, and Wingard sockets it off the ground. Gets it inside 50. Mitch Lewis comes out to meet it. Bolter got down low, slid in there, contact below the knees. Yeah. Mitch Lewis will get the shot on goal. He'll shoot from just left of centre, just inside the 50. Even though Noah Bolter's intent was good, he made contact with Mitch Lewis, which is, of course, the injury in which we're trying to prevent, where players' legs are taken from out underneath them. And Mitch Lewis, who's kicked 1 goal so far this afternoon, the leading goal scorer for the Hawks this season, with 16 so far from just inside 50. Beautiful kick off the boot, and he's able to steer it through for his second. A much-needed goal for the Hawks after Tom Lynch had put on 2 at the other end to start the third quarter. And the first goal since the 22-minute mark of the second term. Richmond's lead cut back to 13. 11-7-73 to the Hawks. 9-6-60. 14 minutes gone. Third term on ABC Sport.
Just keeps them in it. I think they just need to get to three-quarter time, Hawthorn, close enough, and then have a real crack at it. But there's warning signs all over the place at the moment here for the Hawks. That's just simply through a centre clearance. So Wingard goes into the centre bounce and is able to get the clearance there. Kaczynski goes into the ruck. So just a little bit of a change in that centre square for Hawthorn, because Richmond had just been totally dominant in that area of the ground.
Tackle count in the third quarter is 4 each. That's small.
15 minutes.
15-minute mark, yeah.
So back to 13 points Richmond's way. Wingard at the centre bounce, hand pass out towards Kaczynski and Newcombe. They both moved away from it. Newcombe tries to knock it back to Kaczynski. Pack form still in the centre square and a ball up. Tigers by 13, having kicked 8 of the last 10. Hawthorn led it by 25 points midway through the second term. Another ball up. Wingard involved in the tackle here. Tigers by 13, 16 travelled third quarter. For the third time in the middle of the ground, umpire Chamberlain tosses it up. Bolter swats it down. Richmond through Cochin, knocks it back to Shea Bolton. He releases it, but straight to Wingard. Hand pass to Kaczynski. Kicks deep to the goal square. O'Meara flies through his hands. His Butler, the first game, have missed it. Trying to soccer it through. And then has a second attempt on the line. And wouldn't this be an unusual way to kick your first in AFL footy? He had a chance to soccer it through from 5 metres out, missed it. Vlosten went to try and rush it through, and then he had a second go out at Butler on the goal line with Bolter for company. Did he get enough boot on it?
Oh.
No, it's not the wrong. It's the wrong boot.
No, the white boot there.
That's Sam Butler's boot.
I thought with the naked eye, he completely missed it. But I reckon the video is going to save him here.
Throwing his right leg at it, and I think he may have got a little bit on it. Biggie Nguyen's floating through the other first gamer from the other direction.
As long as it hits below the knee.
It's also just before it crosses the line completely.
Working with fine margins here, and I'm not sure they've got the shot which we need, which is the one on the goalpost. I think this is going to be a goal.
Yeah, look, to the naked eye, it looks like a goal called.
There you go.
Well, here, that's... Oh, it is the hand there.
It looks like there's a bit more hand on that from Biggie Nguyen.
This other angle now.
We're getting a shot now from the forward pocket. The two first gamers, Sam Butler, the forward, throwing his right boot at it, and Biggie Nguyen, who's the defender for Richmond.
I think this will be umpire's call.
Trying to put his left hand on the ball at the same time.
He couldn't make a call. That's why he went upstairs.
So the review from the arc is coming back as umpire's call, and it's touched, which was the ruling on the spot. So a behind, and the Richmond first gamer wins that battle, and Biggie Nguyen.
So we assuming that's a rush behind?
Yep.
Richmond's lead cut to 12, 18 played in the third.
No, give it to Biggie Nguyen.
Yeah, Vlosten brings the Tigers back into play. Long kick. Kaczynski takes the mark against Riewoldt. Chance to turn and send the Hawks back inside the 50. Not a great kick. It's over the head of Noah Bolter. And Bruce running onto it. Vlosten almost out of play. Kicks to Shea Bolton, who takes the mark at right half back. Bolter's still bounding out of defence. Gave it back to him. Hacks the kick forward. It's over the head of Jarman Impey, though. Sicily races onto it. Tom Lynch over him, trying to shovel him out of the way. Morris Rioli Jr. gets involved. He can't get a disposal away. And Jarman Impey's pretty happy to lay over the top of the footy. The umpire's blindsided. And he'll throw it up just 45 metres out from the Tigers' goal. Richmond by 12 points. The Tigers with 2-1 in this third quarter.
And then Curvis and Kaczynski to do the ruck work. Nake palms it down, but Impey there for the Hawks. Hand pass to Day. Bangs it out away from the stoppage down the wing. Bruce had a hand on it. Can't take the mark. Comes to ground with Vlosten. They both wrestle one another. And the umpire calls for a ball up. 19 minutes into the third. Tigers by 12.
Why does he wait?
Someone Siri's talking to us. We're all good to go. This is Kaczynski. Hand pass away to Impey. Kicks in the middle of the ground. Mark taken by Moore. trying to draw Baker on the mark. He stands like a statue as Moore works around and kicks to centre half forward. Newen slips through his hands out the back to Jager. Chucks it on the boot. Needs a kind bounce. He doesn't get one. Trickles through for a behind. O'Meara and some minutes up front here in the third quarter. About to tick into time on in the third. Tigers by 11 points, but momentum just with Hawthorn the last 5 minutes.
Last couple of scores of the match, but haven't been able to capitalise with goals. Dan Rioli brings the Tigers back into play to Short. Out to Vlosten at half-back. 1-2 with Rioli as Vlosten runs his full measure. Drives a long kick up towards Tom Lynch. Scrimshaw in front. Spoils it down for the Hawks. Jack Graham tries to get on the end of it. Hand pass to Dusty Martin on the logo on the wing. Pulls his kick inboard to Baker. Here. A chance to move it quickly here. Draws an opponent. Hand pass to Prestia. Hacks the kick forward inside the 50. Jack Revolt the target. Worked underneath it by Granger Barras. Sicily rushes back with Lynch. Eventually the Hawks have the numbers. Granger Barras around the boundary line to Frost. He kicks it straight to Graham on 50. He gathers to the Tigers. High ball to the teeth of goal. Revolt and Lynch both there. Neither can take the mark. Moore could have been tackled when he didn't have it. Newcombe works it to Scrimshaw. And now out to Bramble and the Hawks are clear.
Hand pass to Impey off the back flank. He kicks down the southern wing. Or diving effort. Unsuccessful. He hit the ground on the way through. So we're going to have a ball up there on the outer wing. It's Butler who got there first for Hawthorn. Tackled immediately. So up it goes. Kazitsky wins a hit out, but straight down to Prestia again. Richmond from the stoppage. Broad, hand pass to Dusty. In the middle of the G, kicks to Castagna, slides in, takes the mark. Front edge of the centre square. Hand pass back to Martin. Shoots it out wide to Baker. Is he going to load up? He does from downtown, and Baker just fades late. Misses to the right.
Could have ran a bit more there, Baker. Take the space in front of you.
11-8 to 9-8. 21 played, third term. Tigers by 12 points.
It's a pretty open game, isn't it? The chip passes around. Not too many contests in a sense.
Sicily brings it back in. Short to Bramble and then back to Sicily to Impey through the middle of the ground. Long kick opens it up. Nash could have given the hand pass to Wingard.
And Bruce was out there too.
Instead, he kicks a high ball inside 50. Have a go with that, Mitch Lewis. Back. He almost did take the mark. Now Grimes over the top of the footy. Jager O'Meara locks it in with Mitch Lewis, and the umpire will toss it up. Player I'm fascinated in, Rammer, is James Warple.
Yeah.
Only touched it, 6 times maybe for the match? Yeah. A couple in this third quarter.
The style of play that Sam Mitchell wants to play doesn't necessarily suit him.
A long way away from the best and fairest winner in 2019. Graham for the Tigers gets a clearing kick up to the wing. Tom Lynch and Sicily. Lynch got rid of Sicily, gathered the footy. Hand pass to Cochin running the outer wing. He's able to link up with Lambert, can give it back to Tom Lynch. Left half forward, draws an opponent. It's a free kick Lambert's way, and he's stopped and won't take the advantage. Tom Lynch, or it might in fact be his free kick. So smart awareness to realise there was nothing really on and just stopped to take the free kick.
Yeah, 5 times Clinchy, 1 kick, 4 hand passes. Warple's stat line. He had 5 in a whole game against St Kilda and was omitted, played as the Medi sub for the Easter Monday game against Geelong as the kick from Graham goes into the pocket. Rewalt the target. Scrimshaw there with him for company, and the ball's eventually out of play. So a throw in forward pocket for the Tigers. She said 2019 best and fairest winner in just his second season, James Warple.
He just doesn't strike you as a guy who can play too many other roles other than midfield.
Richmond by 12, and the umpire's just signalling that there's a blood rule, and we're watching Jarman Impey with blood trickling from his right eye, just making his way off. Update in Hobart. Port Adelaide by 32 points, 5 minutes into the third term, so 8-10 to 3-8.
It is challenging for players to have to reinvent themselves. Now, in the role, like John Newcombe is a hard, tough player, but he's adapting to the style that Sam Mitchell wants him to play. Warple has to simply do the same.
Newcombe with 16 disposals, O'Meara with 13. Will Day's had a bit of a run in the midfield with 12 as well from the throw-in. Lambert kicks towards the teeth of goal. Rioli couldn't take the mark. They're trying to put the pressure on Hardwick. Will Day for Hawthorn gets back to McGuinness to Scrimshaw. All in tight confinement. 1 hand pass too many. It comes to Dusty, who somehow squeezes through the goal. How many players can do what he can do? Dustin Martin with his second, jammed up in the left forward pocket after the hand pass. Happy Hawks went for 1 too many. And Dusty just jammed on the boot and somehow screwed it through.
Just handball it back into the middle of the play. I mean, I just don't care what you're doing there. You've got to get pushed over the line and do that. But all of a sudden, Dusty picks it up and pokes it through. How the hell he got it through has got me absolutely stifled. But it was brilliant. Brilliant by Dusty. He's a star. I don't question anything he does.
Yeah,
Have a look at
you
this.
can tell the
Have a
goal
look at
of the
this.
year
How did he kick
contenders
that?
by the individual
That's
reaction.
incredible.
He was as understated as he normally is, but even he was pretty happy with that. Richmond by 18 points, 12-8-80 to the Hawks, 9-8-62.
The most underrated aspect of Dustin Martin's game, he never goes to ground.
No.
So in that scrap of players, there's 4 or 5 players on the ground. Dusty's still on his feet around the contest. That's why he can rip it out and get it on the boot really quickly.
And how many goals did he kick with his left foot?
None.
There you go.
Here's Joe Newcomb in the middle, trying to run away from Nan
Holding the
Curtis.
ball.
Took on one too many. Cochin's got him holding the ball. And Trent Cochin will take it inside the centre square. Richmond by 18 points late in the third. He goes short to Noah Bolter. Alongside the centre circles. Looks for Rewalt. Not a great kick for him. And Sam Frost takes the intercept mark. Centre half back for Hawthorn. Hawks led it by 25, 7 minutes into the second term. It's been all Richmond from that point on. Now the Tigers by 18. The kick from Frost heads out to the southern wing. Graham hand pass to Nankervis, who fumbles. Pickett puts his head over it, coughs it up. Day, now he's tackled, holds the footy in on the bottom of the pack, and eventually the umpire calls for a ball up southern wing.
Sun is poking through for those loyal footy fans who came along on what was a pretty gloomy day at the MCG.
How many do you reckon?
I reckon there's probably 40,000. Nankervis took it out of the ruck, gave it to Cochin. He kicks towards half forward, and the ball goes out of play. What did we have last week? 60,000 for Richmond Collingwood?
We had 64,481, so almost 65.
So the argument that no one wants to come on a Saturday afternoon is probably not holding that much traction. Thrown back in, Nankervis swats it to the front once more to Cochin. He's wrestling with the footy. Nash took it away from him for the Hawks. Kicks a high ball into the middle of the ground. Grimes wrestling with Mitch Lewis. Ball hits the deck. Grimes back onto it. Got the hand pass to McIntosh. To Baker across half-back. Kicks up to Morris Rioli Jr. who marks on the wing.
Sends a hand pass over to Dan. So Dan Rioli inside to Prestia. By hand over to McIntosh. Unguarded goal square.
Short
heads
pass.
for home. He's offline. Behind for McIntosh. Tigers by 19. 12-9 to 9-8. 27 played in the third. And in Hobart, we're 8 minutes into the third quarter, and it's Port Adelaide by 33. 8 goals to 3 over North Melbourne.
7 scoring shots to 4 in this third quarter. Tigers kicked 3-4 to Hawthorn's 1-3.
So 48 to 31. 17 more inside 50s they've had.
Yeah.
Continue to pound away.
Newcomb fighting for the ball. Hard on half-back, the loose ball get. He's tackled and taken over the boundary line by Shea Bolton for a boundary throw in 50 metres out from the Tigers' goal. They lead by 19 points. Thrown back in. Kajitsky doing the ruck work against Nankervis. Fought pretty well despite the smaller stature. Comes the way of McGuinness. Risky hand pass. Set Hardwiger challenge. Tackled, lost it. Cochin swoops onto it. 50 from home. Sends it towards the goal mouth. Bounces offline. Frost got a cruel bounce. Bounces to Lynch. Dodges a tackle. Turns on his right. Squares it up to the teeth of goal. Shea Bolton takes the mark. Back with the fight. Finn McGuinness should have got a fist to it.
That's poor. We're going to watch a replay here. It's 4 Hawthorn players onto 1.
Exactly.
No, that's really ordinary by Hawthorn. Shea Bolton's the only one that is looking at the ball.
Newcomb had the body contact. Shea Bolton threw himself back. Now just to finish the work, steps out, snaps all across the face of goal, and not just misses by a small margin, but actually kicked it across the face of goal, 15 metres out from his goal.
And this is the problem with Hawthorn right now with their football. They've got the attacking aspect probably right. Their defensive side of the game is just ordinary. That was a terrible, terrible effort by 4 Hawthorn players.
Sicily kicks into the man on the mark. Ricochets to McIntosh. Goes on the outside of the boot trying to shoot goalward. It lands short and Sicily knocks it out of play. A bit excited by that, Sellers.
I just couldn't believe how far out he was and tried to do a banana. It's unbelievable.
Boundary throw in right forward pocket for Richmond.
It's fair to say that the Tigers are not knocking them out at the moment.
Tigers by 19 points from the throw in. Nankervis down to Castagna. Hand pass back into dispute. Spills to Newcomb. Just dump kick out of the defensive 50. Fortunate bounce for Dan Rioli. Hand pass to Baker. Away to Prestia. Back to Dan Rioli, who slips over and then misses it. Trying to whack it forward off the deck. Bramble for Hawthorn to McDonald by hand to Nash. Bruce, he's caught. Run down. Umpire says play on. Hawthorn retained possession through Moore.
He looks to chip it back to centre half back. Finds Scrimshaw. He gives the hand pass away to Dylan Moore. Kicks off the outside of the boot. Back to Sicily. He takes the mark. As Tom Lynch was looming in front of him. Kick just hung in the air for a moment or two longer than he would have intended. Dylan Moore, and then the long kick towards Newcombe. Scraps for it against Morris Rioli Jr. who lays the tackle, throws him to the turf. And the umpire will throw it up. You would have played with Morris Rioli Senior?
Played against him, yeah. Played in the grand final 40 years ago.
1982 Norm Smith medalist?
He was, yeah. They lost the game, but he got the Norm Smith.
Nankervis there.
That was the Helen Domingo day.
Nankervis at the ball up there just leapt into the back of Kazitsky's head. So he's holding his head as he went to do the ruck work, almost like when we saw with Horn Francis and Switkowski last week, the knee in the back of the scone. Kazitsky staying out there. Advantage applied as a free kick from the ruck infringement. Day takes it, kicks Hawthorn to half forward. Max Lynch flies, no mark. Warple scoops it up. Hand pass to Bruce, goes back to O'Meara at centre half forward. High bomb to the top of the goal square. Grimes and Lewis both underneath it. Richmond back with numbers. And McIntosh to Dan Rioli, and now out to Vlosten in the back pocket. He's tackled by Bruce. Dispossessed. Lewis breaks one tackle, can't break the second.
Their tackling has been superb, Richmond. Absolutely superb.
Free kick for the Tigers and Kane Lambert, who, by the way, laid the tackle at the other end that set up that goal for Dustin Martin. Takes it in the back pocket here.
55-40.
Long kick towards Revolt, who beautifully palmed it down to Koch, and he was dragged down. He's got his kick away. O'Meara for the Hawks, walks it back to Kazitsky. Hand pass to Morrison, around Revolt to Frost. They worked hard to get a kick inside 50. Max Lynch the target. Working back Tom Lynch, marks on his chest. Pushing back in defence in the latter stages of the quarter, and plenty of encouragement from his teammates, recognising that he was able to fearlessly throw himself into the marking contest and save a late shot on goal for the Hawks. So three-quarter time at the MCG, Richmond leading by 19 points. They trailed by 7 at quarter time. They led by 6 at half time. The Tigers 12-9-61 to the Hawks 9-8-62. For the Tigers, 4 goals to Tom Lynch, 2 goals to Dustin Martin and to Jack Revolt. Individuals to Soldo, Nankervis, Bolton and Graham. Meanwhile for the Hawks, 2 goals to Lewis, 2 goals to Bruce, 2 goals to Kazitsky. Individuals to O'Meara, Gunston and Wingard.
In Hobart, Port Adelaide by 33 points, 13 and a half minutes into the third term, so still 8 goals to 3. In Hobart in the third quarter, Port Adelaide by more than 5 goals. Lauren Borden's on the boundary here at the G. Loris.
In Richmond's first major injury concern of today, it looks like it'll end up resulting in the sub being activated. Noel Bolter came off with a bit of a right leg injury. He's put the warm-up top back on, and it looks like Shane Edwards will be coming into the game.
Thanks, Loz. I think I said Loz, which was sort of like a halfway between Lauren and Loz on the boundary for us. Lauren Borden off the SMS 0437 774 774. This from Peter. Dissent frees are not about elite AFL. It's about community football where the abuse of umpires can be overwhelming. How do I know? I'm a 60-year-old field umpire in Tassie who umpires up to 3 games a weekend due to falling umpire numbers. How about instead of whining about little things, voice your condemnation of bad behaviour by players and supporters at junior and community football that has seen players and umpires walking away from our great game. That's from Peter.
He's right. Absolutely.
I think we understand the rule. I mean, the dissent 50s are fascinating this weekend in particular because of what's happened before it. So Brad Scott, who's the head of football at the AFL, was in the paper yesterday morning talking about how the dissent and the players' responses to it had sorted itself out, that this was, he called it a non-issue. And so we had the focus on it 2 weeks ago, and everyone thought, oh, what's going to happen this weekend? We're going to see 50s all over the place. And it felt like we had a really mature response. The players had significantly cleaned up their act, and we'd seen that, and we continue to see that, it must be said. And then last night we had the Jordan De Goey incident, where I thought that that's what we wanted to get to, where a player goes to remonstrate towards the umpire and almost checks himself and pulls himself in.
Yep.
And I feel like we're at the point of confusion again, back after the original Harris Andrews sort of hands out. So I think the players have actually tightened up considerably.
Yeah, they've adjusted, no doubt.
And this weekend we've actually seen a couple which probably muddied the waters where I felt like we'd had a really good 2 weeks.
But who was that?
That's from Peter.
Peter,
yeah, he's right.
Again, and I said this on the lead earlier, it's about emotion, dissent and abuse and being able to separate those. That's what we need to continue to focus on.
3/4 time at the G. Tigers by 19 points on ABC Radio and Sport Digital. This is Grandstand AFL.
My fellow Australians, right now everyone wants to buy your vote. So we're back to show you how your democracy is being sold and bring you all the inside information of how the pollies are trying to spin it to win it. Join our panel of experts, insiders and me, your election guide, Will Anthony Green.
Ruin Nation. This Wednesday night from 8 on ABC TV or log in to stream on ABC iView. Spoken by Will Anderson and the voiceover guy who has to do this bit as fast as possible.
The 2022 AFL Premiership season.
Grandstand AFL. On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
McIntosh into the pocket, in front, Tom Lynch. Towering contested mark. The leader in the AFL in that area, Tom Lynch. 45-degree angle, pops through, goal number 4.
Cozzy one down the tap and Wingard socks it off the ground, gets it inside 50. Mitch Lewis comes out to meet it. Bolter got down low, slid in there, contact below the knees. From just inside 50. Beautiful kick off the boot. And he's able to steer it through for his second. Lambert kicks towards the teeth of goal. Rioli couldn't take the mark. They're trying to put the pressure on Hardwick. Will Day for Hawthorn gets back to McInnes to Scrimshaw. All in tight confinement. One hand pass too many. It comes to Dusty, who somehow squeezes through the goal.
This is the 2022 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
3/4 time, Richmond by 19 points. 2 top 8 teams going at it next. St Kilda and Geelong at Docklands. Joel Peterson.
G'day, Corby. It might be a pretty grey old day outside, but there's plenty of entertainment on offer under the roof here at Docklands as those 2 top 8 teams in St Kilda and Geelong do battle a top 4 spot, albeit perhaps only temporary, is on offer for the winner. Both teams are 5-3. The Cats thumped the Giants in Canberra last week, and the Saints have lost 2 in a row after their hot start to the season. Geelong gets Joel Selwood and former Saint Reece Stanley back today, while the hosts welcome in Jack Billings for the first time this year, and a surprise packet at the end of last year in Cooper Sharman. History would tell you it'll be a tough assignment for the Saints. Geelong have won 6 in a row against them and 11 of the past 13 matchups, but St Kilda look to be building something this year. They can make a big statement today with a win. Cooper Stevens and Marcus Windhager, the subs for the Cats and the Saints respectively, coming your way in about 40 minutes from now, Corbs.
Looking forward to it, Joel. Good calling this afternoon. That's our next stop, St Kilda and Geelong. Not even three-quarter time. Approaching time on in the third. Port Adelaide by 33 points over North Melbourne. Here it's the Tigers by 19 points. Mark McClure, Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, the Tigers deserve their lead. They've been fantastic in the way they've cleared the ball, the way they move the ball. They keep pushing away up forward. Tommy Lynch keeps marking the ball, and Dusty Martin's a star, and I think he got a couple that quarter. So to me, it's just been they're just starting to pull away from the Hawthorn side, and it's a difficult one for them. They're battling, but they're not going to win this one, I don't think.
I just think Hawthorn make very simple errors defensively, and it costs them. I know Bolt misses that goal, but that's a simple error when you've got 4 players around and you can't affect the spoil. A simple spoil there. Dustin Martin kicks a goal on the boundary line. You've got 6 players scrapping. Just push the ball through for a rush behind. Tom Lynch takes a mark right on the goal line. You've got 4 players in the goal square. So that's 2 goals in that quarter that just came from simple Hawthorn errors. So
they're not ready yet,
are they? Just defensively, they just don't look ready as a football team. Richmond, on the other hand, very professional performance so far by the Tigers.
I agree.
Dominating centre bounce.
Tigers' worst performing quarter of the year has been the 4th. They've won just 3 of the 8 previously. They're protecting a 19-point advantage into the final term here. Soldo wins the tap. Cochin at the coalface, sockers it forward. Shea Bolton went without it. Pack forms behind him. Pickett got the footy out to Soldo, who's dumped in the tackle from Will Day. Do we like the midfield minutes for Will Day?
Definitely. Yep. Absolutely, we love them. Any time when Will Day's around the ball is going to be a bonus for Hawthorn.
I'm with you there, using the footy at 100% by foot so far today. as Richmond through Jaden Short, kicking inside the forward 50. No mark for Rewalt. Now Granger Barras is dumped in a tackle. And a ball up, 48 out from the Richmond goal. They're coming home to the punt road end. And the sunshine just breaking through, lighting up the Shane Warne stand here at the G.
Soldo doing the rock work here, taps it down to Martin, kicks inside the 50, just wide of Tom Lynch. He gathers, tries to break the Bramble tackle. He's locked up, somehow got a hand pass away. Flying shot on goal from Lamb, but he couldn't control it. Flares out to the right. It was creative. It almost became something really special, but just missed. Richmond by 20 points.
Goal for Port Adelaide in Hobart, so they're up by 39 points, time on in the third. Against North Melbourne, another to Mitch Georgiades. There's Bramble from the kick out, long to the wing. Lewis flies, no mark, and then follows up at ground level. Hand pass to Day, puts his head over the top of it. Still no clean possession. You can throw a blanket over really 15 players here around the footy. 70 metres out from the Richmond goal. Now Day's tackled and carried and taken to ground by Baker and Martin, and the ball up between wing and half forward for Richmond. 2 minutes into the final turn. Up it goes. Now Day, kick forward for Richmond. No mark, spills for Hawthorn rather. Comes down to Warple. Look away hand pass. Didn't reach its intended target. Bruce goes in, collects. Clean pick up.
Easy.
Clean finish. To the unguarded goal square, Luke Bruce. His third of the day. And Hawthorn within touch. 2 minutes into this final quarter. The Hawks 10-8-68. Richmond 12-10-82. 14 points, Richmond's lead. What about the pickup from Luke Bruce?
I think it was a handball there out of the contest from Warple. They just got it going Hawthorn's way. So we're critical of Warple in that third quarter for lack of impact in this game so far. But good there that he gets involved. Just good that he gets the ball moving forward. He's on a half-forward flank now. So trying him in a different spot to try and get him involved, because he is a good player. He's the best and fairest winner at Hawthorn, so he is a good player. But the class of Bruce there just shines out. He only needs a few opportunities a game, Luke Bruce, and he'll make you pay.
The Hawks have won 5 of their 8 final quarters so far this season, so they are a good finishing side. Back in the middle, Soldo up against Nankervis, got it down to Prestia. Tackle by Newcomb, but squeezed a kick towards half forward. Impey and Lambert tangle. Neither can take it. Day comes up with it. Tackle by Short, holding the footy. Eventually blew his whistle. He didn't get a hand pass away. And Jaden Short takes it on the edge of the centre square. Short to Cochin. Not 15. Call to play on. Kick partially smothered by O'Meara. Bramble gathers. Broke away from
That's holding the ball.
Morris Rioli, and then the follow-up tackle was laid by big Ivan Soldo. And when your big men can lay those sort of tackles, you know you're having a good afternoon. Well, that must be said, Morris Rioli was also involved as well.
They love taking the tackler on Hawthorn.
They try, but they shouldn't try in their forward line, in their defence, because that's
just get it out of there.
With the speed of the smalls down there, they're going to get hurt.
And they did. What a luxury it is for Richmond. They start Toby Nankervis on the bench in this final term. Ivan Soldo gets his opportunity. Here's a chance for him to kick his 5th goal of the season so far. Directly in front, comes in. What a good kicking technique. Head straight over the footy, steered it straight over the goal of Boasat. So Ivan Soldo with his 2nd, so that's up to 6 straight for the season. 4 minutes gone, final term. The Tigers immediately answer the Luke Bruce goal at the other end. It's back to a 20-point margin. 13-10-88 the Tigers, so the Hawks 10-8-68.
It's a luxury having Soldo as a second ruckman, isn't it?
What about this bloke? Good technique.
Good technique. I don't know about that, but it went through. But it was all about the tackle.
Yeah, no doubt.
Pressure again.
If you look at where his chin is over the footy, he's got his head right over the ball.
I tell you what, did you look where it went over the umpire's hat? Did you see that?
I did.
Does it matter?
The all clear.
Anyway, it was. But they got a riches there with 2 big ruckmen, and Soldo's a pretty handy player. He's tough and hard and strong.
Well, they keep the aggression around the ball.
He's tough at it.
You asked about it pre-game when we had Adam Kingsley on. So 14 wins, 4 losses in the 18 games previously they played together, Soldo and Nankervis. They get another centre break here as Prestia goes deep forward. Rewalt got hands to it, gives it to Tom Lynch. He shares it with Martin in the goal square. And the Richmond superstar bangs through his 3rd. From right in front, up into the 3rd deck it goes. And Richmond out by 26 all of a sudden, 5 minutes into the final term. Tigers 14-10-94, Hawks 10-8-68. Grandstand AFL.
Another set of clearance, sellers. Yeah. That's 19-6 in Richmond's favour.
And there's three big players there. Rewalt, Lynch, Martin.
Yeah, and you're looking at that centre square there. This is the luxury. You got Bolton. Edwards is now subbed into the game for Bolto, and Presti was in that centre bounce. So it's an abundance of riches for the Tigers if they've got those players in the centre square, but then they're getting it into those one-on-ones deep in their forward line.
Yeah, now it's over 5 goals, nearly 6 goals in front.
Do you have the hit-outs to advantage, remember? It's 52 to 18.
Not to advantage. Amazing. I don't have that, unfortunately, but I think it'll be a high number today.
It doesn't always represent clearances, but it's felt like that's been Richmond's medal. Kajitsky this time wins to tap for the Hawks, gets it a clearing ball away from the stoppage, but Cochin picks it up, gets it to Edwards, kicks up towards half-forward. Hardwick's there, charging in. Pickett was dragged down when he didn't have the footy, and the Tigers will take it at left half-forward.
Now they're getting a bit...
he's missed short.
He wants to try and play on and get away from Nash. That's no easy feat. He's almost locked up. Got the hand pass to Lambert. Chips it back to Rioli. Still at left half forward. Call to play on. So kicks inside the 50. Castagna's there. Big Ivan Soldo's also there.
Another one.
And rising high above the pack. He claims them up. Okay. Here you go, Rema.
Let's analyse his technique.
Right. I love the way he gets forward first. He got to the
terrific contested mark.
Absolutely, and actually gives another power forward in that area. Let's have a look at this kick. You reckon you can go better than this, Clinchy?
I want you, Clinchy, to take it step by step.
Okay.
Put a visual image in the listeners' heads here.
Ivan Soldo, 204 centimetres, 107 kicks. 2 goals already next to his name.
Is that all?
That's all. He's going to show us how he executes here. Slight angle left of centre. Ivan Soldo hands it out to the right.
He's let you down.
I was all in until the kick, and then I realised I'd backed the wrong horse. Richmond by 27 points.
You called Shane Edwards in that passage. Lauren Borden on the boundary. Any activity down there?
Yeah, so Noel Bolter was subbed out at 3/4 time. He's just sitting at the back of the bench. It's a right hamstring issue that the club has confirmed he's got. So he's got the ice on. Edwards coming in.
Thanks, Lauren. So Shane Edwards
What's
involved.
happened here? Look, there's cat and mouse.
There's Impey trying to hang it inside the boundary line with Tom Lynch out after him. The hand pass to Morris, and he fumbles it out of play. So a throw in half forward for Richmond.
Just kick it.
That last goal, by the way, completing a 50-point turnaround in this game. The Tigers 25 down early in the second quarter. They now lead it by 27 points. 14-11 to 10-8. 10 minutes into this final quarter from the throw-in comes to Shea Bolton. He gets it to Dustin Martin. Runs back onto his right boot and hits up Jack Rewalt.
So have they got no one for Martin? No one near him?
Well, look, I think they're trying.
I know that.
No doubt, but this is the problem with Dusty. He drifts forward, he drifts up to the contest. He just, he's kicked 3 and had 20 possessions now.
He plays his own
in this game. His kicking efficiency 76%, so that's way above the AFL average. It's a terrific footballer.
Oh, he's great.
Jack Rewalt to give himself 3 for the day. The goal assist for Dustin Martin. And the best of Richmond back on display, starting to get their game going, the Tigers. They cracked the ton again. 15-11-101. Hawthorn 10-8-68. 9 minutes into the final term, 3 for Rewalt.
But here's the thing. We talk about centre clearances, so it's now 20-6. But inside 50s for the game, 34-53.
I know.
Tackles for the game, where Richmond are just dominating. Like Richmond have had nearly 50 more possessions, but they've had 17 more tackles, 43-60.
Yeah.
It's just this part
and it's so apparent.
Yeah. It's just this part with Hawthorn's game. It's the defensive side of the ball. When ball's in hand, they look good. But if a team's starting to dominate possession around contest, it really exposes Hawthorn for what they are.
Well, they've got to be harder to play against.
Well, correct.
They've got to make themselves that way.
Adam Romanowskis and Mark McClure with you on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Corbin Middlemass. Lauren Borden down on the boundary. Max Lynch got the clearance, punched it forward, but only as far as Jaden short of the Tigers. Kicks towards half forward, bouncy ball for Castagna. Couldn't break the Scrimshaw tackle. Hand pass in forward to Jack Rewalt inside 50. Retreats back by hand to Pickett. Right on the 50-metre arc. Long kick towards Lynch. Sisley gets a hand to it and sees it out of play up against the right behind post.
See, even that from Scrimshaw, okay, I know he's injured, I know he's hurt, but that ball can't come out in that tackle.
Yeah, they've got a light on for numbers at the moment.
You've just got to hold that ball in.
Hawthorn are light on for numbers.
Tigers leading by 33 points from the throw-in. Tackle laid by McGuinness and also Max Lynch, ensuring Lambert can't burst clear. Inside 50 starting to be telling 5-1 in this final term, Tigers' way.
From the ball up, Frost, look away, hand pass, turns it over, pressed here, away to Edwards, hand pass to Dan Rioli, hits the post.
I've hit the post 4 or 5 times, haven't they?
Awkward spinning kick, ugly kick goalward from about 25 out of minor score. Tigers by 34.
Quickly brought back into play. Dan Rioli might try again. This time he gathers, runs inside 50, opens the yard, steps on goal and misses again. To the left-hand side. Back-to-back points. Tigers lead by 35 points.
10-goal swing.
Yeah.
From 25 down in the second quarter to now 35 up.
Yeah.
Bramble, long kick to the members' wing, spills through to Connor McDonald, hand pass to Jager. Sends a kick down to half forward. Bruce the target. Grimes whacks it away through the legs of Nankervis. Max Lynch picks it up. He's tackled. Dispossessed. McDonald got it through to Wingard. Trickles a kick inside 50. Bruce picks it up. He was legged.
Rugby tackle.
The tackle slipped from Liam Baker. And Luke Bruce will get the free kick centre half forward for Hawthorn.
In the end, Bruce is an absolute pro, but he's been their most dangerous forward again.
So Bruce from just inside the 50. He was called to play on. The man of the mark came at him, affected the kick. Just pops it up at the top of the goal square, and in the end, Floston kills it for a rush behind.
So that's the difference right there, Corb, in defensive intent. There, so Bruce, poor kick. Richmond defend on the goal line. Then it's taken through for a rush behind aggressively.
Floston straight down the middle, looking for Broad. Great mark, taken by Dylan Moore. Plays on, kicks inside the 50. Floston got rid of his opponent in Mitch Lewis and takes the mark.
Don't handball to a ruckman.
Yes, hand pass to Nankervis, which was interesting. He's had 8 clearances, Big Nank. Hand pass to Floston, kicks up to the wing. Good kick. Edwards takes the mark, the sub into the action. Hand pass just a bit too slick for Shea Bolton. Sliding in down low. It was well done by O'Meara. Links up with Nash. Hand pass to Bruce, who fends off the tackler. Kicks towards 50. Mitch Lewis sliding down low on his knees. Marks 55 metres out. Off a step. Tries to poke it inside 50 to O'Meara. Nankervis put a bump on. Allow Grimes to gather. Hand pass to Short. The Tigers are out of defence.
Short has a fumble just running through centre half back. Mops it up. Hand pass to Dan Rioli. He's kicked the last 2 scores for Richmond, both behind. A hand pass to Prestia. Defensive side of the wing. Threads it back through to Dan Rioli. Sweeping hand pass out wide, and Jaden Short, the best and fairest winner in their last premiership year, goes back to Prestia.
I've never seen a person more scarred by a ruckman than Sellers. Percy Jones must have really got to you.
He coached us one year, but we coached ourselves.
Prestia goes...
We had to.
Goes back to Grimes, who's got it at half-back, and he comes wide all the way out to McIntosh, who marks on the wing. 32 points, Port Adelaide's lead at three-quarter time over North, so 32 points there, Port's way.
And we finished on top of the ladder. Then we lost 2 finals and gone.
Kicks to Castagna at half forward, hand pass to Graham, long to Lynch, but Shea Bolton flies from the back, can't come down with a mark.
No, it was against Lynch.
It's against Tom Lynch, who gave away the free kick, so... James Sicily has had a tough afternoon at the office as acting captain. Will get a free kick. At 8 marks, James Sicily. Over 20 disposals again. Short to Impey and back to Sicily, who marks in the right back pocket. Off a step, just lunges a long kick towards Wingard. Used his body, got rid of Dan Rioli. Couldn't complete the mark though. Lambert left it behind. Wingard with a little toe poke to Bruce. Back to Wingard. Good little 1-2. Mitch Lewis is out the back. Kicks long to him. Floston getting back. Did well. Kept eyes on the footy. Spoiled it down to Baker. His Harlem Globetrotter hand pass over the shoulder. Didn't work as well. O'Meara tries to gather. He's locked up by Edwards. And then the footy is stuck underneath the couple, including Sam Butler, the debutant. And the umpire will throw it up 40 metres out from the Hawks' goal.
That's just terrific by Vlosten. Running back with a fly, don't give a free kick away, spoil the ball. Terrific play.
And then Curvis wins it down. Connor McDonald through traffic, shoots goalward but misses. Behind. Tigers by 34 points, 33 points, 15 and a half minutes played in the final term.
3-1 for the quarter.
Lost it into the pocket. They work it up to Castagna, who got it from Graham, kicks up to the wing. Shea Bolton was being held by Hardwick, so he'll take the free kick. In fact, Jack Revolt's going to get it.
Well, for the SMS, one for you, Sellers. Tiger and Bendigo Tigers for the 8 now, Sellers.
Yeah, they could possibly make it. Possibly.
Not all that convincing. 5 and 4 they'll move to after victory today.
I didn't think they'd make the 8, but they certainly can if they keep continuing to play well.
Kick towards Tom Lynch. Sicily got rid of him. Gets the hand pass to Newcombe, who kicks up to the wing. And Kajitsky has to work hard to take the mark against Baker.
They certainly look better.
The members wing.
They certainly look better than they were last year and early in the season.
This will be 3 in a row for them.
Yep.
As Kazitsky heads down to half forward, Grimes climbing from the back, no mark. Wingard at the drop, clean pick up, chips it to the goal square and it'll bounce through. Wingard's got a couple in his 200th. Nice work, his bread and butter, front and centre for Chad Wingard. And as is the modern way, immediately hits the interchange and starts running towards the bench. The Tigers by 27 points, 15-13, 103. Hawthorn 11-10, 76, 17 gone, final turn.
Yeah, well, I'm just looking at Wingard's totals for the day. In his 200th game, he's kicked a couple. So he's had... Where is Chad Wingard? Here he is. He's had 14 possessions and 2 goals. He's had 5 score involvements.
It's just an average game.
Yeah, it's been solid. It's been solid. You look across Hawthorn's team today, and it's sort of, you're sort of scratching for who's been their really good players for today. Newcombe, I think, he's done okay. Yeah. I haven't minded O'Meara even across half forward, but other than that, you're scratching around a little bit.
Now Curvis tried to get the clearance, but Nash came up with it. Hand pass to Newcombe, kicks inside the 50. O'Meara's hand pass to Warple, dragged down by McIntosh. Broad for the Tigers, works it forward to Graham. Through the middle of the ground they go. Prestia to Cochin, to Big Man Curvis on 50. On the run, he sprays it out to the left. Tom Lynch racing after it, can't get there. And Sicily is right there with him on the behind line. Through for a minor score. Tigers by 28 points.
18 travelled in the final term. Day now taking the kick-outs. Hand pass to Warple. Short kick to centre-half back. Nash takes the mark. Wanted to give a hand pass. In the end, gave it to McDonald. It wasn't a great hand pass. Back to Nash. Now he's in strife. Wrapped up centre-half back. Ump says ball up. Simon from Largs off the SMS. Has Hawthorn's new game plan had an impact on more than just Warple? Thinking of O'Meara, Bruce, Mitchell. And by the way, Corbs, can you please call them the Tigers, not the Tigs? Another satisfied customer, thanks to Simon off the SMS. I'll work on that one for you.
Are you getting sensitive?
No, keep them coming.
No, keep them coming, yeah.
Kazitsky to the wing. Pickett takes
Why
the
don't we
intercept
send
mark.
a couple ourselves, remember?
Oh, I half thought it was from you, actually. So.
No, it wasn't.
So Pickett on the wing for Richmond. Down to half forward. Rewalt goes for a climb, can't come down with it. Spills through to Sicily, chucks it on the boot, kicks it straight to Morris Rioli. Oh. Great chase down tackle, Will Day.
Well done,
at full stretch, grabbed the back of Morris's jumper and runs him down, holding the ball, Hawthorn footy.
They take the advantage through Impey, hand pass to Newcombe, long kick towards half forward. It's over the head of O'Meara and Broad takes the mark. Left back flank for the Tigers, switches across the half back line. McIntosh takes the mark. Richmond by 28 points, 19 minutes gone, final term. Inboard to Nankervis, releases Broad as he gives the hand pass away. Long kick inside 50. Castagna 1-2, couldn't complete the mark. Back onto his feet. Great tackle by Lockie Bramble. Wins a free kick for holding the footy. The mature age pick up from Williamstown. Kicks into the middle of the ground. Moore took it off the hands of Nash. Hand pass to Impey. Takes a bounce through the middle of the ground. Pulls his kick, looking for Bruce. He gathers, gets rid of McIntosh. Can't get rid of Lawston. Hand pass to Warple. He's thrown to the turf. Great tackle laid by Baker, who's found his bite again this afternoon. Some of the efforts of Liam Baker has been outstanding.
38 points, Port Adelaide lead North Melbourne, 5 minutes into the final term. And here it's the Tigers Wide as well. We've got a secondary ball up. Tigers by 28 here as we tick into time on in the final term. We kick 100 points again. As Nankervis tries to knock it out of the defensive arc straight to Newcombe, who's set up well next to the stoppage. Goes long to Max Lynch. Shook Biggie Newen and takes the mark. Top of the goal square. Max Lynch, who kicked his first and second goals in AFL footy last Saturday night against the Dons.
Yeah, it's had a tough day, Biggie.
He builds his tally here, Max Lynch, as he sneaks one through. 21 minutes into the final term, Max Lynch with his first of the day. It's been his namesake, Tom, who we've been talking about at the other end. Hawthorn 12-10-82, Richmond 15-14-104. Tigers by 22 points, time on in the fourth.
Every time they've been headed and got out to a number of about 20 or 30 points, they've come back, Hawthorn. That's what I really enjoy about them. They've tried every moment of the game. They're young. There's some inexperienced players, and he's one of them as well, this young man. So young Lynch. So to me, I think that this has been a pretty good display against a mature football team in Richmond.
3 goals apiece in this final term. What did you think about the question posed around Sam Mitchell's game style? Whether there's certain players that won't suit?
Oh yeah, possibly, of course, but they've got to adjust. That's the challenge for all player. Like at times there can be reluctance, but if there's reluctance, you'll end up being out of the team. So players just got to change.
Yeah, well, see, you can't play your own game.
No,
let me tell you.
No.
So you're supposed to play to the team.
We play in an era of structure and game plan.
Yeah.
Soldo gets a free kick in the middle. In the ruck battle against Kaczynski, kicks long inside the 50, ricochets out to Koch and hand pass it straight to Kaczynski, who then lost it to Pickett. Still a chance for the Hawks on half-back. McInnes, hand pass to Impey. Down low again for Impey, who has to try and regather. Now the Hawks do gather. Warple kicks up towards half-forward, down low for Mitch Lewis. Biggie Newen with a good tackle, stripped to the footy, Impey over the top of it. And Baker locks it up for the Tigers. Umpire waits for a few moments, eventually it does come clear. Finn McInnes just drops it onto his boot, only as far as Dan Rioli on 50 for the Hawks. Works it up to Biggie Newen. His hand pass too slick for Graham. A few tired players now. Soldo out to Baker at half-back and the Tigers are clear.
So Baker along the southern boundary line, kicks down for Shea Bolton. Wasn't a great kick for him, and the intercept mark taken by Hardwick. At half-back for Hawthorn, looks for Jager in the middle of the ground. He marks in front of Shane Edwards. Goes straight down the pipe with the kick. Hand on it from Vlosten on the way through as he goes to ground. Warple front and centre. Warple hits the fat part of the footy and misses everything.
Got a handball.
You anticipated at Sellers. He should have finished from there. 20 metres out right in front. Had way more time than he thought.
We had Max Lynch in the goal square.
It's out on the full and the score remains the same. Tigers by 22 points. Warple has had a dirty day.
And I say that, Clinchy, about game plan because Melbourne are the poster boy right now with that. They've got a style and a game plan, but they allow flair within that style. So that's where you're individual. You can still play your natural game, but you've got to play it within the confines of what the coach wants your game plan to be.
Cochin from half-back, kicks up towards Nankervis and Lynch. Lynch takes them up. Tom Lynch for Richmond, feeds the hand pass to Short, who has it between wing and half-forward, up to Morris Rioli Jr. on the bounce, couldn't take it cleanly. Now trying to tackle Sicily of the Hawks. Links a hand pass over the top to Dylan Moore. He has it at right half-back. So Connor McDonald under pressure. Hand pass into the middle of the ground. Bramble has to win it, can't knock it past the work of Baker. In fact, it was Rioli who managed to knock it on. He will receive it back from Edwards. Kicks the Tigers inside 50. Dusty's there. Day up spoils it. Inside the right forward pocket. Tom Lynch gets it on.
What a catch.
What a great
Squaring
mark.
kick. Castagna takes the mark. Not paid. Gets up. Gets
look
to
at
his
Tom
feet.
Lynch.
Kicks across the face and hits the left behind post. Out of bounds on the full. A couple of great moments there.
Did he
Should have been
pay the
out of
mark?
play for Tom Lynch. Not
Did he
sure
pay
the
the
mark
mark?
was paid 15 for Castagna. Either that or he just wanted to waste no time and kick it.
I think it hit the ground.
Tom Lynch with 4 today, 3 for Rewald, 3 for Martin. So it's a fair bit of your salary cap hitting the scoreboard.
Yeah, correct. That's what you want, Corb. You pay those guys the money. You want them to have maximum impact.
Hardwick short to Impey, goes short to Bramble, gives it back to Impey on the back flank. Tigers by 22, kicks down the wing. Kaczynski had a hand on it, spills through to Grimes, his hand pass, a turnover. Hawthorn win it back. Here's Nash on the wing. Goes long to Lewis. One-on-one with Biggie, and Lewis wins that. Running back with the flight, looking over his shoulder, and Mitch Lewis takes it 50 out. Centre half forward for Hawthorn. He's in for Gibcus today, Biggie Nguyen, and he's, as you touched on, Rama, on a steep learning curve for the young man in his first game at just 20 years of age.
You'll learn. You know, everyone has to play their first game.
Absolutely.
So you'll learn.
I'm still waiting for mine, Rama, at some point. Here's Mitch Lewis from 52 metres out. It's nice to have him back. And Hawthorn fans, boy, they're happy to see him. 3 for him today. And it may not result in a victory, but there's a whole career ahead of him at just 23. Tigers by 16 points, 15-14, 104. Hawthorn 13-10, 88. 26 played in the last.
You can see the potential, which is a dirty word, potential, but you can see it in this group. They haven't given up. They keep at you. They're pushing it hard as you can.
That's what most impressive, Sal, because
absolutely.
I think in previous weeks they have sort of thrown the white flag up and gone, this is a bit too hard.
Yeah.
Got to get out to 35-odd points.
They're fighting back.
Yeah, so 12, what are we, 16?
Yeah.
16 points. So, we've only got a couple of minutes remaining in this game, but at least they've fought it out.
But don't forget, you can get 3 goals in 3 minutes.
Yeah, you can. But I bet you Richmond get this centre bounce clearance as they have all day.
I'll have something with you.
There we go. 40,663 on the big screen. So
you're the attendance whisperer, aren't you, Clinchy? You got it bang on again.
40,000.
Right on.
There you see, they didn't get it out.
Almost
there you go.
Hand pass to Impey, back
again.
to Wingard, licks it over the top. Here's a chance for Warple from inside 50 to make it interesting. Hang on. And James Warple has had a quiet afternoon in full celebration as he steers it straight through the major opening. All of a sudden, it's back to a 10-point ball game, and there's 2:41 on the clock. The Tigers 15-14, 104 to the Hawks 14-10, 94. 27 minutes gone, final term.
You love that from Jarman Impey, just on the fly from half back. So it's all or nothing, no doubt.
Well.
You might as well have a crack. So Impey's flown off just from where his starting position is inside Richmond's forward 50 to just give an option, give the option, get it to Wingard, and off they go. So now, if the ball went the other way, they're in all sorts of trouble, but it didn't. They kicked the goal, and they're a chance.
This has come out of nowhere as we ticked into time on. Richmond were 28 points in front. Hawks with 3 goals in 6 minutes, and all of a sudden it's a 10-point game, and there is definitely time for Hawthorn. Tigers by 10. Bounce favours Nankervis, grabs it out of the ruck. Umpire says ball up.
Gee whiz.
Nankervis grabs it out of the ruck, caught immediately, and we're going to do it all again. Nankervis palms it down. Here's Nash. Gets a kick away, slides off the side of his boot. He goes back in, gets it again, tackled. And a secondary ball up, still inside the centre square. 28.5 gone, final quarter. Tigers by 10.
A lot of numbers around this stoppage. Hawthorn with the last 4 goals of the match. Nankervis once more tries to take it out of the ruck. Tackled by Max, Lynch and Newcomb, and the umpire will throw it up.
You're missing nothing in Hobart. It's Port Adelaide there by 51 points halfway through the final quarter.
Everyone who matters is in the middle of the ground here. Nankervis tries to tap it down. Got it to Shea Bolton. Hurries the kick inside 50. Straight to 10 for Granger Barras. He pounds out of defence for the Hawks. Almost kicked it in to the man in front of him, Castagna. Links up with Revolt. Back to Castagna. Great lunging effort from Granger Barras. Tapped down by Lynch. Got it to Castagna. That's all she wrote. The Hawks trying to create some flair from half-back, and it came undone. And Castagna was able to combine with a couple of Tigers to finish the work. And all of a sudden it's back out to 16 points. 16-14, 110 to the Hawks, 14-10, 94. 29 minutes gone in the final term. Castagna with his first goal of the match.
And I think it should finish that way, Sellers, because Richmond's forward pressure has been really good all day.
I agree.
So Castagna there executes the smother, gets run down. Tom Lynch then pushes and pushes to get back to that contest, to tap it out to Castagna to kick what I think should be the sealer now.
Yeah, but I think the Hawks supporters should be proud of what they've been able to achieve.
Half-hour mark, final term. Richmond by 16 points. They completed a 10-goal swing in the game. Richmond to lead by 35 points at the 9-minute mark of this final quarter. The Hawks kicking 4 in a row to get within 10, and now Richmond just steady to ship to get it back out to 16. The kick comes out to the wing from the centre break. Edwards for Richmond. Hand pass to Nankervis to Prestia. Knocks it back to Edwards. Tumbles a kick to half forward. Shea Bolton's on the end of it. Arches the back. Runs away from empty. He snaps the ball right to the goal line. Is it touched? I don't think so. That's a goal for Bolton. And just like that, it's back to 22 to spread. 31 played, final quarter. Richmond 17-14, 116. Hawthorn 14-10, 94. Shea Bolton with his second.
Well, Shea's been a star. He was very good in the first half, but he's actually his possessions dropped off a little bit in the third and fourth quarter. He's come down a little bit up to 20, but he had 16 or 15 or so at half time. But that's the finisher there. That's the end of that. His pace, his speed, he actually just tore away and finished it off beautifully. This game's done. Yep. We all understand it, but gee whiz, I'm so great to see that this Hawthorn side fought back and kept at it. And let me tell you, they'd be very proud of themselves, and the coach would be proud of them too, because this side, Richmond, has won 3 premierships in the last 5 years. What an amazing performance.
8 goal kickers to 6 the way of the Tigers. Back in the middle of the ground now. Curvis one down the tap, but Morrison gets it to Wingard. Sends the Hawks towards half forward. Biggie Newen brings it down against Mitch Lewis to Vlosten. High ball out to the southern wing. Wingard races after it. Used his body to try and bring it down to ground. And got it to Warple, but not before it went out of play.
And you look at this game, Richmond's 2 centre forward midfielders have now combined for 40 possessions and 5 goals.
Yeah.
Big, so I'm talking about Bolton and Dustin Martin, obviously. That's maximum impact.
Don't know if I could fit him in.
Tigers have got the Bombers next week from the throw-in. Newcomb for the Hawks, kick towards half forward. Edwards the sub, races back, gathers at the back edge of the centre square. Hand pass to Dan Rioli. 2 bounces through the middle of the ground. Shovels out a hand pass wide. A good 25-metre hand pass to Broad. He can kick to Revolt on the lead. And that's what the Tigers can do so well, from defence into attack. And finishes in the hands of Jack.
It's a bit about Richmond today. Get challenged, put the foot down. Get to a lead, slow down. Get challenged, put the foot down. Like, Hawthorn got out to a 19-point lead 8 minutes into that second quarter. So it's gone back and forth this game a little bit.
No, it's been a good game.
So Jack Revolt with 3 next to his name so far, a chance to equal a season-high 4. It's out to the right and won't quite have the measure. It's rushed through for a minor score. And the margin is 23 points Richmond's way at the 33-minute mark of the final term.
Led by as many as 35 points, trailed by as many as 25. With Dustin Martin second up, Richmond winners for a 3rd week in a row. They look at absolute black booker. Tigers by 23.
A fighting fury, we're from Tigerland. In any weather you will see us with a grin, risking head and shin. If we're behind then never mind, we'll fight and win, for we're from Tigerland. We never weaken till the final siren's gone. Like the tiger of old, we're strong and we're bold, for we're from Tigerland. Yellow and black, we're from Tigerland.
So they shore up their place in the top 8. Richmond get themselves to 5-4. They had 21 of their 23 today as premiership players. They have only 1 player on their injury list, and that is young Gibcus, who's in the COVID protocol, so they'll get him back next week as well. Richmond by 23 points. They trailed by 7 at quarter time, as many as 25 midway through the second, and then took over. They led by 6 at half time, 19 at 3-quarter time, and won by 23 points in the finish. The Tigers too good for the Hawks.
Tigerland, a fighting fury, we're from Tigerland. In any weather you will see us with a grin, risking head and shin. If we're behind then never mind, we'll fight and win, for we're from Tigerland. We never weaken till the final siren's gone. Like the tiger of old, we're strong and we're bold, for we're from Tiger. Yellow and black, we're from Tigerland.
We are right against it, given the amount of goals kicked in this game. Richmond by 23 points. We're off to St Kilda and Geelong momentarily. Port Adelaide by 58 points at the 20-minute mark of the final term. Have you got a 3-2-1 in literally 10 seconds?
Sure I have. I've got Dusty Barton for one. I thought he was just fantastic in the game, was brilliant at times, and just a star when you see him do it. 2, I got Tommy Lynch with 4 goals, I think he got, didn't he?
Yep.
4.
Yep.
And then number 1, Toby Nankervis. I thought he was brilliant in the ruck. His whole combination was just fantastic.
Thanks, Sellers. 3 for Nankervis. The Tigers by 23 points. They get themselves to 5-4.